I mean, makes me jump, everybody. Hello, welcome. Sorry for running behind today. Holy mackerel. A lot of stuff like off the rails, trying to fix stuff, things not working, trying to deal with my kids, get them going on their schoolwork and stuff like that. Holy mackerel. I'm exhausted. I just got started, everybody. I just got started. I'm already exhausted. Wow. Okay, tons of stuff not working. My retweet thing's like broken. So I had to fix that. My server was acting funny last night. That's broken. Trying to get my kids going. That wasn't easy. Yeah. Well, hey, good morning, everybody. Hello and welcome to Wednesday. Let me go ahead. Hold on, everybody. I got to send some stuff across here. I got to copy yesterday across. Let's see. Where am I at here? Where am I at over here? Let's I assume that's the new one there. There we go. All right. I don't want to run out of space here, which I think I'm going to do very, very quickly. So I've got to copy that off of there, and then I gotta do this, and oh man, I gotta do a lot of stuff behind the scenes. There we go. All right, that's doing that. Now I got some room. Then I gotta press some buttons up here. This is a standard Kismet stream. This is how it always goes, everybody. There's always like 50 things I need to do. Here we go. And then that one. That one is this one. That one is this one. All right. So after I copy that, it'll be done. Okay, cool. All right. All right, there we go. Okay. Just a standard Kismet morning. Everybody. Problem solving, as I do. So yeah, trying to copy that last stream off. That was a little bit of a long one. I got a bunch of other streams running, copying and backing up and all sorts of stuff. I'm a busy guy. How about we play some games, everybody? We're going to play some Satisfactory today. Now, welcome to my stream, everybody. My name is Kismet. They call me Overseer Kismet or the Wasteland Tycoon. We're going to have some fun playing some games today. We've been working on our Satisfactory. Awesome. We restarted again from scratch. Then we went through and really had a lot of fun because we had a bunch of pure nodes and whatnot that we got going. We're making a 3-tier mega base right now. It's going to be pretty awesome. The first tier is going to be where all the ore is collected, and then you can go in and adjust all of the extractors. And then the second tier is going to be where it's all being converted and whatnot. And then, of course, the third level is where we're going to have our hub and all of our other resources running over there. We got all of our resources done except for our wire and our cable, which we're going to do today and get that going. So I say, hey, you know what? Let's say hello to everybody in the chat. And then let's get into it. Let's do it, everybody. Hello to Reggae in the chat. I see you. Says good morning. He went BRB. Well, hello. And hello when you're back again. There we go. Yankee coming in, backing me up. My awesome new mob, backing me up. Roger. Saying good morning. Good morning. Thank you so much for having my back, gang. I appreciate that. Let's see. We got Mason Decay saying good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Now, I don't know about you, but I'm ready to play some games after all this drama and all this technical stuff, man. Did we have a lot of fun last night at 7 Days to Die or what, man? You guys missed it if you missed out on that stream. Now, my server got all messed up because I think it didn't update, and they're working on it right now. I sent them a message saying, hey, my server didn't update and whatnot. And they're like, hey, we'll work on it and whatnot. And then I told them my Astroneer server kept like acting funny when I turned it off and I turned it back on again. All of a sudden, it would be a brand new game. And whatnot. So they're working on that as well. And then while they're working on that, we're going to play some Satisfactory, and hopefully we get it all sorted out by tonight. And we might have to restart. And if we restart, hey, it's all part of the fun, right? All part of the fun. So while those technical problems are being solved by other people, we're going to have some fun together. We're going to go play some Satisfactory. Let's do it. Now, of course, I've got my agua because I am being very, very good. Man, I feel so much better, but wow, did I not get any sleep last night. Ran long on that 7 Days to Die stream so we could get the Horde night in before we had to wipe the server. And man, that was fun. We ran around. We did quests together. We literally made 100,000 dukes as a group right there, like in an hour or two. Just made tons and tons of cash in that game. And I'm like, Joe, that means that by level 12, if we all did that together, we could literally run around within just a few hours and get hundreds of thousands of dukes, man. That's awesome. Because then you could just go to the auction or to the trader and be like, I want all this and I want all that. You can just buy out the whole traders all the time, right? That is pretty sweet. All right, now over here, we talked a lot about how the whole setup works, how to input and output and all of that stuff and whatnot. But we need to go in here and we need to take this out. I know the first thing I need to do is to turn this production this way. And that is because we're going to be doing a lot of very big building today, and we're going to have to work on power. I can tell you that already. I'm sure my power is going to go off here at some point. Now, this is tier number 2 that I'm on right now. And this one is all about the manufacturing, right? So this is where we kind of convert at our node all the stuff that we need later on. And it took us a little while, but we got all of our other elements going right up into our hub up above. So we can build or gather all the things that we need very, very easily. And I'm just going to go ahead and fill in. Look at how wonderful the building is in this game every single time. It's a pretty hard thing to do, by the way. Every single time I log into this game, I just think to myself, how great is the building in this game? Every time I'm doing this right here when I'm putting in foundations. Now, you know what else would be even better? If I could click there, hold down control, and then click right here, and then it fills that in. That would be awesome. That would be amazing. But you know what? It's already pretty sweet as it is. Look how easy it is to just fill that in. All right, and I got to fill all this in because I'm going to use all this space for a whole lot of stuff we're going to be doing. Now, I did some charts at the end of last time. I'm not going to be doing any charts this time, I don't think. I think you guys got the gist of it if you were watching last time. If not, then I would suggest to watch in the future because we're going to get it going on. Now, way over there, you can see it's feeding upwards into our upper area. And what we need to do is we need to get all of this, and we need to run it over here, and we need to properly space it out. Now, one of the things we also need is we need the ability to go in and make a bunch of constructors. Now, to make a bunch of constructors, we need a bunch of wire. And to make a bunch of wire, we need a bunch of constructors, and so on and so forth. You know how it goes. You know how it goes. So what we're going to do is we're going to use this as our starting, and we're going to kind of offset this a little bit, give us a little room, and we're going to make 8 of these across right here, right? But we're definitely not going to have enough plates to do that right now. So we're going to have to go in, make a crafting bench. Always good to have a crafting bench where you're working, right? So make a crafting bench, and we can go over here and say, okay, let's make a bunch of cable we're going to need to make this happen. Now, we could also just make a bunch of cable right now and just run the milestone. That's another way of doing it, but I like to, you know, kind of take my time as I go along and do my thing over here. We're going to go ahead and make a bunch of screws as well. Actually, I don't think we need to make any screws. Actually, we have a bunch over here. Let's go get them. Let's go get these screws. I can see them all feeding upwards. Maybe it has a backlog. We'll see. I don't think it does. I think it's going just about the speed or faster than it's actually producing. Yes. Oh, no, it's got a little bit of a backlog. There we go. All right, that'll save us some time from having to make a bunch of screws to make a bunch of plates. Now, we're going to make a bunch of reinforced iron plates, and we need to tell it, hey, we need this many reinforced iron plates. Actually, you know what? I will pull up that diagram. I'm not going to do a bunch of diagramming, but I will show the diagram. I feel like that's probably a good idea because then you guys have an idea of where I'm going. If you did miss it yesterday, let's go ahead and pull up my cool diagrams. These are like custom done diagrams for this game so that you guys can get an idea of what I'm doing before I get into it big time. So we'll go ahead and load that up. Going to take a minute. There we go. Get that fired up. Get this going. You're like, Kismet, what are you talking about? I'm talking about this right over here. What we're going to be building today is this right here. We actually did this out last time. We've got the node already going. We're going to run a splitter and a splitter, and then all these smelters and whatnot. But number one thing right now is this. Is this 8 across? And they're going to be split in half, right? So each of this front part is the same. So really, all we need to do is space out our widest area, which is going to be our construction. So we're going to need 8 of those. So let's get back into the game. And so we've got our first one in placement, and we're going to need 8 of those across. This is all going to be a lot. But that's okay, because we can make it nice and easy on ourselves by saying, okay, well, wait, we got one of these. We need 7 more. And then it's going to tell us how much resources we need over here on the right side. And that's going to make it nice and easy. We need 14 reinforced iron plates. Right now, we can do 31, so that's good. So let's go ahead and get those 14 of those done. Now, by the way, reinforced iron plates go way faster when you're doing them than they do in the constructor for sure. But that's okay. We're going to get this queued up so we can just keep making reinforced iron plates all day, every day. And that's going to be nice. And that's really our big goal from last time, was to get to that. But I felt like, well, you know what? We'll take a moment and we'll get this started. And we'll really queue a lot of this. There's going to be a lot of this running down and running up. All right, so there's number 1. And now we can make 7 more because we pre-thought it out. We went and did the thing. And here we go. Now, we got to make sure they're in the right direction. So that's the first pair of 2. Then what I do is I always leave a little bit of a gap. And the reason why I do that is so I can run in between there. And then also it reminds me what's going on later on. I know if I've grouped them by 2, grouped them by 2 like that, I know that's how I went in and split them by halves instead of thirds. If I group them in 3, guess what? You probably guessed it. That's right. I have grouped them by thirds instead, which means I've split them by thirds and so on and so forth. All right, so that's 2, 4. This is 6, and then 2 more to go. And I think we're going to have no problem getting these in here. There we go. Right over there. Very nice. Beautifully done. Now look at that. Perfect, perfect, perfect. What we got right here? We got, you know, a little, what's that? Moon pool or whatever from Game of Thrones, where they throw the people down in there and they die. Yeah, scary. Scary stuff. All right. Let's go ahead and get some more concrete. I think we're going to have to go upstairs to get that concrete. Let's go. We're going to unlock some more stuff as we go along here. But we're going to wait till we get our stuff going on. Now, up here in the 3rd level, up above here in the beginnings of a very fun mega base, is my hub. We've got our power going over there, which is probably going to run out at some point today. And then we've got all of this, right? So we'll go ahead and grab some more concrete. So we have that. Now, I have a bunch of copper ingots and iron ingots on me. And I'm just going to go ahead and put them over here for right now. We'll deal with those later on. Don't really need them. Don't need that raw ore, that's for sure. Got a little bit of biofuel because we're going to end up having to collect some more because we're getting low on biofuel over here. Let's see how our biofuel is looking over here. That's looking okay right now. 136, 136. This one burns faster, so probably a good idea to maybe kind of pump these back up a little bit. Let those run for a while. Now what it's doing is feeding all of that into these triple stacked resource containers. You can see I've got one of everything of the kind of beginning stuff. Our plates are just straight up going right into the awesome thing, trying to get 10 tickets. I'm at 9, almost there. So I can get my little vehicle, which is going to help me get around from place to place here in my factory a lot faster. Later on, we'll get hypertubes and all sorts of stuff. I have played all the way through the entire game multiple times, by the way, everybody. And we, for some reason, I could not remember how to do fabric, and we figured it out finally in this playthrough. I said, you know what, I can't figure it out. You know what, we'll start again. And we started again here in a different starting zone. This is the more advanced starting zone, but it's actually, I think it's easier because it has pure nodes literally right at the very beginning. And then you just need to build more vertically than horizontally when you're building. And so that's what we're doing. We're building way up, and then we're bringing those resources up those different tiers along the way. We're just kind of feeding it into a central junction. And I've actually let it really high ceiling here too. You could really try to condense it down if you want to. I like to have lots of space. I mean, there's plenty of space in the thing. I don't know why everybody compresses it down. I guess it's like an achievement thing to try to make it look as awesome as possible. And there's nothing wrong with that. Try to make yours very, very awesome. But, you know, I like to start with a little bit of spaghetti in the beginning, and then even I can't handle it. I want it to be all, you know, on its stackers and all lined up and beautiful. You know how it goes. All you Satisfactory peeps out there know how it goes. It's gotta have a bit of beauty to it. Now, one of the things we're going to do also is we're not going to throw stuff on the ground level. I don't like throwing stuff on the ground level. I like it to be up a bit. This way, it makes it nice and easy for us to run underneath it, rework it, do whatever we need to do. And so we're going to bring all of our stuff up a little bit. Now, eventually, all this stuff is actually going to be bottom fed. That's right. It's going to be fed from underneath. But that's when I go to retool my factory again. I'm going to retool it for a bottom fed from the lower level down below here. So instead of this coming up right here, that will actually be fed underneath and then fed directly into the back of there instead of coming up like that. We're going to be using our walls and our extensions and all that stuff to get that all perfectly run from place to place and then run into these and all of that. It's going to be really fun. So instead of it going up, it will go down and then not even have a problem because there won't be any conveyors here or any of that stuff. It'll be all underneath the stuff. And I don't do that till later. That's a later thing. I would not do that in the beginning typically, especially if you don't have any mods or anything else. I'm just playing basic, no mods. That's what I would strongly suggest. All right, so let's take a look at our diagram again. So we've got all of these in. Now, what do we need to do here? We want to work backwards, right? So splitters, and then forges, and then another splitter, and then another splitter, and then the actual stuff. So we want to go ahead and split each of it. Very easy to do, right? And I've got my splitters down here in my button, so I can press 1, get myself a splitter. I like doing centerline splitters. That's just me. And so if we want to do this, by the way, don't count that first move. Just count that as 0. And then you count 2. 1, and then 2. And you get your first one in place. Now, it doesn't really matter which way it goes, by the way. It doesn't matter the bottom 2, because only the top one matters in this case. And we're going to make some more of this cable. Now, the funny irony is we're making cable to make cable. That's what we're doing right now. I swear, everything in this game is very much like that. Very much like you're making something to make something. And we need to watch our input. Our input's doing good. And this doesn't need to go very fast, by the way. This is only going to come in for our wire at 15 per minute. So it doesn't really need to be going super fast. So we're going to use our MK1s, which only go at 60. And there we go. Now, the cool thing is once we get our first one done, don't take this out yet, by the way. Leave that in, and then you could use that to line up. Though you can use the upper one will also line up, by the way. But I like to leave it in and then literally just run along. You're like, oh, Kismet, there we go. Got it. No, you don't got it because that's not the center. I like the center line. And you can, this is called an offset, by the way. If you put it here, it'll still work all the way down the line, by the way. I could have it fed, and then each of these feed into there, feed into there, feed in there, all the way down. I call that the inline feed. I'm not a big fan of the inline feed. I like a little bit more beauty in mine. And though that is very space efficient, by the way, to do an inline feed, where you just do a single feed all the way down. I like to do a center feed usually. And I might do an inline feed later when we do fed from down below. But right now, we want to go ahead and do this. Oh, what am I doing? I'm not lining it up. Hold on, we got to line it up over here. There we go. All right, line it up. That's way easier to just use what you've already got going on. Let's make sure we got the input. We do. And you know what? Let's just go ahead and do all of these real quick so we don't have to keep switching our stuff. There's 1, there's 2, and then that one in the right direction. It kind of remembers what you did before, by the way. If you've done this and then did that, it remembers it from over there, which I think is super cool. Super cool that it does make that a little bit easier. Now, this is super basic stuff we're doing right now. We're doing copper wire, and then we're going to do wire, right? So first we got to get our copper wire going. And these are all basically identical, right? These are all the same. It's a two split down the line. And then over here, we've got a sub-split of this, which is going to split these in two, right? So we want to kind of line it up like this. Just kind of line it up off these white lines you can see on the ground there. And then we're going to bring this forward a little bit. And maybe do a little bit of this. Oops, I moved it forward. And let's take a look at that. Then up it goes again because we want to keep it up off the ground. Oops, that top one not good. By the way, I can also hit the middle mouse button, which will grab that item that I'm already working on, so I don't have to keep going to the menu. I don't have to keep even pressing my quick command down here. If I don't want to, that makes it way easier. And the same thing over here. I can go ahead and grab that splitter. I can run it over this way. Oh, out of wire. That's why you got to have this thing here. That's why you got to have a nice thing wherever you're working. Make sure you got one of these to make one of these. Now, again, eventually I'm going to have so much of this, it's not going to be a big deal. In fact, in just a few minutes, I'm going to have an overwhelming amount of stuff. That will actually probably, the bulk of it will end up in the awesome sink. That's how much of that I'm going to get. And I like to line up visually as well, right? So you've got that kind of vanishing point. You know, I'm an artist, so I know about vanishing points. That's when you see the lines are tilted in like this and they're going off into the horizon. That's what that is, called a vanishing point, if you're not familiar with art and drawing and all of that. And so it's good to kind of get an idea. All right, there we go. We got all of our splitters in place. Now we need one more splitter to make it all happen. And we're going to go ahead and try to center that out. Let's say right about here. Doesn't really matter exactly where it's at. But, you know, if you want it to look nice, you just kind of say, okay, I want it to be beautifully centered. Say something like that. Now, what I'm going to do is actually do this. Oh, my God, I got it really on first try. Wow, I think I got it on the first try. So what I do is I roll this over here, and I see if this green line is showing up. And then I run it next to that. Or I could have put one down right there, by the way, and then made this other one. But I always look to see how perfect it is, and it's dead on, everybody. It's just rock solid. So yeah, beautifully, perfectly put in the correct spot. And there we go. So we've got the first one coming in. Now this one's going to come in at 120, and then it's going to go 60-60, and then it's going to go 30-30, and then it's going to go 15-15. And what do we need for our wire? Well, let's go see what we need for our wire. Hey, guess what? It's 15. How convenient. Now we're going to go here in the front, and we're going to queue all of these up along the front here before I forget. There we go. And we got that going there. And we're going to be making a crazy tons of wire. Now, to power all of this, we are definitely going to need more power. This is going to just absolutely suck up every ounce of power we have left, plus a whole lot more. But it is going to get our production just blazing over here. Look at this. Beautifully done. Lifted up, rotated, wonderfully done. You want to make it even more beautiful? Watch this. We'll go ahead and take this out right there. We'll go ahead and take these out and so on. So we can actually have it floating up here if we want to. You're like, Kismet is floating. I don't like it floating. Well, hey, if you don't like it floating, more power to you. You make it however you want. I'm going to take it up off of here. Now, what you can do also, by the way, to make it look more legit is you leave this one in the back. And the one in the back is holding up all the rest of them if you want. But I just love the fact that there's nothing here. No spaghetti. No nothing in the way. It's just awesome. What game is this? It's called Satisfactory. If you want to know any game on Twitch, by the way, it's always right down below the title right there. It'll tell you exactly what game it is. This is the wonderful Satisfactory. This game was like an 8 on when it came out in early access, which is pretty crazy to come out with an 8 nowadays because, you know, everybody comes out with a 3 and they try to work it to a 10. But right now, this is an 8 and it's gone. They added trains, so that's when it went to a 10. And then they added fluids and they added all sorts of awesome stuff that's just amazing for factory building. And now it's a 10++. This is an instant buy. This is an undisputed instant buy game. It has one of the greatest building structures in any game ever. Watch how elegantly, watch how amazingly I can build. And if you've ever built anything like in 7 Days to Die and other games like that, watch this. You ready? If I just go to the edge, see this metal part here? That's telling me I can go that way. If I want to do it here, bam, there, this one, that one, the one at the end, right? You're like, well, Kismet, that's not a big deal. Oh, really? Watch this. Way over there, I can put one down right there. You cannot even barely see it, but way over there, I can put one down. Exactly where I want it to go. I want it to go over there, on the side of that thing. No, I want the one at the top. That one right there, right? How about up here? No, I want to do it up there. Look at this. You can tell it exactly based on where you put your cursor, where you want it to go. You're like, well, Kismet, you can build in 7 Days to Die. No, when you're building 7 Days to Die, you're leaning off the side and you're trying to get that thing, or you're trying to get that one little pixel edge. Where here, you just tell it, hey, I want to get it. Now watch this. If I want to do another one of these things, all I have to do is hit my middle mouse button. Bam, now I got another one of those. I don't have to go in here and do this and grab all this every time. I also got 10 sets of quick keys down here, so I can go ahead and set 10 sets of stuff. That's more. I think that's more items than you would probably build in the game itself. That's how many quick key sets you can have down below. It's pretty amazing. And if I need to use this belt, bam, middle mouse button, get that. You know what I want? I want this. No, middle mouse button, that. I want that foundation. I want this power pole over here. Bam, now I can make a power pole. I want that thing right there. Bam, middle mouse button for the win, everybody, for the win. Pretty fantastic game. By the way, if I want to take, you know what? Nah, I don't want all this stuff. I want to take all these foundations out. I hit F, I hold down Control, bada bing, bada boom, bada bing, bada boom. Well, I could take all that out, even the one I'm standing on right now. I could take all that out. 49 items right there. Let's do 50. I could take 50 items out just like that. Now, also, there's another really amazing thing with the same thing. If you hold down Control and say I've got all of these, and you're like, you know what? I want to get that stacker over there. So I'm going to let go of Control. Right? I've got nothing held down. And then I move over there, and I just press Control and let go. Boom. Now it's got that as well. Way up here. I wanted this one, And that one, just hitting control, just pressing it down and let go. That one, this one, that one, that one. And then when I hold down the mouse button, it'll take all of those out in one shot. It's amazing, amazing. Really, really well done. Highly recommend it. Still in early access. Know that they are still working on the game, but they've done a really phenomenal job. Really, really great job on the game. Okay, so now we need to get our stackers, and we need to get this rocking and rolling. All right, let's do it. Now, this one right here is going to be a bit faster, so we're going to need to take our conveyor belt level 2, and we're going to add it to number 5 down here. You're going to see it pop up. There we go. And that's going to allow me to build. Now, one of the problems is I need the stuff I'm trying to build to build that. So I need a lot of plates. And again, in the beginning, you will make a bunch of stuff right over here before you get into making other stuff down the road. And so what we can do is do this. Now, by the way, another thing we could do is just split it right at the very beginning and then run 2 60s and then recombine it at the very end. If you don't have enough of these plates, or if you want to do it that way, you can also do it that way. And just use your lifter as your thing. And then later on, when you have plenty of iron plates, you come back and you can fix it. And that's what I'm going to do, by the way, everybody. I'm going to do that because I have to use the lifter at 120. Otherwise, I'm not going to have the raw ore at the proper speed. And that's just going to save me some time. We're going to look down here. It's always a little scary because I don't have a jetpack. So if I fall, I'm game over, bro. Now, I don't need to upgrade the miner because all of these are pure nodes, which is pretty insane. Pretty insane here on this start. So I'm going to bring this up. Look at that. Look at that. Not enough, right? That's 36 of those I need. So let's go back over here. We're going to make some more. Right over here. Now, probably what we're going to need is a bunch of screws right over here. Let's go ahead and make those. Always find I'm in need of screws. So I'm making a ton of them up there. And so we need about 15 more or so reinforced iron plates. So I'm just going to convert a lot of this without having to run all the way back up and get my resources and all that. We're gonna get it going on. Well, I'm back. Welcome back. Afternoon. Happy Underwear Day. Oh, well, there you go. I guess that's an interesting day to have. I wonder what the backstory of that is, right? What's the backstory of Underwear Day? If it's something inappropriate, don't put it in my chat. But what is the backstory of that? How did somebody say, you know what, today is Underwear Day? That seems pretty odd to me. I don't know. That'd be an odd thing to make a day out of. But maybe it's the underwear manufacturers. I don't know. They want to get a day in there. So peeps think of their underwear and go buy some more, I guess. I don't know. That seems pretty odd. But then again, it is humans. So there you go. Guess I shouldn't think anything is odd when it comes to humans. I guess so. All right, let's say 36, 37. I think we're just going to have enough. Let's go. I'll give it a go. Right over here. So I'm going to use this as my lifter. My lifter is going to cost me a lot of plates. All right, let's go. All right, we're going to go ahead and turn this just a little bit. Oh, right there. Maybe right there. There we go. All right, we got a level 2 lifter. Nice. Okay, that's going to be awesome. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead, actually take this out. Let's go ahead and run it this other way. We're going to go ahead and build our way this way. And what we're going to do right away is we're going to do a splitter. So I'm going to go ahead and take this and turn it and put it on a splitter. So all we have to do is go from there to the splitter, and then we're going to run a dual line. And you're like, Kismet, why are you going to do that? Well, just less resources I have to do. Hey, Pancakes, I am doing awesome. How you doing today? So we're going to run that splitter. And let's say, yeah, it's going to be way too close. Let's just run it over here. This is going to be too close. That's what I'm talking about, too close. And then we'll go ahead and do a little bit of this. And we'll come back and fix all this later. But it just saves us some resources. And I'll show you one of my little Kismet tricks here that I do use. Now, to get from there to over here, we're also going to need 5 more. All right? So you can see I'm just doing just the bare minimum to get started. And then once I get all this started, it's going to make me tons of those plates. And then I can come back and I can build for days. But let's go ahead and make some more of this. And we need 5 reinforced iron plates. Now, I feel it's actually faster in the beginning to make reinforced iron plates than it is to manufacture them because they actually manufacture pretty slow. So doing this in the very beginning is always a good idea. All right, there we go. So we got that, and we're going to go ahead and run from here into the splitter. And that's going to allow us to use our lesser resources. And this right here, you don't have an option because that's got to come up using that speed. All right, so here we go. So now we can go ahead and split this into half like this. We're going to run that up there. And this will only be temporary for now. And, of course, I ran out of plates. That's pretty amazing to run out of those. And let's go ahead and run back up, get our plates as well. Again, eventually we'll have hypertubes and all of that stuff, which is going to help get from place to place and whatnot. Called Fresh Pair in 2003 to celebrate body image and acceptance. Well, there you go. Hey, I'm down for that. I'm down for some, you know, being proud of who you are, no matter what you look like or where you come from. Doesn't matter. You know, here in your life, by the way, I always find this pretty funny, that people don't realize that other people don't choose their name, don't choose where they come from, right? You have no choice over that, right? You have no choice where you're born. You have no choice who your parents are. You have no choice what your name is, right? Because your parents give you your name. You don't make those choices. Those are just the universe, you know, fate, doing some stuff there, lending you a hand. Oh, we're out of plates here. We gotta backlog some plates here. We gotta get our plate production up too. We'll get that going here today. So I'm gonna just go ahead and stop that for a second. I don't know why I took that all the way out. Probably not a good idea. Let's just roll that forward so we can still see that that is plates. There we go. So we're gonna let this backlog a little bit because we're literally out of plates right now, which is pretty rare that I run out of plates. I'm sure I've got some other stuff over here I can make plates out of. Yeah, there we go. A little bit of something in there. We'll just go up in here. Plates are really easy to make. I mean, all this stuff right here is pretty easy. You just kind of sit here and make a bit of it from time to time like this. Pretty easy stuff. And what we're doing is we're ramping up our power. Now, the more we're ramping up our production. And the more we ramp up our production, the more we have to ramp up our power, which is why my brain kind of interjected that. And we've got to get down to that lower level again. So we're going to go ahead and go up here and down our kind of main ramp. And you can also use jump pads and stuff like that. I don't like using jump pads. I always feel like I'm going to die every time I do that, especially if the power goes off while you're falling. I have actually died because of that. The power was off and I jumped down, boop, dead. It does happen. All right, and then we want to bring this into here and then re-merge it together before we run it into there. There's actually a really cool way of doing that. I'm going to show you how to do that as well. So we've got one going up there, and then we're using our splitter here to take our 120 and turn it into 260s, just to save us the resources. Now, this is not going to reach over here. I can tell you that for sure. That is, oh my gosh, maybe I just lucked out and got it to the right place. And hey, sometimes better lucky than good, everybody. Keep that in mind. Better lucky than good. I had just enough plates. I mean, I knew it would reach physically there, but I didn't think I had enough plates. But apparently I did. So lucked out. I had just enough, by the way. I had just enough plates. So let's make some more plates over here. And again, you always want to have the ability to make stuff wherever you're working, as well as to bring a ton of resources with you whenever you're working in a spot. This way you don't have to run back as much. Works pretty great. So, all right. So we're using a little technique to use our lower level resources until... Oh, I forgot. We got to do our lifter first. There we go. Let's see if we have enough to bring this second one right up to there. We do. All right. Okay. Now, what this is going to do is this one's going to go straight into there, right? But that's not going to be enough because that is only going to be 60. So what we want to do is we want to go ahead and merge this like this. Now, we can go ahead and merge that into that line, and we can take this line, and instead of running it there, we could go ahead and just say, you know what, we're just going to run this directly. Grab it over there. Run that directly into there, but of course it's never that easy, everybody. It's never that easy to just like, boom, put it in there, right? You're like, dope, so close, right? But what we're going to do is go ahead and we're going to fix this later anyway. So we'll just go ahead and put a little stacker in between, something like this. There we go. And then we'll bring that in. And then we'll bring that down. There we go. And that's going to re-merge those lines into 120s. Now, the problem is this is not a 120. So we need to take this and we need to upgrade this, right? Now see how I put that stacker on the line automatically? That's the cool trick I was talking about, where you can actually use the line and put it on the line itself, on the conveyor, so you can remerge it much easier. And then, of course, making on the ground and redoing all the stuff that we did earlier. That's a waste of time. You just roll over it, boom, puts it on there. You got a merger. Now these two things are merging together, but they're not going fast enough. So we've got to make sure we've got our speeds all working. So we need to go in, make some more reinforced iron plates. Let's get those going. By getting this going, we're going to need some more plates here. I do not think we're going to have enough. No, no, no. We do not have enough. Do not have enough raw iron to make that work. So let's run over here to our plate production. Now, everything we're going to be doing is we're going to be doubling up today. Doubling up our production of our base materials. Now, this is probably stopped right now, and it is. I can see. Grab that excess. Because it's only doing 1. And the power of this is 120 coming out of there. And we really want to up our plate production as well, because we're going to be using our plate production and our screw production to produce these plates, which is pretty cool. All right. Check Whisper. Why not Mod Chat? Whisper on Twitch. I can't really see Whisper on Twitch, but I'll take a look over there. Yeah, next time just put that in Mod Chat and do exclamation page. There, Yagi. All right, yeah, we are doing that, and it's perfect time for it. He's reminding me Stream Raiders time. Let's go, everybody. There we go. Stream Raiders time. Thanks for the reminder. I appreciate it. Let's do it. I totally forgot. I meant to start my timer, but I forgot. But that's okay. Let's get it going, everybody. Let's get some Stream Raiders fired up. Oh, it's okay, Yagi. I'm just letting you know, bro. Just letting you know. Thanks for the reminder. I appreciate it. All right, let's do it right here, right over there. Yeah, if you want to get I added this great thing for my mods. They can get my attention by just typing exclamation page in the chat. It actually makes my stream deck flash, which it also says in the chat, hey, Kismet, check mod chat. And so they can put stuff in mod chat where it actually gets my attention. Makes it way easier on my mods, so they don't have to tell me to look at the whisper or any of that stuff. The whisper thing no longer works. It used to be like when someone whispered me, it would highlight in my chat and then in there, but it doesn't show up in my chat anymore. And I don't know why, and I don't feel like fixing it because now I've got that page function, so very much easier. So feel free to try that out, Yankee, next time. I do appreciate you backing me up today, though. All right, so there we go. So I got my Wasteland Tycoon down right here. Come and join us, everybody. StreamCaptain.com. We've got the new event going on right now. We're going to just be blazing this event as much as we can. So feel free to come in and join us. We're going to get some gold right now. Get you guys some gold. Let's do it. And let's get back to making ourselves tons of stuff over here. We need to make ourselves a ton of iron plates. See, now the cool thing, at least we didn't have to refine the iron ingots because it had already done that for us. So we're going to go ahead and make ourselves a bunch of plates and a bunch of screws. And again, you only have to do this in the beginning. Later on, you got this all automated. You'll get this all rocking and rolling. Now, I forget how many of these reinforced iron plates that I need. Probably not that many. Maybe about 5 ought to do her. Let's go ahead and give it a go. And we'll make 6. All right. And then what we need to do is we need to upgrade this small part right here. Right? And the way you can do it is actually, if it already pre-exists, you can go ahead and just roll over it when you have your MK2s highlighted. Because we know it's an MK1. How do we know that? We can hit F, like we're going to take it out, and it says Conveyor Belt Mark 1. And I just happen to know, because I'm the one who built it, that's what it is. And then we can take Conveyor Belt Mark 2, and then we do it. Now, also, I have it down in my command keys down here, so I can also just press it. But we can say, boom, turn that into Mark 2. Now, that's going to go at 120. And so we've got coming out at 120, splitting into 60 and 60, running these separate lines, so I don't have to build as much of those and sit here and do that all this time. And then remerging at the end with a 120 that goes now to 60 and 60, 30 and 30, 15 and 15 until it goes in there. And now all of these are ready to rock, right? We are ready to blaze this. But now we also need to work on something else, and that is our main power. So we're going to go ahead and run. Let's see, where did I leave that one? I think it was this one I was going to use. Let's go ahead and use this one. And we will bring this forward. Now, one of the cool things you can do, by the way, everybody, is you can stack it up above. And I love doing that. I feel like that's the whole purpose of these. I feel like there should be a thing that snaps it right there. up above, right? And then you can take this and you can literally just do this across all of these, which is too cool. That, I knew that was going to happen. No worries, we can just get right up here. We get right up here, everybody. Or not. My guy is a little bit wonky sometimes when you go off the side. He like really just goes flying if you're going really fast. He'll go flying across there. All right, and we're going to go ahead and grab this power line. We're going to run it here. Now, the fun part of doing this is the fact that you can just run it right down into the thing. And they made this, and I said, yay! And then they took it away, and I went, no! And then they added back, and I went, yay! So thank you for adding that back, Coffee Stain. I greatly appreciate it. Because that's where I like to stack mine. I feel like they should make it where it actually snaps to the top of there. Because I think it looks amazing. And it's very functional being on top of your splitter there. I really, really like it. And then this one to that. And this one over there. Oh, I think I got a text. Hold on one second. All right. All right. Had a rough day the other day, by the way. My wife called me. That's what she's buzzing me about right now. My wife called me and said, hey, you know, I got a flat tire. And I'm like, all right, cool. You got a flat tire. You know, she's safe. You know, I'm just up the street. She got AAA. So I said, okay, we're good. And then she tells me that the axle on our car broke off. It broke off on the wheel. So not only did it mess up the tire, it broke off the axle. And so I'm like, oh, God, I know how much that costs. That's like $500 to $1,000. Yeah, so it's like $1,000. So, yeah, car's broken. My car doesn't even work either. My car died on me last year, and my car's just been sitting out in the front for almost like a year now. And then now my wife's car died, and the axle broke off, which is, I'm glad she wasn't on the freeway at Max thing. So that's what she's calling me about right there. They're fixing it right now. Literally, there's another $1,000 down the drain. Man, vehicles, I tell you, man, vehicles are always costing you money all the time. It's a painful thing. All right. Well, this is my input line there. I need to move this back, actually. I need to move this over to here. Like that. And then this one should go to that one. And then this one should go across here. There we go. All right. We'll take that out. Because that's going to allow me to take this power line and add it to there. See, so you've got the first one, which has got that input line, and then you've got these two. This one comes across. This one's got these two, and then this one goes across to the next one, and so on. And this way, it'll work out in the end when it comes to running your power lines. And then this one goes across to here, because you can only have 4 per power line. Oof, that was a bad jump. Per power line. So that's pretty much my day today, everybody, is worrying about how I'm going to pay for that. Remember, I don't make a dime doing this. So, yeah, my wife and I are going to have to scrimp and save to pay that off. That'll be like another couple years before we pay that off as well. So that's pretty much how my day's going. So I feel like I'm just going to play some games. How about that? And just ignore the fact that I'm going to have to figure out that later on. All right, so we run that in there. These are all now powered up and ready to rock. And they should be working here in just a bit once we tie it into the rest of the power. But I feel like the rest of the power is just going to kick off because it's way too much. Let's go see. I don't know why I'm walking way over here. Okay, no, it's working right now. Okay, that's working. We're going to run that over there. Why are these not started up? I mean, they're green. Oh! Oh, man. Wow, I rushed that one, didn't I? I forgot a whole process back here, everybody. Wow, I guess I'm really distracted because of that car thing. I got to take all this back out. I forgot a huge step in the whole process, and that's the smelting down of the thing. See, all of this right here, this actually needs to be where the smelting is, and that's actually in my diagram. There it is right there, the smelters. See, I should have put the smelters in front of all of these splitters. Now, the drawback is, everybody, I just fed all of that in there, and I'm going to have to take all of that back out again, right? All of these should be right before that. I knew that. I knew that, and thank you for not saying anything, everybody. Let me make my own mistakes. Now, if I make it on purpose, I will tell you, but I totally was absent-minded there and did that by accident. But that's okay. If you make mistakes, here's the great thing about Satisfactory. You get all of these resources back, and so we can go ahead and still use some of this, especially this front part. Now, I strongly suggest that you go ahead and take these back out again because you're going to get these resources off of there. Now, you've also got this problem here, so we can take these back off again. Just pick them up, put them back in, turn them back around. We're going to put the one back in, and then we'll take all of these out. But a lot of your structure's still there, right? Now, you've still got your power. You still got all of this in there, but we definitely need to clean all this out because we done screwed up. We done messed up, got too ahead of myself. That's okay. Plenty of time, no rush. Sitting here thinking about my card, how I'm going to pay that off. But I got to have a car, right? My wife's got to have a car to go back and forth to work and whatnot, and then get my kids and all of that. So, got to do what you got to do in life, and there's always something, everybody. It's always something. For some reason, I can never get through a year without something terrible like that happening, right? It's like a medical problem. It's like a car problem. It's like everything. And I'm sure a lot of you can relate to always having some sort of unexpected cost that throws you into the hole, right? Which throws you into the red. All right. Get that going on over there. All right. There we go. So we fixed that back up again. I got... Uh-oh. I just saw that fed. Oh, see, that just fed some other stuff in there. Oh, there must have been some still in the conveyor. We're going to have to come back. We have to do that whole thing again. We have to do that all over again. All right, let's do it again. We got to, got to do what we got to do. We made a mistake. That's the cost of making a mistake. Put that in there, put that there. All right, there we go. Got to do it all again because we had to run that extra stuff that was still in the splitter. No worries. We'll get that fixed. All right, well, now we'll just take it all out and put it back in. No worries. We'll get it fixed up and running. But again, well, at least we have the splitters here at the end done. We have all the power poles done. Luckily, we put the power poles up on the top of that, which makes that easier. But just in case it has any ore in there, which is going to stop our production, very, very important to fix that. Otherwise, it will not start up, and you'll be like, why is it not starting up? And you'll have to redo all this anyway. But let's get it going. Never be afraid to make mistakes, by the way, in game or in life. Just got to do your thing. Say, I'm on it. Right, rocking and rolling. Like so. There we go. Into there, into there. And we got this going on. So I'll fix this up here, everybody, and now I'm going to take a look at chat here in just a moment. Now, we got Stream Raiders going on right now. If you want to join us, feel free to type !battle in the chat. That is something you guys can do if you ever want to join us for a battle. Just go !battle in the chat. There we go. Those are all looking nice, actually. They're looking pretty great. Let's go ahead and get our power line back in somehow. Oh, no, it's there. There it is, just hiding. Right there. So all of our power's looking good, except for we forgot our smelters. That is not good. We definitely want to put our smelters in line here. Because those are going to make all of our ingots, which we're going to need. Now, here's a great little trick for you, by the way, is to go ahead and use your lifter right over here, like this. That's going to kind of line you up. But some of these, by the way, in the case of smelters, don't allow you to just put them right up against there, right? It'll just like say, sorry, too bad, too sad. So here's what you do. You go ahead and make one that's just kind of offset. That's in the right spot. Say right there. Right there. And then that one should line up. We should see the green line. Oh, I'm out of... or no, I'm in the clearance here. There it is. That should line up off of that other first one that you just made. And then you take this out. Then you go ahead and just middle click that one. And then you can try to line it up like this and like that. And then you click it. Never trust that that's going to work, by the way. Everybody always put that back in. Very, very important to put these back in and see how it is. Oh, see, that's not going to work. That's not going to work. Too close. Too close. It's got to go back just a little bit. So we're going to go ahead and Get this one lined up off of that one. We'll line up that way. We're going to move it back, and there we go. Okay, that's actually lined up now off of that one. I was trying to line up, and it got pushed forward just a little bit there, even though I had the first one correct. Let's do that again. Oh, come on. What the deal? What the dealio? We do it this way? Oh, we do it this way. There we go. We got to start at the bottom and do it that way. We can't go back this way when it comes to the smelter. All right, now once you get one of them in there, you can probably guess that the rest of them are pretty easy. It's middle mouse click. And then you go make sure you got it going the right way. That is going the right way. All right. And then we're going to go ahead and line it up in both directions. We're going to get green arrow that way and then back a little bit. I'm going to try to green arrow this one off of this one. There's our green arrow, or green line, I mean. There we go. There's our green line. And then 2 green lines equals put it down. There we go. Not too hard to fix there. It's okay. You know, we have a little bit of problem there. Always come back and fix it. Wow. That is nice. All right, let's do it. And again, we got to go from the bottom up. Otherwise, it doesn't go. There we go. And bottom up. Some of these, by the way, you can put them really close. And you're fine. There we go. Up into there. Now, those are rocket and roll it. All right, that's looking good. Now, again, that does our diagram right over here. Justice. So it's going to come out there at 30 and then split there. But we've got to get our splitters now in between all of these and then our splitter in the back like we had before. And so we're going to do the same thing we did before, and that is we're going to lift this up and make all this work perfectly. So we're going to go ahead and lift these up like this. Easy peasy. I can't believe I forgot my smelters, but then again, sometimes I rush. Whenever you rush, that's when it usually comes back to bite you in the booty. So we got to make sure that we're not rushing too much. All right, now we got to need to go here, and then we'll not count that first one. We're going to say 1, 2, which is going to be basically where that's going to end up, right? But then we don't really want it there. We want it over here. So we're going to use that as lining this up kind of in the center here. It doesn't really matter, but we're going to go ahead and put it like that, put it like this, put that like that. There we go. Take this out. And then over on this side, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to go ahead and grab that from there, middle mouse button. Try to line it up to the middle here. We've already got the green line, which is telling us we're already in place. We don't care about the first two, only the top one. And then we're going to go ahead and feed this into here. Like that. All right, and then this into there. And that into there. All right, so we want to cut 60 in half. Into 30 and 30. Actually, that makes it a little bit easier now that I think about it. To do what we're doing back here. Let's take all this out. To do what we're doing back here. It just dawned on me I don't need to combine it. I can actually just keep it separate and run it in here because it needs to split already into 60 and 60. So we split it early on, right? We have it coming out 20. We just split it straight out. Straight out of there. As we bring it up 120, we split it into 60, 60, and then we run it to the appropriate places. So we don't really need to do that anyway. So here's the thing. I made a mistake that actually made my base bigger, or made my base better than it had I done it the other way, right? So I actually just, by making a mistake, it actually just helped me. And I find that is actually true for a lot of stuff that you do, right? A lot of stuff that you do, you're like, oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I wasn't really paying attention. I should have realized that I could have very easily just ran the 60s as is, without having to worry about remerging it again, because I can literally run this 60 into there, because that's all I'm going to do at the end anyway. And then I can take this one over here and run it across here, but I want to run it this way, so we'll go ahead and run it across this way. We're going to come back, obviously, and upgrade that to a 120 eventually down the road. But right now, we're just trying to get our 60s going on. We're definitely not going to have enough plates for that. I can tell you that right now. Yeah, it's not going to make it. Oh, it did make it. Oh my gosh, that was literally my last plate right there. All right, now we're doing it properly there. Now it's looking sexy. All right. There went $1,000, everybody, of money that I don't have. I had to fix the things on the front of my wife's car broke. Now, I'm not the type of streamer that comes in and says, hey, everybody, could you help me with my rent? Could you help me with fixing my car and all that stuff? I don't do that. I only do stream-related stuff, so don't feel bad. Don't feel obligated or anything like that to donate. That's just life stuff, right? That's just life stuff. Me and my wife always get by. It's just like less eating out, less watching movies, and more trying to pay that down over the next few years as it goes, right? And that's how it goes in life, right? You're going to have a lot of ups and downs to life. And I don't really worry about the fancy things anymore, fancy cars and fancy stuff. I do mostly just stuff for my kids at this point. My kids need books, or they need to rent a violin or a cello or whatever it is that they need for school. Those are always my highest priorities, or if they need school supplies, things like that. Those should always be your highest priorities, is your family stuff. And so, yet again, I think for the last 5 years, this car has constantly had that problem. I actually am not driving my car because my car died and couldn't afford to fix that. And I said, okay, well, it's an old car anyway. I'm not going to drive it that much. It's like 25 years old, and it just sits out there. And I'm getting to the point now where I'm actually kind of thinking that I might want to get rid of it because it just sits out there. It does nothing. So I'm going to probably have to figure out what to do with all of that. I'm probably going to have to get a new car, a new used car, eventually for the wife, and get rid of all these cars that just keep breaking down all the time. I don't know. We'll figure it out in the long run, but for right now, we want to get our factory fired up and ready to rock. Let's do it. Come on, baby. Run that iron ore. What am I doing iron ore for? I don't want to do iron ore. I want to do copper ore. Wrong one. All right, let's do it. Copper ore. There we go. At least it's smart enough to know that that's not iron. There we go. Copper ore. And copper ore. Now, this is going to trip our power for sure. Right? This is a lot of power being fed into here. All right, so we got this going that way. And I feel like we probably need a little bit of redundant power. I don't know. This is the way I like to do it. We'll go ahead and try to feed that into one of these. Let's say this one. And there it goes. All right, we got it working, everybody. So we split that 120 into 6060. We ran that into the two inputs on both sides. It's now running just absolutely tons of wire. We're going to have wire coming out of our ears over here big time. These over here don't have any power, so we've got to chain this power back to one of these back here. So we've got to figure out that. Now, I could just actually go over here and just chain this across like that. And since these are all chained together, all these ones in the front are going to start up. There we go. And let's see how our power is doing. Ooh-ah. Ooh, that's way up there. Actually, we're not doing too bad. We're peaking out at 90 right now. Oh, that actually is a pretty well-balanced power structure right there, but we got more to add. So we got more to add to the end. Now, look at all these going. We got 8 of them going. We got the maximum going on of this particular node, and it's looking pretty sweet. We got it figured out. We had a little bit of issues there. We went back, we fixed it, and now it is awesome. Awesome. Let me catch up a bit here in the chat. Oh, the wonderful Nooski in the chat. What's up, Nooski? Toy Man's Bride coming in and saying, what's up, my peeps? What's up? Thanks for coming in. Thanks for throwing that lurker love. Appreciate that. There we go. Let's see. I got sell your car. I did. Yeah, I've had it for 25 years. When I was young, I had a big ego, just like everybody else does. And you say, oh, well, I have all the fancy things. I'm going to have a fancy car and fancy thing. I actually bought that car from the factory with my name on it. It is custom made for me. It came with my name on it. It was made especially for me. But after about 2 or 3 years, it's just a car. And I've had it for 25 years. It's just a car. It's just a piece of metal. It just gets you from A to B after a while, right? And I find that a funny irony. When you're young, you think, oh, man, I gotta show everybody. I got to flex on everybody and show how important I am by my fancy suits and my fancy car. And then after a while, you go, yeah, that's nice. You don't care. You don't care about anybody's fancy car. You don't care about their fancy stuff. And nobody cares about your fancy car and your fancy stuff. Especially you keep putting it in their face all the time. That's really obnoxious. People don't want you to, say, oh, look at me. I got all this stuff. Look at me. I'm special. I'm better than everybody else. The second you say you're better than everybody else, you become less than everybody else. I find in life, those type of people are the worst The peeps who are always throwing in your face. You're like, well, Kismet, you're flexing here in the chat. I'm not trying to flex. I have no ego. I don't care if you think I'm wealthy, because I'm obviously not. I'm obviously very not wealthy. I'm very unwealthy right now. I've had lots of money. I've made more money than some people make in a lifetime. I've said that many times. But, doctors being sick and all that money went out the window. And there's another $1,000 out the window. How I'm not going to pay it. That's going to be on the credit card. That's going to be on the credit card. I'm going to figure out how to pay that off later on. But me and the wife will work on it. Well, you're just like, okay, well, we got to, crimp and save and do as, everybody does in life. Everybody, goes through those things. It's not an unfamiliar thing to most people, I'm sure. Now, we're going to put some mergers there, but I'm not going to add them yet because we got to look at our diagram again. If I was paying more attention to my diagram today, we would have not screwed up. But then again, we did figure out how to just ignore the recombine of that. So we just split it right at the very beginning and then ran it, and we're good. Now, this is a program called Illustrator. And now what we're going to do is we're going to use these two, and we're going to combine those together into 120, or actually we'll leave them 260s, and then we'll combine them 120 at the end. Probably a better idea. And then over here, we're going to do the same thing, except for this is going to recombine as a 60, so that we could run that down there. But we need two constructors off that end. So we're going to go ahead and build that right here. Right? So we're going to go ahead and recombine these together. So again, when we look at it, we say, okay, we got two here and two there that are going to recombine into that. And we'll look at our diagram here, how we got going right here. Right? We got 4 there, and we got those 2 there, and we got these 2. Wait a minute, hold on. That's 8. Yeah, we got 2 and 2. Hold on. There's something wrong with this. This is going to combine to that. That's right. No, that's right. That's right. I just haven't put my lines in yet. Let's put my lines in, and that's going to make it much easier. This goes into here. That goes into there. Now, this is recombining into 30 right there, which is what we wanted to do. This over here is the same thing. This is 30 and 30, which is going to be 60. Like this. Now, you can also put this all in line where they're just all merging in a long line. That works as well. But what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to avoid using my 120s right now, because eventually this is going to be the thing that makes my plates, which allows me to do 120. But early game, it's a little bit harder because then you're making plates all the time. You're constantly doing that as well. Oh my God, you have an actual chart on what's going on with your designs? That's very impressive. Yeah, I built that from scratch. I built that from scratch, by the way. I am a graphic designer. I've been a graphic designer for 30 years. You think that's impressive? Watch this. We got tons of designs in there. We did this last playthrough. Look at this. We got wire. We got plates. We got rods. We got screws. We got... This is the mega stream. This is a whole nother level than other people's stream right up here. Right? We got how we do our wires and our cables. We got how I do our constructors for our limestone there. Wires, cables there. Wires, cables. Over here, we even have our water extractors. And how we merge that, and we underclock these, by the way. We run all of these resources in here to the coal generators, and how we utilize each for 3 water generators. You can do 6 coal generators, and of course we got to run our coal as well. So yeah, we're hardcore up in here. Now I also have all the numbers too. So if you're logical side, use your logic side of your brain, you can have to use the numbers. If you want to use your visual side or creative side, I use both. I try to use both of mine because they all have benefits and pluses and minuses to each way of doing it. So we're going to go ahead and do that, combine that together. That's 30 and 30 into 60. Now, I have played the game all the way through, by the way, multiple times. I do know a little bit what I'm doing, but I do screw up from time to time. It's okay if you make a mistake. Sometimes I do it on purpose, and sometimes I'll just go, whoops. That means I didn't do it on purpose. All right, and let's go ahead and do this one over here. And I like to have a little bit offset forward. The reason why I like that is so when I'm running by, I can just look and see if something's screwed up, right? If something's screwed up, then we get it going. Okay, that's cable there. And this is cable here. And I love bringing the power forward from elsewhere. And I'm going to bring it from over there. Man, I can't wait to get my better items there. my better power poles. Let's go ahead and go over here. And we'll go ahead and press number 1. Or actually, we're going to do number 2. Let's see. This is coming to this central junction. Let's go ahead and take this out temporarily. And we'll take this one and we'll make a sub one. Don't be shy with these power poles, by the way, everybody. Now, utilize these power poles. Use as many as you want in the very beginning. You can come back and optimize it later. But I love to put them on top of these splitters or on top of these things. I feel like they should actually snap there. I feel like they should snap on top of those. Because that's your obvious places you want to do it. But I don't like anything that clips through something else. Typically, if it's like this, that's okay. But I like to have it usually centered or up on the top of something. Because it creates a very vertical. Now, normal, I could make this go, by the way, go up and then come back down and make all these come out. When it's coming out, I don't really do that. If it's going out right into something else, I just leave it ground level. It's fine. But if it's behind it where I need to work or run stuff, then you can see I like to lift stuff up and keep it nice and so you can run through there, right? It almost creates like a little area, like a hallway you can run down. There we go. Wife works at home, and now, so we sold our car. Didn't want to have multiple bills when my wife doesn't drive as much. Yeah, see, I'm paying insurance on that car, too. It's more of a nostalgic thing. I keep it because it is a convertible. I put the top down. Me and kids drive around a little bit. But we got to have my wife's car. Absolutely, for sure. Absolutely got to have her car so she can drive the kids around to school and all of that stuff. Reminds me of building in Fallout 4. Yes, very much reminds me of the Wastelanders... the construction kit over there, where I've done big mega builds as well in there as well. Is there any particular reason you're not using tier 2 power poles? Because I haven't unlocked them yet. I'm at the very beginning of the game. There you go. Wow, you're very invested in this. Cool. Yes, I do love this game. It is very, very awesome. I do love because there's a hidden subtext when you're playing Satisfactory, and that hidden subtext is not only making it work, which anybody really can after you understand the mechanics, but making it look beautiful. Making it look beautiful and function and be very, very efficient is a part of playing the game, right? And if you're just running lines everywhere, we call that spaghetti. And so, I like spaghetti. What can I say? Hey, what can I say? You know what I'm talking about, right? In the beginning, I run spaghetti everywhere. But even I can't handle it. Even I don't like it to be spaghetti. I like it to be running in and looking nice and lifting up and doing all of that, merging and doing all of that. I really like that. I like how it's really mixed together nicely. That's what I do. I go ahead and make sure that it's all feeding in properly. And that's what I like to do too. So what's one of the hidden things of the game? Is to make it beautiful later on. Now, you don't have to do it in the beginning. In the beginning, you're just running stuff, right? And I'll clean all this up later when I have faster lines, and I can actually run it as a single line eventually, right? I can run everything as a single line and do a mega sorter like I did last time. Now, I've built gigantic mega bases, by the way, everybody. I've played all the way through the game multiple times. Really, really fun stuff to do. I'll fill this in, speaking of fixing stuff. Fill that in right there. Now, how did that get out of there? That's because when I was doing this and taking something out, I must have hit that by accident. Because I did remember putting that in. All right, so this is making wire over here. Now, when this is coming out of wire here, this is going to be coming out at 30, so we're going to remerge that again. And we're going to have our basics done. Now, again, this is the very beginning of the game. So I haven't unlocked all that other stuff, and don't worry, we'll unlock that later. I'm never in a hurry. This game and another game called Astroneer is a very not in a hurry game, right? This is why we take our time playing these games, so we get the max amount of fun. If you're making a mistake or something goes wrong, don't worry about it. Just keep doing your thing. Like right now, I need some plates, but I could run up there and get some plates, but I'm just going to run over here and see if I can make a few. Get that going on. Right over here. I have a whole thing making a bunch of plates. Oh, we're out, everybody. We're out. We have to go make a little run over here. And what we're trying to do now at the beginning of the game is trying to double up and triple up and maximize the use of our actual nodes. Now, all of these nodes are pure nodes because we are going in and we are actually starting in a more advanced way, but we're also, that's working very efficiently right now, by the way, everybody. That's very nice. Let's go up there and grab some plates. So while I'm running up here, let's go ahead and do a little side game we play called Stream Raiders. We're going to do a battle, everybody. Let's go. We got a bunch of battles to do because if there's a big event going on right now, I strongly recommend come and join us. That would explain it. I really need to restart my game, but we'll do that next week. Well, there you go. I love to restart games. I always learn something new every single time. Every single time. All right, let's go up here and grab... Oh, look at that. Setting it off, everybody. Setting it off with those plates. We don't have to make plates. Let's check the screws. Whoa! We got our screws fired up now. Nice. We don't have to make no screws. We're good. We are looking good. We get these... Oh, you can't see it. You can't see it. It just dawned on me. You can't see it. There's a ton of plates and a ton of screws in that box. I just went and grabbed out of. You can't see it because we're doing this. Sometimes I forget. I see how quickly I forgot? That's called sleep apnea right there. I literally forgot in about 10 seconds. It happens. I ran up there and got some plates and got some screws, and I'm running back down right now so I can make my belts and stuff. So I can make my conveyor belts. How we doing? How we doing? Oh, we got to get that final chest. Get you guys some gold. Gold in them there hills. All right, there we go. Open Captain's chest, slide you guys some love. Right over here, grant you some rewards. Hey, Atheros, look at that. So you come in, you say nice things in my chat, and bam, you get some rewards. That's how it goes, bro. That's called karma. Circles back, gives you some love. Right there, look at that. You got 2 monk scrolls. Congrats on that. Rotisserie G coming in. Overall MVP. Look at that. Oh, it's a mystery boss. I don't even know what this is. We're going to find out. Let's go get it going on. Now's a good time to fire up those epics, everybody. Fire up those epics. Fire the legend. This is going to recall for the Wasteland Tycoon. I can tell you that right now. I know I'm going to have to go in there and take a beating on all these archers. That's for sure. But then again, I am max level. And I do have 80% reduction right there. So bring in that support. Show that love. Going to rock the Wasteland Tycoon right there. Now, you can't support the stream by going out and buying those skins. It does help a lot. Know that every penny just goes right back in the stream. I don't make a dime doing this. But then again, that's what I love to do. I love to create little moments of joy through giveaways and other fun things like that. I do love doing that. And I do love me some stream raiders too. Let's see how much I got now. 16,500 gold in there as well. I might have to burn that up. Now, by the way, while you were watching that, I was building a little bit of this. I ran up there. I got a bunch of plates out of my stuff up there. We've got a bunch of wire and a bunch of screws that we grabbed from up above. We'll take a look at that again here in just a second. And I've kind of built a bit of a structure here where I'm running these plates up. But notice I'm not going to be using the 120s right now. We'll come back and we'll fix all this up later on. This way I don't have to make as many plates. And we're going to make that a little bit higher. And then we're going to go ahead, again, use our just minimum speed. Put that up a little bit higher there. This one's going to come across here. Because this is coming out at 60 from here and here. How do we know that? How do we know it's 60? Because we go in here and we look at the output. 30 per minute. 30, 30. This is 60 coming out of there. And this, we don't have enough plates to run those 120s. If we want to run this as a 120 all the way over there, no. That's going to cost you a lot of time of making them solo. Or you can do some offline production, which we are going to do here in a bit. And I'll show you a bit on how I do that. Now, I have not even unlocked the assemblers yet. And the reason why is I don't need them yet. Now, right over here, as you can see, we're bottom feeding a lot of all of this stuff. We do need to add back in one of our lifters here. Way up there. And let's see which direction we're going. We're going this way. Like that. We need to get our rods in there. Yeah, for some reason, this is going the wrong way. Yeah, that's going the wrong way. Every time I add that, it's going the wrong way. And even though we went up and we took this out and re-added it back up there again, there's something definitely wrong with that up there. We're going to have to go fix that up. Fix that up. Unless it didn't save, which I think it did. I remember we fixed it yesterday. But we'll go back and we'll double check it again. Support for the win. Exactly. Look at that hype. Look at that love in the chat. Yeah, so again, in the very beginning of the game, I'm a lot more mellow. I'm not in such a hurry and whatnot. And I will actually probably tear all this down in the long run, or at least, you know, take it down and upgrade it, take it down and upgrade it over the long run, which I typically do anyway. just to kind of maximize all of this. All right, let's go back over here. We got our poles. Now, our poles are, for some reason, even though it says it's going in the right direction, we're going to go ahead and take this out. And for some reason, this is doing it. So I'm going to actually take this pole out and redo the actual pole. And that's an MK1. There is an input there. And so it should automatically know the direction of those inputs based on how I put my poles down and my stuff down. Now, even if I go this way, by the way, everybody, even if I go this way, it should automatically know, and you can see it's angling that way, that it's going that way. But I'm just going to make sure by going like this, running it in there, we know for sure it's going like that. And then we're going to go ahead and put this onto here, like this. And that's saying input now, right? And I don't know why it's causing it not to work from up here or down there, but I'm just going to do it from up here just to make doubly sure. We're just going to eyeball that, that it is working. And then we're going to take this from way up here. Look at that. Isn't that cool how you can do it from way up here? There we go. Now we got that fixed. So it might have been something to do with our pole there. Now remember, this is an early access game. So if things aren't working right, just take all of it out, rebuild it again, and usually that will fix it. There goes our poles. All right. Well, hopefully we don't need a lot of rods right now because our rod production obviously stopped. But now that we got our rod production back up and going again, you watch what happened. Boo, it's going to start spiking again. Gonna start spiking. We're going to have to definitely think about some better power than this, and we'll get into that. What we're doing right now is we're laying the future of a ton of upgrades that we're going to be doing to get into the next tier. And when I get into that next tier, we're going to even be able to make even more and more and more. And we'll get into that. So look at this. This is a thing of beauty over here. This is working wonderfully now. We got that whole diagram done, ready to rock, ready to blaze it over here. We've got these going this way. But you know what? We don't need these over here anymore because we're not running it out that way anymore. So we're going to go ahead and take this out. Hopefully we don't grab anything we don't want to grab. There we go. Using the control key, by the way, to take that out. And I don't like excess stuff, so I take out any excess, even extra poles and whatnot. And I'm going to definitely use this, but we're going to run it from this way now. Right over here. And so we're going to go ahead and actually we can just go ahead and probably put it right back here for now. We'll deal with the rest of that later. Stack that up a bit. And then we're going to see how far we can get. Now these go every 6 tiles, so it's going to be pretty tough to get all of these to go over here, but we're going to try as best we can. Let's do it. I'm going to raise it up just a little bit so I can lift it up over the current conveyors. All right, let's just hope we can get that top one in. Oh, there it went. I knew that was coming. The second I got my poles back online, I knew it was going to trip my power. And that's a thing that always going to be happening in the game, by the way. Let's get up here. Check that power. Oh, yeah. Boom. I knew it was going to trip it eventually. But that's okay. We'll finish our lines here and we'll get it going. Now, one of the things that we want to do is we want to go, okay, we're producing 120 wire now, right? Now, wire is this left one, and then this one here is our, well, this is wire, and that's cable. And the cable is coming out at 60, so the cable's our easiest one, right? So we can actually go in and say, you know what? All right, we'll just run the cable right into there. And by the way, even if it has no power, it'll still continue to run down the line and up the lifter too. Watch this. Here comes the wire. This is what's so great about conveyors is they use no power. My power's off right now. You can see all the little red over there. But it's still going to go there. It's still going to grab the rest of that concrete and run that up. But there goes our wire production, ready to rock. Now this right here needs to be upgraded to 120 because this is going to definitely need a faster thing. Now to do that at 120, yet again, wherever we're building, we want to go ahead and make sure we put down a nice crafting bench. And then over here, we can make 37 iron plates now. So that's pretty nice because now we've made enough kind of backlog of resources where we can make a bunch of reinforced iron plates. Now, obviously, I don't want to sit here and do this myself all the time, but reducing your overall power and just letting it take longer is a better strategy in the very beginning than to build up a big giant factory and then constantly have to be adding more power, going in and collecting more biofuel and all of that stuff. That does take a while. By the way, I'm only using the biofuel that I've used since the very beginning of the game. So the very beginning, I cut down a massive amount of biofuel. I processed that biofuel, and I put it in there, and I haven't had to go back and get it yet. which is pretty sweet, by the way. Pretty sweet. All right, so let's go ahead and take this one out. We're going to turn this into a 120. Now, everywhere we change this, by the way, this all has to change to 120 along the way. So the one thing that definitely has to be 120 is our lifter. So let's take this out for right now. And we need to bring our lifter back down. But then again, we got to bring our 120 down. There we go. And look, we can see it says input there. Oh, look at that. Not enough. Not enough. We need 34. We have 24. Good to take a look at what you need. And so more iron plates. Now, I actually can make them faster than the actual manufacturer. But the thing about the manufacturing is you can let it sit and run while you're AFK. Moon Horizon looks cool. I think so too, Cow's Fly. I think it's pretty epic. Pretty epic big time. Getting it going on up and out. All right, let's do about 40 of them. Give it another go. Bear lift 2. Oh, no. Maybe it's because I'm hitting the wrong pole. Maybe that's what it is. Look at that. That's going in the wrong direction now. Maybe because I think I was hitting the wrong stacker pole. Maybe that's what the other problem was. I was hitting the wrong. I was hitting the one down instead of the one at the top. Because that just happened again right there. And then once I hit the one on the top, it's now going the right direction. So we learned a little something there, maybe. We'll see. All right, just going to go in there. MK2. Now, right here, going into here, we need to kind of do a little bit of merging. So what we can do is we can merge it a little bit further back, right? Before we run it across into there. Or we can merge it up here in the front. I would actually prefer to merge it more up here because that's less of a belt that I need to do, right? So I can go ahead and say, okay, let's just do a little bit of merging right here. You can really do some really crazy stuff. I can put that right there, but it's going to clip, and I don't like it to clip. So I'm going to go ahead and put it just a little bit back like that, right? And so that's going to start running those in there, but it's going to be faster on this side, faster when it goes up. Notice, by the way, the spacing. See the spacing? That tells you it's speeding up, right? See the spacing really close together, spacing apart. That means that belt, just visually, you can tell that it's sped up. And let's go ahead and again upgrade this one. Oh, not enough plates. Oh, so sad. It's okay, everybody. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Let's keep going. Let's get this going like this. More plates. There we go. Very nice. And we're going to go ahead and bring our 60 from way over here. And we're going to merge it into this one. Oh, we're out of plates now. It's always something, everybody. It's this or that. It's the other thing. Let's go ahead and run back up, which you missed this earlier, where I ran up there where you guys were doing some Stream Raiders. Let's go up here, and I'll show you my little base up on top. And we're going to have to get our power back up and running here while we're up here as well. Okay, and here we are up at our hub. If you missed this earlier on, as you can see, I've got a bunch of stuff going there. And I've got a little bit of biofuel in here. I'm going to grab that out of there. And I'm going to go ahead and just feed this because whenever my power goes off, I usually take the time to feed all of this just in case to see where I'm at when it comes to my fuel. Oh, look at that. I am out of fuel, everybody. I am out of fuel there. That is a bummer. Well, what we need to do then is we need to grab this thing over here, our chainsaw. We need to get that out. We need to go collect some more biofuel. Let's take a moment for that. What do we want to do? We want to grab this back to us so we can use it for our chainsaw. Now we're going to grab some plates while we're here because there's probably a bit of a backlog. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. And then over here we got some screws, which is also beautiful. Now we're going to have to go collect some power. And you're like, well, Kismet, why aren't you using this, that, and the other thing? Well, because I haven't got to that yet. It's okay. Not in a rush. Not in a hurry. The game doesn't have a time limit. You can sit and play it at your own leisure, at your own speed, and be just fine. So I've got my upper level. That's level 3. This is level 2. And this is going down to level 1. And then, of course, I have the ground level down below that. Right here. Now, look at this. This is a pure iron node that I can access from the upper level. Right from the very beginning. Look, there's an iron node there. Over that way. There is a pure copper node up on high there. pure limestone node. And then over here, 3 more pure iron nodes. Now, this is when you start the third one over, by the way, the more advanced area where it's really crammed in. You don't have that horizontal space. You have to build more vertically like this. As the first time I played this starting zone, and oh my God, it's sweet. It's really sweet because you got these 120s right at the very beginning that you can just split and split and split and make tons and tons of resources. Now, you can see there's no trees down there. And that's because I spent a good amount of time at the very beginning. This lasts us all the way to here. I think we're about 10 hours in. How many hours are we in right now? We're about 12 hours in. 12 hours in on this playthrough. And we have not had to collect any more. But whenever I go to collect, I collect a lot. And your chainsaw is really awesome because it AoE collects stuff. So we're going to run over here. We're going to find a nice area with a bunch of stuff around. You want to be in the middle, by the way. Not get this one, but get this one. Boom, and it got that one too. It AoE the air. They finally fixed these, by the way. You can take these out. I was getting stuck on those things all the time. So you want to just go... You don't want to onesie, twosie these. You want to get where you have a nice big area where you can just go ahead and just like, boom, get a nice AoE going. Boom. Get all of that. This up here I probably wouldn't do, but yeah, we'll do a little bit of it. These are all leaves, right? What you really want is the wood. The wood is going to give you a lot more resources overall. Now, some trees you cannot cut down, by the way. Do you want to watch out for those? Oh, but some you can, like that. And so I go mainly for the trees at this point. And I try to get a nice cluster of them like this. I knew he'd get me at some point. But Kismet wins again. Kismet for a win. Double guys there. You got to watch out. Sometimes you're running up. And because there's a little glowy guy up there, those guys were guarding those little glowy guys. Now, this, by the way, they build a really awesome world, by the way. Look at this. It's like a little climber thing here, right? You go, okay, well, hold on. It's like a little jumper puzzle. And you're like, okay, I got to go here. And then I got to jump up to there. And then I got to jump up to here. And then watch out for baddies up here. And then I get Mr. Slimy Guy. Mr. Green Power Slug. Got to hold the button down, by the way. I always forget and start to let it go. There we go. So there we go. Now, also, we got some stuff we can use in our research. Oh, there we go. And right here, look at this. We're going to get all this. Oh, wait. No, I can't. I mean, see, when you're not getting more stuff, that means you're full. Now, me, I would not run back. I would go ahead and just throw away this raw ore for sure. I would just throw that away. That's going to save you the time. When it doesn't AoE, that's a dead sign that your inventory is full. Let's try it again. Oh, see, there you go. That's what you want. That's what you want. That nice AoE gets everything in one shot. Reminds me very much of Ark, by the way. In that way, right? When you got your animals and you're running and you're bumping up against it, it's AoEing everything. Reminds me very much of that. That's nice. There we go. Oh, we got some of that stuff we were looking for last time. Now, by the way, did you notice that it didn't get rid of this plant? This plant right here is paleberry. And it says not enough space for paleberries. Now, what I can do is go in here and just get rid of some of these resources if I want. Like, I got just one plate there. I would get rid of that. And then that allows me to grab some paleberries. Whatnot while I'm out. And then again, watch for that lack of AoE. That's going to mess you up later on. I feel like these things right here are the Marsilia stuff, right? Yeah, maybe we got so much of it we don't know. We don't have that much of it. All right, what else? Limestone. That's a good one. We can throw that one away. Oh, there we go. Now we're getting that AoE in there. There we go. Yeah, it looks like the trees. There we go. All right, maybe a little bit more we can squeeze in here. Let's give it a go. There we go. Nice, nice. How we looking? How we looking? 295. How's our wood looking? 100, 100, 100, and 100. All right, that's probably good enough for now. Let's go ahead and run back. Look at our base filling in there. Our base is filling in there nicely. And we'll go ahead and run back and get this going. And you're like, well, Kismet, how are you going to make that when you got no power? Whoop. Whoop. Little Kismet parkour there. Good morning, nerd. How you doing? For coming in, hanging out on the stream. Appreciate it. Have you ever used a chainsaw? Have you ever used a chainsaw? Have you ever built a snowman? I have used a real-life chainsaw before, many times. Chainsaw, hacksaw, tons of tools. I do not use table saws. There's too many people who lost too many digits using table saws. I do not use table saws. But I do use all sorts of different tools to do it. And I have used a chainsaw many times because, you know, you have a tree that's cut down. Like we have a big giant tree that used to be right here, actually on my second floor as well. It was so huge. It was a massive maple, only to find out that the actual middle of the maple, which the middle of it alone probably weighs 3,000-4,000 pounds. 1,000 pounds, by the way. That's how thick it was. It's huge. And the middle of it was all rotted out. So at some point, some storm was going to drop that on my house. So I had to cut down. The guy cut it down. It dropped on my backyard, which made big indentations in my backyard. But it literally shook everybody's house for like, you know, the whole entire area when it dropped because it was huge. And you cut down different parts of it, and this little parts of it, which, you know, you wouldn't think that big, right? You know, it's really round. I can't even show it on the stream. It was so round. But just the little parts of it that were cut, say, this wide, but they're really round, was 800 pounds. And so there's no way you could lift it, but you could roll it. And that's what I did. Rolled it out to the end, and then cut it up into pieces, and then rolled it out there where people come and pick it up. Because, you know, they want to turn that into nice campfire wood and whatnot. And then sell it on the edge of their house and whatnot. I was like, that's fine. You take it, Meryl. You take it. Just get it out of my yard. And so, yeah, I've used chainsaw to do that. I've used chainsaw to do a lot of stuff back in the day. Other trees had to be trimmed and whatnot. Just be very careful. Wear, you know, glasses. Make sure you got your safety glasses on. Wearing some gloves just in case something nicks your hand, right? Because this can be damaged just by using your nail. You could cut yourself pretty deeply just using your nail. Don't do that. Don't do that. So look how frail you are as a being, right? You just got this little, you know, this little bit of protection, which isn't really that. It's not like armor, right? It's just this little bit of protection that can be easily damaged, right? You are a very easily damaged being. So watch out for that. There we go. All right. So there we go. We're running 60 into 60. Now we're going 120 there. Let's get back to work over here. On this, and then we got 120 there, 120 there. Very nice. Now all this is upgraded. Now we're going to see it go much faster, and then once these start to merge together, we'll see this start to should be side by side. Here we go. Meaning that there shouldn't be a gap. Right now there's a gap. When you see a gap, there's something wrong. Right? But you're in a second here, when this one catches up, you can see it coming down the line. When this one catches up, this should not have a gap anymore. And let's watch it happen. You always want to look for these visual clues that are telling you whether something's working or not. There it goes. Look, no gap. Right? That's telling you that you're feeding it at maximum speed and that it's going at maximum speed as well. There we go. Let's see. I've noticed that there are times that the trees spawn back. Yes, they do sometimes spawn back. I usually don't get to the point where they spawn back. By the way, look, I clear cut that entire area. Well, we got to go down there and we'll get to our modular frames. We got to go down there and get that recipe. But I don't see them respawn typically in my playthroughs because I typically start over and whatnot. But it's very, very fun. All right, so we've got our stuff. And you're like, well, Kismet, you don't have enough power, bro. You got too much stuff going on down here. But we've got the smarts, don't we? We got the smarts up here that we're going to use here in just a moment. Now, one of the things that I like to do is I like to have my factory power separate from all my other power, including my transport power and all of that stuff. And up here, so you see we've got this up here, and this is very autonomous from the rest of the power. And you're like, well, wait a minute, Kismet, it's connected here. But if I disconnect it there, the whole rest of my stuff is off. But now I have power to just run the stuff that I want to run, right? If I go over here, okay, awesome. I need to put my fuel back in there. There we go. And now you're going to see that when this starts up, the power that it's using is much lower. Now, I would love to have the ability to have a separate one here, and I could just turn the switch on and off, which would turn the rest of it off, right? That's what I want, on-off switch. I actually saw a really cool mod on one of those dev streams from Coffee Stain where they had a board. They had a board where you could press certain buttons and it would turn off different parts of your factory on and off. And I was like, oh, now that is dope, bro. That is awesome. I'm totally going to use that mod eventually. Hopefully just add it to the game. That's even better. But I would love an on and off switch, which could turn all my production down there off without having to remove the line. And I got to come back, put the line back in. But that's why I have that line, that one line that goes to the rest of the factory. So now I can use that power to make more power. And that's what I'm going to do right over here. Now, this first one right here is going to be wood, and so we're going to put our wood directly in there, like that. Now, we do have some extra wood that we can use. We got tons of concrete over here as well, so we can go ahead and fill this in. Let's just go ahead and fill this out nicely. I love how precise you can be when you're putting your foundations in. So let's go ahead and now that we have a good amount of extra, we'll go ahead and put this right over here. And again, I don't build it until I need to. Just like in 7 Days to Die, I don't make another box until I need to. I feel like it's unnecessary to build gigantic stuff, typically, unless you're going toward an end goal where you're like, okay, I know exactly how I want my whole entire thing to be. That's awesome, but I know this is all going to get revamped. I do it every single time, revamp it. All right, so this needs some power from over here. Now, it's got no power right now because I simply have it off now. And I can go ahead and just turn it on. Watch how much less power it's going to use. See? It's using just that barely amount of power because the only thing it's using for power right now is this back here. And then that's going to feed through there. And then when this kicks in up here, which is going to process it into biomass and then put it into there. Right? And these right here are both doing biomass. But this one on this other side over here is going to be doing leaves. So we're going to go and put leaves in there like that. And that's going to do that. And these are flower petals. And that one's going to process leaves in from here into there. This one then is going to fire up, take those leaves, put them into biomass. The biomass is going to be merged into here. That biomass is going to be turned into our solid biofuel. And that solid biofuel is going to come out and it's going to end up into this box. Now we need to let that run for a little while so we have enough biofuel to add another thing of power because we definitely need to fire up another one of these. Now, right now, we don't need this much power. We are really wasting a lot of power right now. It only needs about 8.2. So the thing to do is to come over here and just flip these up. Not like flip them off, but you know what I mean. Flip them, turn them off, right? And look at that. Now our power's way down. We're not burning all that biofuel that we're trying to make. Now over here, this is doing 20. So I could actually turn this one off too and just have the one running. And now it's running all of my biofuel over there for the minimum amount over here that I can even do, right? That's the smallest amount I can run is 20. And I'm running 10. So it's always good to have a separate production that you can, oh God, I'm out of power. Hold on, I gotta make a little bit of biofuel. And I did that on purpose. I let that run out on purpose and I knew it was gonna trip it so we could do this. So you can see this is my offline production. Offline production is where I'm not feeding it directly in there. Now they do have a cool mod that we talked about yesterday that you can do farming and then run the farming into there and then it makes you biofuel, which is really cool. That's not part of the base game, so I'm not going to be doing it here in the stream, but at least for now. And I'm going to go ahead and show you how to do it even if you don't have all those mods and all that stuff. You can do it very easily. Just have these kind of in line, run them into there. It'll make you a good amount of biofuel. It'll take a little bit for it to get that fired up, but we'll get that going. And we're just going to use the bare minimum, right? Use the bare minimum power here, so it's using the bare minimum amount of biofuel to make more biofuel. And we're going to let that run. So that's my offline production there. Now over here is some more offline production. We've got our awesome sink over here where we can go ahead and take our plates. We could take our rods. We could take our screws and we could run them in there. But we don't want to do that right now. We want to utilize all this stuff for right now. We're very close to our 10th ticket, which is what I'm trying to work toward. We'll get that going here in a bit. But we also have another offline production over here where we can feed that in, run it over here, and then run it to something else, right? So I can go ahead and run it over here. Now, what do I need to make that I don't already have production? Right? What do I need to make that I don't already have production? Let's see. got iron plates, I got iron rods, I've got screws, I've got wires going, I've got cables going right now. I've got concrete already going. I got all my biofuel ready to go, other than this right here. I don't use that for biofuel. And I could do power shards, which power shards are so easy. There's no reason to have production doing those. I don't really use that many. The only time I ever use a power shard is in my offline production. I very rarely use it in my regular production. In fact, a lot of times I will underclock them more than overclock them. We haven't unlocked that yet. That's why you don't see it at the bottom yet. We've got to unlock that later on. But right now, really nothing in here I want to do. So this actual thing, I'm going to take that out. That's not the thing I want to use there. There's actually a thing that's the next level, and that is going to be our assembler. The assembler is the next thing that we want to use for our offline production. And we're going to go ahead and put this right over there, give ourselves a little bit of room so we can put ourselves an assembly there. Let's go ahead and do it. Let's go ahead and put an assembler there. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on, it's not there. Well, it just so happens that the very thing that we're working on right now is working on that. And so we got to go over here and look at this, everybody. Look at this wire just building up. Just in that little bit of time that we had just to do the production before the power went out, it made 100 or 204 wire for us. And so we can go in here now and very proudly say that, hey, we made that by using our factory, and fire that off. There we go.
Milestone reached. More complex assembly of parts can now be automated. Project assembly parts can now be constructed and sent up via the space elevator. Note: project parts are too complex to produce by hand.
Okay. So she's let us know that the next stage we cannot do by hand, meaning that we have to use our machinery at some point to make the thing. Now, I want to go ahead and put this down right now, but I can't. One, I need iron plates to put it down, and I need something called rotors. And that's what we just unlocked. So we go look in here and say, look, what do we unlock? We'll do that battle here in just a second. What do we just unlock on that particular tier, which is this one right here, part assembly. We unlocked assembler. We unlocked the copper, rotor, modular frames, and smart plating. Now, the reason why we unlocked smart plating is now we cannot go any further in the thing until we make our next kind of level, right? Until we get into our next thing. Now, to do that, we have to make a space elevator. Now, if we look in our milestones now, or in our crafting, right over here, and I don't make the space elevator until I have to, which is right here. Now we need a lot of those resources that we already kind of were collecting all of this time, including a lot of rods and plates and wire and all that stuff. And that's why we've been collecting it, so we can do our space elevator and we can unlock some other stuff, right? Like we want to unlock, even though we're not going to use it, I like to unlock it anyway. We're going to unlock these jump pads. But to unlock those jump pads, we're going to need a bunch of rotors. We're going to need 50 rotors to do that. That's a good amount of rotors in the very beginning. And there's our ability to do our rotors and our modular frames, and our smart plating is the thing that's going to go into our space elevator, all right? So all this stuff works out at the beginning. Well, Kismet, why did you clear this one first? Why did you do this one first? Well, the reason why I did this first is so it provides me with fuel. I always do that one first because that gives you the chainsaw and allows you to do solid biofuel and gives you inventory slots. So I always do that one first. Then I go ahead and work on like the awesome sink so we can get that started and let stuff run in there a bit. And then we go to logistics, which is my stackable pole. Once I have my stackable pole, that's it. It's on. That's when we know we're going to start having some fun. And then, of course, our faster conveyors for doing what we just did and so on. So we're going to keep all that rocking and rolling. But the main thing that I need right now to get this stuff going on while we're doing this is going to be, one, we're going to need to choose a new milestone. So let's go ahead and choose this as our milestone just for long-term stuff. We can go ahead and just feed some stuff in there, by the way. We don't have to, we can just feed that in there when it hits, when it goes past its cooldown. You got to wait about 3 minutes because if you double click on it, it doesn't go in there until the cooldown. Then we can work on that next one. But we want to get our power back up and running, and the only way to do that is to have more biofuel right now. Later on, once we have our space elevator and all of that going, then there it goes. See, it's not going very fast, but it is going. Let's go ahead and look at how we're looking resource-wise over here. Looking good. Coming in at 60 per minute. Right now it's got 8, which means it's probably run out over here. Oh, yeah. How about the leaves over here? Are they still going? Oh, yeah. Leaves, got plenty of leaves in there and going. So that wood goes pretty quickly. So at the stage I'm at now, because I've ramped up my production to such a high level. Hey, Tyster, what's up? The bare necessities of life. Download Fallout 76 again based on your recommendation. Fingers crossed. Hey, fingers crossed, man. I hope you have a great time. Start a new character. I highly recommend it. Start a new character. Go out there. Come right out of the vault. Guess what? Boom! NPC. First, you're going to meet a robot. Then you're going to go down the road. Guess what? Living NPC with dialogue choices, just like New Vegas, where you're going to have the full dialogue, and you can go ahead and use your perks. Say you're going very heavy charisma or intelligence, whatever, and you can try to convince them to do whatever you want to do. Maybe you're going heavy strength. You want a strong arm. You say, hey, you do what I tell you to do, right? That's what you tell those NPCs. Me, I try to say, hey, girl, what's up? Use my charisma on them. Say, how you doing? How you doing, girl? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what we do up in here. All right, we get that going on. Get that in there as well. We'll get all this other stuff that we don't need right this moment off of us and into there. Oh, we got a bunch more wood. I forgot to put the wood actually in there, everybody. It just dawned on me. I just saw it in my inventory. I forgot to put the wood in there, and that's why it stopped feeding the wood. Let's go right here and actually put that in there. Oh, I'm glad. I don't have to go back and pick some more of that up. So I always feed like a full stack in there because that makes it go as fast as it possibly can if you feed it directly into the machine, especially when you have offline production. And that's just not going to run for a while. It's going to produce 300 and then keep feeding the rest of that in there. I thought that didn't seem like much. And we're going to let it backlog for a while. And we want to let this backlog for a reason because we're going to burn the power faster than I'm producing it right now. Now, normally, if I had unlocked my ability to boost my thing here, if I had unlocked that ability to boost it, which I don't have yet, we can see we've already done all of those. We did tier 0, tier 1, and we're on tier 2. If I had unlocked the ability to boost that, I would actually boost that right now. I would actually use my my power shards and boost that up. Look at all this stuff we need to get rid of here. Actually, let's take all this stuff out of here. We're going to call this our junk box. That's where all our junk goes. We're going to throw that in the awesome sink here in a minute. All the stuff we're not going to get rid of, we're going to put in here. Oh, we got more leaves on us there. That there, this in there. Oh, hello. Hello, here he comes, coming back. All right, so while I'm kind of tinkering around with all this little bitty stuff, I'm going to go ahead and fire up the battle here, everybody. Let's do it. To battle! Whoa, we're going to get some loot now. Look at that awesome group right there. Look at that sexy group. Come on, everybody. Let's blow it up. We're going to get this boss. It's a mystery boss, too. I wonder what he's got for loot. We're going to find out here in a minute. We're going to find out. How are you doing? Oh, casting some spells there. Big P Daddy bringing in the epic Nooshki. Anthrax and Box Kicker also rocking the epics. Oh, and that's a GG. That's a GG. Nice job, everybody. That's a mystery boss. We had no idea who that was going to be. You guys got the sweet boss chest there. I'm going to slide all the love to you guys. I appreciate you being here and showing the love in the stream. Grants Awards, Nordy getting the extra scroll there. Me, I'm MVP. Hey, look at me go. We don't count me. We're going to count Nordy as MVP next in line with the 12 assists and 8 kills. Very fantastic. Ooh, Box Kicker coming with the 13 kills. Nooshki rocking it as well. Nice job, everybody. And there's another boss down, inching our way yet again to more boss kills here. Oh, this one all ends in the same place. Ooh, look at this down here. Ooh, look at all these. Look at all these choices we could make. Ooh, we definitely want to go for that chest. How are we going to happen? Ooh, that's a mystery one there. Do you want path of least resistance or what? So we're going to go 4 there or 4 there no matter what. But this way we're not. But see, this is the question one, right? We got a bunch of question ones down there. And that's a 4 skull there. So no matter what, we're going to hit a 4 skull either there or there. I kind of feel like here, then there, then up. And we'll hit that, and then hit the 4 skull, and then mystery boss. What about high side? That's another 4 boss. These are 2 4 bosses, so we don't want to go that way. Because we're going to hit 2 4 bosses. Because we got... Yeah, we got to... If we go up this way, we'll hit another 4 boss. If we go this way, we'll hit 1 4 boss, and then 2 4 bosses. If we go this way... Along there, or along the bottom here... We can go ahead and swing up, then down, path of least resistance, get the loot. That's what we're going to do. Let's hope this mystery one isn't too bad. Let's hope. Holy mackerel. Okay, now we're going to have to step it up, everybody. All right, I'm going to rely on you guys to be amazing. I'm going to let you guys step it up here in Stream Raiders. I'm going to pull out Norbert, and he's going to try to back you guys up. Now, this is going to be a tough one because we're kind of stuck, and we need to get over to all of these guys here. So I feel like maybe I'll be like right here, just a little bit down, and try to back you guys up, and try to group up down here. We'll push down first, and then hopefully swing sideways, and then swing up. These guys are going to come down from up here. So let's go ahead and try a little bit of this, right? Let's try a little bit of this. We're going to do a nice little L shape. So we're going to do a little bit of this here, bit of this over here, like that. We'll put our support right here so we can get our support nicely done there. Now, while we're down there taking care of business down here, we're going to need a few peeps up here to keep these guys busy so they'll come in from behind and get us. So we're going to need a little bit of a, I'd say tanky tank there. Just keep that busy down there while we're doing that. And then up here, we're going to need to keep these guys busy. So maybe a little few tanks right here. If you got a tank that does can take a lot of damage, maybe a little something, right? Those are what I call throwaway units, right? Now, you can put down 1 unit every 5 minutes, up to 6 units total. So go ahead and put a few units there just to keep them off of our back while we try to take care of all of this. And then if we work together, we're going to get that win. Let's do it, everybody. Let's work together. That's my favorite thing to do, is work together with other people. All right, back to what we're doing over here. Now, what I did was I took a bunch of biomass fuel here and made it so I fed it right in there, and then it was like, it was coming out super fast. Because this is not feeding fast enough. It needs to feed at 120 out of here. So this is going way too slow. So I've really got to speed this up a bit. So I'm going to speed that up. And I'm going to try to speed this up, but obviously I don't have enough plates. But we're going to walk back here, make some more plates. And I'm going to use number 5 there. Boom. All right, we're going to speed that up so it's feeding in there much faster. Now, this comes out at 300 per minute. So that's going to just basically nonstop feed in there. It's going to start catching up and maybe even getting a little bit ahead. And now this is going to come out at 60 per minute. So it's going to speed up all this production. Notice how it no longer has a gap, right? So it speeds up all that production, and we're going to get more biofuel faster. Always good to watch the way that your stuff's feeding. Look at your numbers, see how your numbers are doing, and then really fire that up. So that is cranking through there big time. Now, if I had a faster conveyor, I could make that go even faster, but there's no real need because right now what we want to do is we want to get that at least at 120. And that's looking pretty good. Oh, it's hitting it right on the dot, too. That's nice. That's nice. Now, if you're a little worried about it, what you can do is go in, grab this biomass here out of there, and walk it over here and feed it in here. And now it's just going to run and run and run and run. Right? This will never stop running. And then also it's in a cycle where it's going to auto-feed it in. And that will just go at maximum speed now. And also we can go ahead and feed this back in here. Like that, so we don't have to carry it around. And that's going to just feed the rest of that in there. And that's just going to run and run and run. And then we're going to see that this fills up much faster. We're going to try to fill as much of that as we can up. Then we're going to start up our fuel. Now, another thing that we need to do over here is we need to add another bit of power. So we're going to try to do that. Oh, sorry, I don't have enough rods. Well, how convenient that I have a whole storage house full of stuff over here. Now, eventually, by the way, that these will actually start to backfill all the way up. Because I have them actually coming in at the top. Then they come down from the top into here and then down into the bottom one. And it will backfill all 3 of those. So whenever I take anything out of the bottom, it'll feed it from the top down. And that will happen once we get our power squared away eventually. And there we go. We've got another one of these in the line. And then we're going to go ahead, grab this power line and run it from somewhere over here. Oh, wait, did I already add it? Wow, did I? Oh, I did. Oh, wait, I didn't add the third one yet. I was like, wait a minute, how could I possibly added that yet? I had to go get resources. There we go. I have to add the third one. Okay, and then this one's going to need some power as well. But we're going to turn that off for right now. And we're going to put some fuel in there. We're going to power all that up because we need one more of those generators to keep all of our stuff running that we have going. Now, we got a bunch of biofuel in here. We could start it up now, but it's going to take away from our overall power of this production. So we're going to let that run. Now, what can you do while you're waiting? Well, you can go collect some more resources. Always a good idea. We could go in and say, hey, you know what? Give us back this. And we can go collect some more and really build up a bunch of it so that while we're using the fuel, it's also going to make more fuel as well. Now, we'd also be making rotors and things like that. But right now, by the way, look at that. It's still feeding those. It's still feeding those down the line. That's how many of those wires I made just in the time that it had the power to run them. That's pretty crazy if you think about it. Pretty crazy. If we look over here, we can also see that it's not running, right? If you look at the pole there, it's red. It's actually physically not running. Oh, it finally ran out right there. It's physically not running. There's nothing going there. Those were just the ones that were left over from when it produced them earlier. And those will still continue to run up the conveyor into those wires. We're going to have so much wire, it's going to be crazy. We're going to use our wire, by the way, and run that because we're going to produce so much extra wire. We're going to start putting our wire into the awesome sink and try to build up a bunch of backlog of plates and other things like that. We also need to upgrade our plate production. We need to upgrade our production over there for our limestone. We're going to do a lot of production upgrading here in just a moment. But first, while we're waiting for that to get rocking and rolling, we're going to run down here. We're going to chop down a bit more trees. Now, up here we have another higher level where we can cut down these trees and whatnot. We can jump down here and run along. Look for some more pale berries. Any more in there? Just that one. All right. We can just kind of cut this down. Hey, we got a doggo. What's up, doggo? And we're going to cut this down over here. We're going to look at our inventory, though. Make sure you got lots of room. Now, I'm just cutting this down just to kind of clear it out. Because, hey, we got to take out these evil trees. Uglying up our beautifully ugly place that we're building here. And taking out all the stuff. By the way, when you're close to rocks, sometimes it'll take the rocks out too. All right, and you really want to get to a spot where you're AoEing a lot of stuff at the same time. But see that rock right there? See, some of them will come out and some of them won't. That one did not come out, obviously. But it's nice sometimes just to go and clear so mobs don't sneak up on you. Just clear the whole area. That's what I'll do from time to time, you know, while I'm waiting for stuff. Good to stay busy. Now look at that, our inventory filling up quick. Let's go over here and just get a little bit of this. How about down here? We'll take out all these bushes. Less places for evil monsters to hide. Also great for finding your way up and down, different areas, going up and down. Go team! There you go. Just got this game recently and have gained a ton of great tips from the stream. Appreciate the great explanations, Kismet. You're welcome, Kana. Oh, man, I hope you're having a great time. Look out. This game is massively addicting and in such a wonderful way. And such a wonderful way. It is so incredibly fun. I love playing it every single time. I'm going to go take that, put that in my inspiring quotes. Appreciate that. Not only do I try to inspire other people to have fun here on the stream, but you guys inspire me right back. So I appreciate it. Appreciate it big time. Bam, there we go. One of these days, I'm going to get those all sorted, by the way. I'm going to get them all sorted and put them all on the stream here so it rotates between them. One of these days, I'm going to find a good quote system. By the way, if you know a good quote system, bringing that up, go ahead and let me know. You can go ahead and whisper me on my Discord. Here's my Discord right over here. Tons of great stuff on my Discord, by the way. Mega builds, guides, how to go from affiliate to partner on Twitch. All that kind of fun stuff up there. On all sorts of stuff. That'll take you over to my YouTube and all of that stuff as well. For different guides, unboxings, all sorts of fun stuff. I wish I could do more, but I'm only one person. I'm only one person, and I can only do one thing usually at a time, though I'm usually doing about 10. Like right now, I'm doing a whole bunch of stuff. I'm watching my redemptions. I'm watching lurker chat. I'm watching my mod chat. I'm doing inspiring quotes. I'm always doing lots and lots of stuff. No worries, Nooshki. No worries. No worries. All right. Speaking of watching my chat. Again, thank you again for those kind words. So again, while we got something to do, this is not very efficient doing onesie twosies like this, but it does kind of clear the area. And so if we want to get this wood here, the more of this wood you can grab, the more biofuel you can make. Now, our ultimate goal is to get past this stage. Maybe we might do it today. I love when we get to the stage of coal. And coal becomes perpetual power, so I'm not doing this. Right? Though I'm kind of tempted. If I was playing this, like, if this was release, I would literally go around and cut down every single tree. I'm that kind of hardcore player that would literally go around and take everything out because you can. Not because I need to, but just because you can. I would just spend the time doing this, especially if I was playing it offline, because this is very repetitive if you do this too much. But I would totally do this, everybody. I would totally go in. Uh-oh, look at that. See how we didn't get the leaves? Yeah, we're just a little bit away from that. Always be watching, though, that wasn't your inventory got full. All right, what do we got going on down here? Like, I get this one. Like, Kismet, how are you going to find your way back to your base? Well, it's right over there. You can see it from here. No problem. Easy peasy. All right, let's just clear this upper level. So it's just nice to clear it so that you know that there's no mobs hiding back there or whatnot. And we still got a bunch of resources to look for. We got to look for the sulfur. We got to look for the cadmium. We got to look for all sorts of stuff that we are going to need big time along the way. Now, one of the things we learned in our last playthrough, we got all the way to atomic power, is that you're actually gated by some of the stuff you do in the very beginning of the game. Now, I threw some of this stuff away, not knowing that at the end of the game, because we were doing our full run of Update 3, at the end of the game that you need fabric, right? And I didn't unlock fabric. I didn't do anything with fabric. Oh, look at this. Look at this over here. We got Sam ore pure. Are we going to need this? No, but it's cool. There we go. Now, every time you see a new type of ore, you want to pick that up so that it allows you to scan for that. Now, notice in that particular one, it didn't allow me to scan for it because it's not really useful right now. But I can go ahead and scan for different things, all right? Like if I want to scan for some quartz, off it goes. Oh, there's one right over there. That way. 200 that way. Over there somewhere. We'll go grab it eventually. Don't need it right this second. Though quartz is a really good one to get started early because it does unlock a bunch of cool stuff. We'll get that going. Oh, there's some really a bunch out there. Uh-oh. Look at it. See how it's not gotten leaves? See how I did an AoE? That means we're full. Let's take this limestone. Get rid of that. We don't need no stinking limestone. What do we got right here? Sam ore. We're going to save that. What else we got? We got any low? Well, I got one reinforced plates. Right now, that's pretty rough to get rid of that. I would get rid of this copper right there. See, what would I choose to get rid of is a great thing. I'm not going to get rid of this Sam ore. I'm going to keep that just for nostalgia reasons. Nostalgia, you don't see too much of that around. And there we go. Now we can go ahead. Boom. AoE all those leaves. But really what I want is the wood here. But while I'm getting the wood, I might as well AoE all the rest of this stuff. Right, like that. And this is about right about the time that I take the extra bit of time. Again, I'm in no hurry. What am I rushing for? What are you rushing for in a game like this or in a game like Astroneer? There's no real reason to rush. The whole point of it is to have the fun along the way. Oh my God, really? I'm already full again. What's this limestone? Getting limestone from this stuff. No limestone. No. Ah, getting some more Marsilia. Oh, let's get this. Oh, see, look, it's not AoEing again. That means we're full again. Ah. What to choose from, everybody? Leaves or wood? Well, I would ditch the leaves and see if we can get more wood. Oh. Because that's what we really want. We really want this wood. How we doing? How we doing? Oh, we're at 12. 12 there. So we're just getting the wood now. Ah, we got ourselves a little node over here. What do we got? Oh, another pure limestone node right there. Holy moly. Holy moly, I love this section of... Now, by the way, everything's like one gigantic map, and you just start in different starter zones. And this is just an awesome starter zone. This is like purenode.com right here. It's just nothing but pure nodes. It's beautiful. Make a grown man cry. Might make my dragon cry. He's like, Kismet, what's going on with this big cup over here? What's going on with this big cup? Let me inspect this big cup. Oh, he's so sad. Poor little Norbert. Poor little Norbert. Thank you, Con, again. Thanks for coming in and showing that love with those biddies. Fiend coming in with a follow. Thank you so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing that follow button, becoming part of the Teamwork Tycoons here in the stream. Appreciate you chilling out. Man, we collected tons of loot today. Holy mackerel. We're going to get this fired up. And again, when you start upping everything, you start to need to upping your amount of power that you are using. Now, by the way, later on, you don't have to do this, by the way. Running up and down the ramps all the time. I'm going to have a little vehicle that allows me to do it a little bit faster, as well as eventually I'm going to have my hyper tubes, which are really, really fun. We'll get into that. We'll get into that. We got our buddy flying overhead there, too. We got to watch how high we build this, too. And again, while we were gone, oh, yeah, it was off there working. It was off there doing the works. Let's feed some more back here. Get this fired up. Bam! All right, much more there. And then over here, right into there. Very nice. Okay, we got that going. That's going to be plenty of fuel now. We're going to let that run, and we're going to go ahead and fire back up our factory. And we should have enough now at a rate in which we can go ahead and get this going. So first thing we want to do is go through and prime all of these. Make sure they're all maxed out. Now these two here run less power, by the way. And then I got to remember to turn it back on. That's going to be super helpful. There we go. Turn that back on. Then put this in here. Prime that. Turn that back on. We want to get them all primed first and on. There we go. And then this one over here, our new one. Turn that on. Prime that one. And then reestablish the rest of our base. And so we're going to go ahead and do all of our production, which is down here, and extraction, by the way. Production and extraction. Run that down there. Now everything else should turn back on again. And we'll see it fire back up, bring it back up, more stuff. We'll see our stuff start to run down the line here. We'll see this start to go. There it goes. Whatnot. We can look at our power consumption. Look at that, everybody. It literally is 119, 128 of 130. That is so close. You couldn't be any closer than that, I don't think, everybody. That is some serious close power. Now, once it gets queued up, by the way, some of it's going to go on and off, which is why you see the power go up and down, based on whether the extractor is full and whatnot, because I'm extracting at 120, but I'm not running it at 120 the whole entire time. So that's why I don't need additional power right now, and I'm okay just by adding one more. And I try to find those different tiers as I'm going along, which reduces my need to go collect more and more power, right? But right now, we need to do the big boy. We need to work on our, we'll come back to jump pads, but we need to work on the big boy, which is our space elevator. So let's go ahead and get our space elevator. Let's go ahead and click that over here. What do we need? All right, we need tons of concrete. Well, hopefully I've got a couple bits of it. Oh, I got a whole bunch. All right, let's do it. There we go. That really wasn't that big of a surprise, everybody, because you know I was backlogging it all this time. So we need 500. There we go. We need some iron plates. Hopefully we got a little bit of that over here. Oh, wait. We got plenty of that sitting right in there. Looking good. Now, we got way too much wire on me right now. So let's go ahead and whip that wire in there. There we go. We only need about 1,500. There we go. We're going to need some poles and more plates. Let's see. We need about 50 more plates. Well, guess what? We'll just get 100. Put that in there. Now, again, if you have a small stack, I strongly recommend taking the smallest stack. Like, say you got ones that have like 3 iron plates. Put that back in your box. And just take out the full stacks because it does pay off in the long run where you're not going, oh, well, I ran out by 1, right? And that's usually how it happens. You usually run out by 1, and then you're like, dope. It's kind of messed up. Also, by the way, I did see also on that dev stream of an extension where you can take this and feed it right into your bio things. You can feed that biofuel right in there, which is kind of fun as well. All right, where are we putting our space elevator? Well, we should put our space elevator by wherever this is. And so what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and extend this out this way. We can take this out now. We were just using that for reference before. And we're going to need a lot of concrete to make this happen. Just like that. And then we'll go ahead and bring this forward. Now, I like to build up high. That's just the way I am. I find it very, very fun. I kind of build in like an L shape, right? I'll build one direction, and I'll build the other direction. I'll show you why here in just a second. Because it's really, really fun to get right here. And then look this. Easy peasy, right? Look how quick. Look how quick that is. Fill those in. Unless you screw up like that. Fill that in. And you know, every now and again I'll misclick. That's just part of my style of playing. Is misclicking along the way. Now this is the nice thing about having tons of concrete, is that you can build a huge extension like that. Right? And that's why I always have my concrete. I feel like the number one thing, even though plates is typically the thing it tells you to do first, is concrete. Always do concrete so you can extend your base and add more stuff. And here we go. Now I'm going to actually take the rest of that concrete. I'm going to use all that concrete. And it's going to feed some more in there over time. We're going to up our concrete production here as well. I missed a plate. Watch out for that. That's how you fall. And so I'm going to take my space elevator and I'm going to put it right over here. I've got a main road going here. How do we know that's a main road? Because I say it is. That's why. And that's why it's a main road. And we're gonna utilize that more later on. Speaking of, let's put that back in. There we go. We're going to utilize that more later on. This is a main road that way. There's some main roads down there that I've made. That I basically say, do not build anything on this road. So I have the ability to go back and forth and do different things. And we're going to unlock the ability to paint the road. And which we're going to do. And we're going to paint all of our stuff as we go along. Our transport systems and things like that. We're going to take the extra time to do that. Just so we got it going just right. So we've got all of that going. Now we need to go over here and we need to build our space elevator. Except for there's only one problem. If I'm still missing rods. So we need to go back, grab these rods that we've been feeding. And look at it. The rods are full. And that means that now it's backlogging into here. And then it will backlog into the top one too. Which is definitely what I want it to do. So let's go ahead and take all and then put one back. I always like to have at least one empty. Same thing with my wire here. I have 2 wire there. Put that back in there. Get the 100 wire out. And then I have just stacks of 100. Pretty much. Except for this concrete here, which is 16. Take that out. I've got a stack of 3 plates. Put those back in. There we go. And the same thing with our... I mean, this is 433. So that's not too bad. But I like to max my stacks. Like that, and then leave 1 to 3 spots open so that, you know, if you pick something up or you just deconstruct something, you're fine. Now, we're going to go ahead and do our space elevator again. Where's our road? Our road is right here. So I'm literally going to put it right across the road here. And actually, I think we probably take this out now. We'll just try to see exactly where we want to put that. Let's say over by 1. Let's say right there. You're like, well, Keza, you put your inputs way over there. That's okay, because what I'm going to do eventually is run the excess this way and then run it over here so it ends up in the space elevator itself. Watch this. Look at this thing. I love to watch this thing build. And then drop down. Cool every time, by the way. So cool. Imagine if we had that in real life, right? Wouldn't that be awesome? Send stuff into space. All right, that also makes me dizzy every time I watch that. But, because I feel like I'm going to fall. But we can see now we can send stuff up to the space elevator. So now that we have a space elevator, we can go back to our hub over here, and we can say, okay, what do we need to do next? Right over here. Boom. And you'll notice now that we have our other tiers that we can unlock along the way. But right now it says complete space elevator phase 1. And that's what these are all about. Those are all space elevators. So it's kind of gated. You have to do this. Otherwise, you can't go any further on your unlocking. So we go ahead and go right here. We can look at our space elevator. It says, hey, we need 50 smart plates. And how do we make smart plates? We make them from our reinforced iron plates and our rotors. So those are going to be among our very first things. And those will allow us to unlock Tier 3 and Tier 4. And when I get to Tier 4, that's when I start to retool, massively retool my entire factory. So let's go ahead and see if we can make 50 smart plates. So the first thing we're going to need to do, of course, is keep this always running. Right? We're going to need a lot of that now because we're going to be doing a lot more power. Get our awesome sink fired up. You know what, like I say, hey, you know what? What do we got a lot of? We got a lot of wire coming in, right? And that's going to be making a ton of wire. So let's go ahead and use that one and run that right into there. There we go. And that's going to run that into here. And we're going to try to get those 10 coupons so we get that car. I try to do that very early on. Now, another thing we want to do is make a little bit of rotors and whatnot for our assembler. We want to get our assembler going. I'm going to press that. There we go. So we need a little bit of reinforced plates, reinforced rotors. Let's do it. Uh-oh. What caused it to die? It was because of the awesome sink. So here we go. We need another one. And another one. And another one. Let's do it. Oh, we need some wire. Used up all of our wire. Speaking of wire. A couple stacks of that wire. And then we're going to go ahead and add another one of these. You'll do a lot of this in the beginning, and then eventually I'll keep it here just to prime my power until I get my perpetual power going later on. And you're like, well, Kismet, how do you do perpetual power? Well, you do perpetual power by those together, and then put this over to there. And then we'll get some more biofuel. And this becomes a constant struggle down the road, everybody. That you're not gathering enough power to keep your power going. So we need to really efficiently have all of this running. Look at that. Look at that. That is 154 of 60. See, I just happen to know where it tiers up. So when I add something, I just happen to know how much of this I need to add. Because that takes an additional 30. And that adds 30. And I was already over by 5. So if you do the basic math there, you know that I've got an extra 5 or so window right there. So 154, so we'll round up 155. And 160 is our production. So now we got all of our production back up again. You'll see me ride that power line because I can either sit here and gather tons of stuff and then have a gigantic factory making stuff and it keeps going on and off and on and off and on and off. Or I can ride that just building the bare minimum I need in this at this point. So very, very fun. Very, very fun game. Who plays this equals? Says Zaza in the chat. I don't know what that means. Thank you so much coming in, Bo. Good to see you, Bo. Nice to see you in the chat. Insfer coming in with the host as well. Thank you so much for that. Tuck coming in, dropping that Dragon Hammer along as Fiend AU. Dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing that follow button, becoming part of the Wasteland Tycoons or the Teamwork Tycoons right here in the chat. Appreciate it. Right here in the Kismet stream. All right, we got our power back up and going. We got our awesome sync going again. Now, by the way, based on which stuff you run in there and how fast you run it in there is how many tickets you're going to get. And the more tickets that you build up, the more points it costs for the next coupon. So eventually you want your awesome sync to constantly be running all your excess. I'm going to have a lot of excess of wire right now of this, and eventually I have a lot of excess of this too. Now, by the way, if I'm running this, I can actually merge these together because it doesn't matter because it's just going to, that's basically like a garbage disposal. That's what it's doing. It's getting rid of it. It's destroying it and grinding it up so it's getting me tickets instead so I can buy stuff in this cool little awesome shop over here, which we're going to do later on once we get that 10th ticket. So let's let that run. So let's go ahead and go back over here. let's go ahead and work on those reinforced iron plates. We make 4 of them right now. And so we're going to make 4 of them, and then we're going to say, uh-oh, what do we need to make more? Oh, wait, we need some plates. Oh, how convenient. I just happen to have some right over here. I'm going to go ahead and grab, sort those. I'm going to take all of those plates because I'm going to be using those for sure. And back over here. Oh, how nice. Now I can make 62 of them. That ought to do it. We're not going to make 62, but we're going to go ahead and make a bunch of these. All right. Now, I find before you actually automate something, you typically make the thing first, right? So it's going to have you make stuff. Like in this case, we want to make some rotors. Now, rotors come from screws and from iron rods. And those are pretty easy. We've got a bunch of those that we can go ahead and fire up. So not too hard to make some rotors. And that's going to give us our first assembler. And we're going to go ahead and get our assembler going on. We're going to do that battle here in just a second, everybody. Let me go ahead and finish this, and then we'll get it going. Now, what I need to do is I need to take this assembler here. I'll move it forward just a little bit. We'll take this out. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to double stack this. Like that. Just to make it more convenient. Now, what I'm going to do on the first one here is I'm going to run that one into there, and then the second one run into the far one. And now I've got the ability to double feed into here. And this is what I call offline production. Now this is going to make the thing that I need to make the thing, which in this case is finally, this is what we've been trying to get to, is the reinforced iron plates. Now it only makes 5 per minute, which is not a lot. That's not a lot to make. But I don't want it to burn up all my resources, so what I'm going to do is still continue to have a backlog of those resources, but I'm going to use a bunch of them up right now by grabbing those out of here. And say we'll grab all of the screws here, and we'll put that in there, right? Because that's what it needs, right? It needs in here. It needs screws and iron plates, and then we'll take all the iron plates that we have, and we'll put it into the top one. And now it's going to manually feed that, right? It's not going to be running from over there. Now, obviously, I could run it over here if I wanted to. I just have that completely autonomously run. It needs 30 iron plates and 60 screws per minute. Right now we're producing about 40. So I don't want it to burn all of my resources because I need those resources for other things and I don't want to have to manually make them. So we're going to have this be offline production. And so we're also going to go ahead and now tie that into the system. Now, of course, the second I start that going, it'll take a minute because it's got to feed it all in there. Wait for it. There goes my power again. All right, well, guess what we got to do? Another biofuel right over here. What do we need? We need some plates, right? We put all of our plates in here. Oh, God, well, let's take some out so we can use the plates. Then we can go over here. We can go and grab this again. Again, this is how it goes in the very beginning of the game. A lot of this kind of stuff. A lot of this adding more power and adding more power as you're adding more stuff. Again, we'll make a separate power line. We'll take this out. We'll connect this power line from here to there and this to there. It's going to turn the power off again. There it was. Then we got to run back over here, grab some more biofuel. By the way, this is not the whole entire game, by the way. Later on in the game, you'll have perpetual power. This won't be a problem. And that's what we're working toward right now, toward that perpetual power. And I'm going to go through and make sure I kind of upfeed all of these, because we're going to let this run for a little bit. Like that and like that. Ah, we're really getting this going nice. This is really nice. Right here. And then on with the power. And yet again, watch how close we are. Very, very close. Again, I'm adding power only as I need it. Only as I'm expanding the factory. I don't spend a lot of time going and just, spending an hour collecting biomass fuel, because that is just a waste of your time. Because by the time you do all of that, you'll have so much excess that that you don't really need it anymore. Only for like your chainsaw or something like that if you need that down the road. But really, you won't need it later on. And so we're going to keep this going. How are we doing on our tickets over here? Ooh. Oh, 592 more. We're almost there. We're going to get our vehicle. And now we've got all that going. And now we're burning so much biofuel right now. It's pretty crazy. But we have all of our stuff going. And we have our plates going now. And so what I'm going to do is not tie this back into the rest of my stuff. And the reason why is because I'm going to be just grabbing it out of here. So I'm going to actually put it so it's going back in the other direction like this. Taking it out here, it's only going 5 per minute. But that's 5 more than I need to make, right? That's I don't have to make them. And I like to go in here too, if it's backlogged in here, and just grab them out. But this is going to go at 5 per minute. So there we go. We got that going. Now, we're going to need more assemblers to do more stuff. And that's going to require more power, etc., etc. So we want to do, make some more rotors over here. But we're going to need more screws, right? So we're going to go over here. We're going to get some screws out of here. Oh, we got 109 in there, right? So our screw production needs to be sped up. We need to just, as you're going along, you just got to keep upgrading and upgrading and upgrading all this stuff. So it's going faster and faster. We can turn these off. We're not doing those right now. Turn our industrial parts back on. You can just minus those out so you don't have to scroll as much. You can see now, I can just see this. This is all minused out. Makes it way easier. All right, so while I'm working on this, let's go ahead and keep those battles going. I don't want my peeps wait too long for these battles. So let's get those fired up. Let's see how we do. Oh, wait. Oh, didn't fire up. There we go. Let's see how we do. Of course, I'm in the way. Why am I always in the way? It always battles where I am. Oh, nice job keeping him at bay over there, guys. Good job. Ah, see, we always got to watch out for our support here. Always got to watch that they don't come from behind and try to get our support. Looking good. I'm healing the heck out of everybody. We're actually stuck in place right there. There we go. Rotisserie G rocking the yellow fedora there. Very nice. Slide that over there. Boom. Who's getting up? Rotisserie G getting some love. Rilder coming in overall MVP that round. Bo, no slouch, coming in number 2. Very nice. Let's see. We're going for the goal, right? Is that where we're going? I've already forgotten the route. I think that was it, right? Yeah, right there. Here, this one, that one. I always like to double check. All right, go for the gold, everybody. I'm going to pull out the Wasteland Tycoon, go right for this boss right here. Pull out my high-level tank here. He's going to go ahead and take on that werewolf. You guys go ahead and grab all the loot. Doesn't do me any good. I don't get anything from those. There you go. Hey, Kismet, how you doing today, man? I'm doing awesome, Leon. Thanks for coming in and hanging out in the stream. We're having lots of fun playing some Satisfactory. We are making big strides today in Satisfactory. Wow, we have just enough to make one more assembler. Pretty awesome. So also, we're going to make another offline production, but we're going to build it separate from that. Let's go ahead and build it a bit over here. That's why it's so wonderful to have lots of concrete built up. Keep that concrete going from the very beginning of the game. Keep that concrete rocking and rolling. Big time. All right, looking good, looking good. All right, nice. Okay, now we need another assembler. Do we have enough resources? No, we do not. Let's go ahead and click that. It says, hey, we need some reinforced iron plates. Guess what we're going to need? That's right, we're going to need yet another crafting bench. Let's put it right here. This way we don't have to run all the way back. I make these crafting benches and just put them everywhere. Very, very useful. All right, and we're going to need some reinforced iron plates. What do we need? Screws. All right. Now, we're burning up a bunch of our screws over here, so we can also grab a little bit of this out of here. Just let that run on plates for a while. We can also go check on some plates so we can see how many we got. We got 24. We don't even have to make any. Made them right there. And that's why I make that offline production. So it doesn't burn up all of my resources. Now, eventually you'll want it so it's producing enough that it can just run those iron plates. But in the beginning, I don't worry about it. In the beginning, I'm just doing offline production on the higher end stuff because it requires so much extra power for me to do that. Now, right over here, we want to make these smart platings, but guess what? We're going to need reinforced iron plates, and we're going to need rotors, right? So, and those are going to make 2 per minute. Now, how many of those do we need total? Right? Total do we need? So let's run over here. Let's take a look. We need 50. So that's 50 times 2, or 2 times 25, so 25. If we had that running non-stop, it would take 25 minutes just to do that. Now, here's the thing about smart plates. If we go in to one of our builders, which I don't got any out here, we go in there and say, okay, let's just make the smart plating. Oh, you can't make the smart plating. You can't make it. You've got to make it in your thing. You've got to make it in there to unlock the next tiers. So no matter what we do, we've got to use the assembler. And so this is going to be our big hurdle right here, is trying to get past this. So we're going to need reinforced iron plates at the speed of 2. We're going to need rotors at the speed of 2, right? How much does it create if I actually create the rotors? Well, guess what? It's doing it 4 right there, which is awesome. So that's double what we need. And then over here, we're going to look at this, and this is creating it at 5. So that's also double what we need. So that's good. But over here, we need to do the same thing we're doing over there. And that is doing a little bit of offline production. Now, this is how I like to do it. Now, you don't have to do it this way, everybody. You can tie in all your production. I'm not telling you have to do it this way. But it's really not necessary to build a whole gigantic extra system for making this happen at this point. Because it does require so much extra power and so much of your time to collect that power and generate the power and convert the power and all of that. That does take a lot of extra time. What was I thinking? Rods is the other thing I need. Get some rods out of here. Oh, we got plenty. Plenty of rods. Now, here's the cool thing right here. If I had the ability to do this at 120, I could also go in and use my merger, right? So if I wanted to just go ahead and say, you know what, let's just merge that together. And then let's turn this into 120 here. So that's going faster. Right? We should start to see a gap. When we see a gap, then that's going faster than it's coming out over there. And then since we have a bunch of extra rods, guess what we could try to do? We could take this out. Let's see if it's close enough. And we can go ahead and try to get that into there. And now it's going to go wire, rod, wire, rod, wire, rod, wire, rod. Now we're doubling up the production and the speed. There's our tickets. Let's print our coupons. So cool. And now we're doubling up the speed at which we're running in our excess in there, which is pretty sweet. And we're going to have a lot of excess rods. That'll probably be number 1. And number 2 is going to be wire. And we're going to look at the wire and see at what rate it's going. 46, 47, 46, 47, 46, 47. So we're running it in at the same rate that we're running it out, which is fine right now because we have plenty of wire. And that wire starts to build up, and all of a sudden you got like 15 boxes of that stuff. So I like to run it in there to get it unlocked. So now we're going to do our very first thing here in the Awesome Shop. By the way, this is not a pay-to-win shop. This is just an in-game mechanic to get rid of all your extra stuff, which is really fun. So we're going to go to Vehicles, and we're going to unlock our factory card. So we're going to put it in the cart, and then we're going to say, all right, buy all. And now we're able to make our factory cart. Let's run over here. Where did we put it? We didn't make another one over here, did we? No, we didn't. Okay, let's make another one of these. And we're going to put our equipment workshop. And let's put it on this side. Right over there. Okay, so we're going to go to our equipment workshop. We're going to look at the factory cart. What do we need to do? More rotors. Right, we need to make some more rotors. And we're trying to make rotors over here. But we've got to get our storage going. Turn that around. Might be a little too close. We'll see how it goes. Nope, we're good. And I've kind of offset them a little bit so I can run in between if I want to go up on the ladder and whatnot. Typically offset them. You can put them together and they usually perfectly fit in there, but we're good. So we need iron rods and more screws. So in here, we'll go ahead and put some of our iron rods, so that'll start to feed in there. We're going to need some power over here, so we're going to go ahead and run another power pole over here. If we had enough rods, which we don't. We're going to run back and get some more. Now, we need to use up these rods, too, so this actually is going to feed down from up above. So we're going to take all the rods out of there. Take a whole bunch of them out of there. And then, again, grab that power. Start that up, so it'll start feeding the rods in there. And then take a ton of rods and put it in there. Now, our other problem is going to be our screws. Our screws are going to run out very quickly because we're going to be splitting them between 2 separate things, right? And right now, we've only got 365. We got a bit on us and whatnot. But we're going to go ahead and grab a bunch of this from over here as well. And kind of split this in half for right now, right? So we'll say that and this, because this isn't going too fast. It's only going at 60 right now, and this one up here at the top is only going at 30, but we're out of iron plates. So we got to go, uh-oh, we better grab some iron plates, all of those, and put it in here. And this is why I was talking about earlier that I need to up my production of iron plates because of this reason right here, is the fact that it's going to burn through all my plates. Now I'm going to take 100 back so I can use it, and it's going to run that in there, and it's going to go back to making some reinforced iron plates. So far it has made another 15 of them, so that's great. We'll take that. Now, another faster way you can do to keep this going a bit faster is you can go ahead and take a stack of, say, an extra one out of there and, say, a stack of 100 out of here, and you can go ahead and put it directly in there. And I highly recommend putting it directly in there, because then what it's going to do is it's going to run that as fast as it can while it's feeding this back here. So a great way of doing that to just get it going as fast as it possibly can. And then this is going to churn out now at maximum speed when you're doing offline production. Same thing over here. We're going to go ahead and run over here. We're going to say, okay, hold on. Let's just go ahead and grab some of these rods out of here. And we're going to go ahead and grab that. We need a stack for us and a stack for in there. There we go. And that's going to max that out. That's good to go. Screws in there. Boom. Off it goes. It's off and running, making rotors. Now, while that is doing that, we're going to go ahead and feed the rest of these in there and keep that feeding so it's making us rotors. Now, when we're running that in, because we put this in here at that rate, it's going to go at maximum speed because I put it in there directly, right? So it's going to go at maximum speed at 4 per minute. But it needs to feed in there at 100 per minute on our screws, right? So we need to make a good amount of screws to keep that going. And so what we want to do is up the speed of our screw production line over here. So it's feeding at 120, which is going to match that 100. But I can tell you it's going to burn through that very, very quickly for sure. But then that's going to keep it going at maximum production speed. And now we have more rotors, and those more rotors are going to allow us to make more stuff. And so we want to take the rotors now and the plates and combine them together and then run them over here into this. Or we can run them and then put the assembler right over here if we want to. I much prefer to put it over here. This way we only have to run one line over there as opposed to running multiple lines. So we're literally going to take another assembler, and we're going to put that right here in front. Now, again, the more you add stuff... I need one more of these. The more you add stuff, the more power cost it's going to have. Now, I've got a road right here, and I don't want to really run it on my road. So we'll go ahead and just do a bit of this. And we'll take this back out. This is my way down right here. Add that. Add this. There we go. That'll save me from falling in the future, too. Go down that area there. But we're going to go ahead and kind of cross our main road here, and we're going to end up over here. And so I'm going to turn the assembler toward the direction I want it to end up. In this direction. Doesn't really matter. All this stuff's going to be taken out later and optimized. Now, I don't need to use a fast thing because it's going really, really slow there. No big deal. And we're going to go ahead and offset this a little bit. That's over there, but we're going to offset it over here, and I'll show you why here in just a bit. We're going to offset it right there. And we're going to go 2 up and then bring this across into there. And a little too steep there. All right, too steep on that one. So we need to go and move that forward just a bit. There we go. And then we're going to bring that down, run that in there, and so on. Now we're going to go ahead and also take our production from over here, and we're going to run it over there. So we'll take this out now. We'll take this out, and we're going to go ahead and start with our lifter. Now, you don't have to use lifters every time you don't want to. You can just run it on the ground, but we call that spaghetti, so you don't want to get into the habit of doing that. It's a really bad habit to be in. All right, I need to replace my number 4 here with my stackables. There we go. Very nice. And then we're going to run this, let's say right here. And run that. And you get the general idea of why I did all of that, right? So I can run these now, these offline productions, into here. And there we go. And that's going to bring those plates down for me automatically. And then I can tell it smart plating. And then again, we're going to go ahead and rise this up. Now this one we're going to have a little bit of fun with. We're going to go ahead and rise it way up, and then we're going to angle it that way. And then way over here on this side, we're going to go ahead and do the same thing. We're going to raise one of these up. And maybe up a little bit extra. And then run it this way. It doesn't matter which direction you run it, by the way. Look at that. Oh, always so close. Everybody's so close every time. Every time it's so close. But that's okay. We'll put a little spot in between. Like that. And the reason why I did it so high is so that it goes over the walls. Always so close when it comes to our resources. So close, we need plates. Now later on, by the way, I'll use the top version of this storage container. Grab ourselves some plates. Definitely need to get the plate production on a whole nother level. We'll do that in just a bit. Oh, we got to go here first. Then from there into there. Clearance. Oh, it's not letting me, wow, really? Come out of that way. See, it's not coming straight out. It's not coming straight out, so if it doesn't come straight out, because it's angling, it thinks it's trying to encroach on that clearance. We try to bring it straight out. Oh, wow, still doing it. All right. I'll just take it out, no biggie. How about that? By the way, you can do this too. In case you've never tried it. You can do it right off the edge there. It works pretty great. All right, then we'll go ahead and put that in there. And then our smart plating is going to fire up here the second we give it some power. That's going to be useful. Do we got an extra line there? I don't think so. That's my primary power there. No extra line there. You're going to run into this problem a lot, by the way, where you don't have a lot of extra lines. And that's usually because you're not putting down enough power poles. I lost power again. Okay, guess what we got to do? That's right. More burners. Why do you think I left all this space over here for these particular burners? And there we go. We got room here. We got room there. No power anywhere. No power right over here. All right, let's make another power pole for it, just in case we need some more power over here. Fire that up. Go in here. Oh, I don't have any on me. And now you know why I built up a bit of extra of this first, before I started producing it, because we're going to keep upgrading and using more and more and more until we get to a point where we're just bumming on the power struggle, right? Bumming on that power struggle for sure. And this happens all the time, by the way. This is your biggest struggle. Your biggest hurdle to get over is your constant need for more and more power. And of course, if you want to really ramp up your base, well, guess what? You're going to be collecting a lot of biofuel for sure. And eventually, this is going to kick off. There's no way I'm going to be able to keep up with this now, unless I'm just massively collecting stuff, and which we're definitely going to have to do again. All right, this is back up and running. We got these running in here. Now, these are running at double speed, by the way. Notice that I'm starting to get a backlog of reinforced iron plates and reinforced rotors. And that's okay. I'm going to do that a little bit here in the beginning. But the smarter thing to do is to actually double up your production as well. So we're going to go ahead and double it up again over here. And what that's going to do is take the time down from 25 minutes to about 12 minutes if we have enough power to keep all of this stuff running. And the biggest problem is we're going to run out of plates because I haven't doubled the production of plates. So that means I can't double or keep this running constantly, right? And that's the toughest thing, trying to keep all this running and whatnot. Now, this is kind of second tier stuff. I would normally put this on its own separate thing and whatnot. And we could have ran all of our resources this way and build a whole nother thing out over there, which just feeds into this. And I will do that later, where I'll have a whole production, which is just like the final production, right? Where you're running all your stuff into it. It makes it, and then it runs it into your space elevator, including I'll have storages there and all of that, which we'll do later. But for right now, we'll go ahead and do this. Has it made a smart one yet? I think it has. Hold on, let's go look. I love to watch the first one come off the assembly line. Yeah, there it goes. All right, so we made a couple of them already. Nice. Nice. All right, let's stay on target, though. Let's stay on what we're doing here. We're going to double up our production over here. We need more rotors. That's a funny irony. Because we got some right in here. We're going to grab a bunch. We have 21 of them in there. Nice. And rotors. Now, when you're doing this, by the way, everybody, I call it offline production. You can also call it offline spaghetti if you want. Then no big deal here, right? And now what we're going to do is we're going to do the same thing we did before over here, except for we're going to do some splitting. So we're going to go ahead and say splitter. We're going to hit this line right here. Let's not make it clip. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it, and I don't like it some more. All right, let's make this proper, everybody. Let's make this nice. Hold on. Let's bring that up. Like that. Let's bring this up. Bring that up. Up again. There we go. Let's try not to fall off, which I was about to do there. Just, by the way, I haven't had to pick up any more concrete because at this point I pick up a lot of concrete, so I don't have to later. Now, here's what we're going to do. There's going to be one bottom, one top. So this one we can take out, and this one we can take out. Now, the top one probably be best, obviously, to be the top one up here because that's going to make it so the conveyors don't get in each other's way. So I'm going to do this. Then I'm going to go ahead and put my splitter on there, right there, and then take this and just run it over to that one, right? And then we'll have the bottom one down here, which is going to do the other thing that we have to do, like that. And then we can do this. You're like, Kismet, that's not beautiful. Oh, not yet. Not yet. We'll get around to that later. Remember, my offline production, I just do spaghetti. I just do whatever needs to be done. Because I need to unlock that space elevator. And I need to do it with the most power efficient way I can, so it takes me less time to go and collect resources, right? And that's what I like to be. Not only beautiful in what you're producing, but also super, super efficient in what you're doing as well. So I like to do that as well. Now, here's another way of being super efficient. We can go ahead and bring this back up again here. Once this one fires up, we'll go up a little bit here. Again, using our mergers and splitters. We'll go ahead and use a merger here. We'll merge it right here at the very beginning. And then we'll go ahead and run this back up there. And then it will run along that single line, so we don't have to run a double line. And then we need this one to have a little bit of power. Now, the cool thing is we got a power line right there. Power that up. Get this going. All right. Get those reinforced iron plates in there. Except for, wait a minute. Why is it not working? Why is it not working? I can tell you why it's not working. For sure. Oh, hold on. You need the retweet thing? Hold on. I had to fix it today. It's broken. Oh, that's not it. Oh, I thought I fixed that one. Well, maybe it was this one I fixed. That's the one I fixed right there. Go ahead and follow that right there to get those retweets going. We already got 5 retweets. Did I dish those out yet? I don't know. I'm going to give you another 1,000 caps just in case I didn't. There we go. Now I know I did it for sure. So over here, the first thing we're going to run out of is plates. We just know it because our production is not anywhere close to the amount of plates that we need. And that's the first thing that we pretty much did. And we need to go, oh man, we need to make a ton more plates. So let's go ahead and get that going. Right over here. So we're going to put some in here so the production can keep going. But watch what happens, by the way, here in a minute. That production is going to keep going up and up and up. And we're burning lots and lots of fuel. Now, before I leave to go work on my plates, the first thing I should always do is work on the power. Right? Work on your power before you go to retool your factory. Put all this power in here so it's going to run for the maximum amount of time while you're doing something else, right? Put that in there. We're going to run line the whole line. This burns much faster than the other one, by the way. Keep that in mind. But it does produce more power. There we go. All right. Now, I wonder if these probably are more efficient than using these ones in the back. Eventually, you probably want to get rid of those just because those are more efficient. Those are running at 30. Those are producing 30 power. These are producing 20. But you know what? Why make more stuff when you don't really need to? I think anyway. Let those run. Okay, so we got our power all queued up, ready to go. It should be enough. If it does kick off, we'll come over here and figure out why. But everything now is running and backlogging all of my stuff into over here. Now, also, we've noticed that, this is stopped. Right? This is why this is stopped. Well, guess what? I bet you it's because there's no more wood in there and there's no more leaves in there. Right? So now that's all the power that we have unless we want to go collect some more, which we really don't want to. But we want to tool up our plate production because that's the thing that's slowing us down right now. We also want to kind of fill in our base a little bit here so we don't have to feel like we're about to fall off all the time. So let's take a minute to do that as well. I don't like stuff to clip, not even wires. Not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. There we go. Very nice. Fill those in. And now, see, down here, there is a pure node. Down there somewhere. There it is. There's a pure node coming up there. But because we didn't have plates, we didn't have the ability to make this go at 120. So right now, it's coming up. It's going 60. It's going into here. But wait a minute. It doesn't even need 60 in there. It needs 30. So it's half of what we're running in there right now anyway. So if we wanted to make more, easy peasy, right? We just go ahead and double up that production right over here, right? So we can just go, okay, you know what? I'm going to middle mouse click, boom, grab that. Second production right here. Now we need to move it over a little bit because it's going to run into that other one. So we can do it right here. Now, but what I would do first actually is I would do this one first. I would do the constructor first because that's going to allow you to line up your forge right behind it. And you're like, well, Kismet, aren't you going to do your lifters and all of that? No, I don't need to do that. On this is just easy peasy stuff here. This is like beginner of the game deal. Now, what we can do is now come over here and we can go ahead and say, you know what? Boom, we're going to do a splitter, right? Right here. We're going to split it right there if we had enough iron plates, which we don't. Again, the thing we need is the thing we need, if you know what I mean. Now, I can grab some of these iron plates because they're running along this conveyor here. Instead of running all the way back up there, I can run up here and say, yo, give me these plates. These are my plates. I need those. And grab them, or I could go make some more either way. And then we can go ahead and go back to our other set here, which is our splitter set down below here, our set. Hit 1, or we go into the menu. And then now we can go ahead and split this. And look, that's all we needed to do, right? We didn't need to, you know, go in and make this 120 yet. We don't need to because we already have the production available. We just hadn't done it yet. All right, need a couple more. Grab them. Grab them before they go up. I'd rather it have it make it for me, and then I can just grab it. Now, I could also cut that off and just let it backfill in there, or I could put it in a box and let it backfill. But I'm good. I'm good. All I got to do is get this from here to here and there to there, and we got. Oh, this is going the wrong way. It loves to troll me, even though I grabbed that other one right next to it, in which it should be going the same direction as the one I grabbed. It still trolls me and turns it around the opposite way. That's not even lined up. Hold on, hold on, hold on. I mean, hey, if I'm going to do it, I might as well do it. But, hey, if it's not lined up, what's up with that? Offset it just by a little bit. I saw that. I don't think I didn't see that. There we go. Line that up. If I take the time to line it up back here, I might as well have it straight, right? All right, there we go. We'll run that into there. And now, that's it. We don't have to do anything else. So it doesn't cost us additional power and whatnot. But it is going to cost us a bit more power because this is going to be running more, right? So keep that in mind. Obviously, these are going to be drawing power as well. We need to go ahead and grab some power. Speaking of power. Oh, but not that one. Let's go back to our other one over here. And draw a nice power from over there. Let's put it right there. And off we go. And more iron ingots. More iron plates. Now, the plates come out at 20, right? So they come out at 20. So this is producing at 20. This is producing at 20. We'll go ahead and raise this up. Now, again, all of this is going to get retooled. All of it's going to get redone. So at this point, you don't have to be too worried about how beautiful your stuff is, unless you want to. Sure, Gabe, you can make it beautiful at the beginning. I try not to do too much spaghetti, but if I need to, I do anyway, because I answer to no one, and neither do you. It's your factory. You do it however you want. If you want to just not even use these stackers, hey, go for it. That's what I say. Do what you want to do. It's your factory. You're the one who has to answer to the big boss to fix it in the sky, who's up there in their, chilling out in their boss office up there up in space while you're down here doing all the hard work, right? You make it however you want. There you go. That's what I say anyway. A little RP there for you. So yeah, here we go. We'll go and put this in here. I don't do that much RP, by the way. I just kid around from time to time. There we go. Put that in there. Put this over here. So this is 20 plus 20. That's 40. Now we just doubled our plate production, and we don't have to do anything else down there. All right, that's all ready to rock and roll. All right. Nice. Getting texts from my kids because my kids are being very good. They're doing remote learning right now from their school. And they just let me know that they're doing their stuff, and that's awesome. See, I love good communication, everybody. Good communication is the key to your kids and between anybody else in this world, that's for sure. There we go. Yes, retweet love going in. Let's see how we're doing. What are we at? We're at 8 retweets. All right, let's keep it going. I need to take this retweet thing out and put it out here. Let's see. I got to go in there. I got to grab this one right there. I'm going to take that and put it there. Because I'm going to do that again in just about a second. Let's see if it's working. Yeah, all right. So I had to make a separate command from my normal command because my normal command is broken for some reason. Another thing I have to fix this afternoon as well is they're working on the 7 Days to Die server, and I'm trying to figure out what's going on my Astroneer server because that one keeps resetting every week. If I leave it off on stop mode and then I turn it back on, boom, the whole entire server resets and we have to start all over again. So we're going to see what's up with that. Now, I just left them on for now while they're working on them and just see if it works or not. But we'll try to get all that done this afternoon after the stream. But right now, we want to get all of our... So look at this. Look at... Oh, I don't know. If you're a builder, that should make your heart fill with joy right there. Look at it go. Look at it. Look, it's not even going fast enough. It can't even feed that fast enough. Oh, no. What's the deal? Why is it stopping? No, get it going. Why is it slowing down? What's it going on? You know why? Because it's not feeding out of the box fast enough. That's what's going on. It's not feeding down from the top fast enough to the bottom, and that's why it's doing that. I can tell you already. I already know. I can trace it down. That's because the lifters that we have on the back of each of the boxes up there are level 1s and not level 2s. That's what's causing that, and I could just see it just by the way that it interacts, right? And that's what's so cool about the game. This one over here, doing screws, just fine. This one over here, just fine, just fine. But these plates here are going to have a problem here in a minute. Because if I go another one on these plates, they're going to... actually, I go one more and then on the plates. But we can also make this come up 120. We could double of our plates. We just doubled our plates, and then we could double that again. So we could have 4 of these wide running right now because that's a 120. We just need a bunch of plates to do that. So we need plates to make the reinforced plates so we can make more plates to make more reinforced plates, right? Now, while I'm running back up there again to check on all my plates and stuff, we're going to go ahead and do this battle. We're going to keep these battles rocking and rolling as much as we can. Get you guys some serious loot in this awesome event that's going on right now. Let's go. I don't even think I shouted out to all my Stream Raiders peeps. I forgot to shout out. I'm going to go shout them out right now. Let's go shout them out. So a whole bunch of peeps come and join us. We'll get tons and tons of loot for everybody. Slide that right over there. Grants and rewards. Nooshki, Big P Daddy, and Yangi all getting some love there. Nice Zebra coming in. Overall MVP. Subterina. Very awesome event. Liking it, liking it. We're going to go through here, then up, then over, then across. We always stay on mission every time. Especially when we come to a decision point. All right, I think you guys got this one. You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my little buddy Norbert right here in the corner. Because I feel like we start right here in the corner. We can take out these guys. Those are level 20s. And push up into these guys up here. Probably a little bit of peeps over there too. But I got my buddy Norbert. Look at him. He's so cute. He likes to dance from time to time as well. There he goes. There he is, my little buddy Norbert. He's going to heal you guys as a grand healer there. Back you guys up. All right, let's go ahead and keep walking up here. And let's see how we're doing on the plates now. Now, while we were doing all of that, by the way, and retooling all of that, it was running some of those plates over here. And now we're going to be doing double the amount of plates. And so we're going to go ahead and grab some of these plates just so we can keep it going over here. And we're going to go ahead and put it in there manually. Now, again, I'm doing this on purpose so you can see that this is totally offline where I am manually putting the stuff in there. And later on, obviously, you'd want that all to be automated so you don't have to manually grab it all. Same thing with the screws here. And I think we got plenty of screws for right now. Yeah, I got plenty of screws in there and whatnot. And then once that starts to go in there, that will go ahead and go in here. Now, the faster way, by the way, again, grab this here. Go and feed it directly in. So these are going at maximum speed. Same thing with your screws, maximum speed. And then running over here, and that's going to queue up the rest of this production. By the way, when the rest of this production queues up, guess what's going to happen? Potentially lose power. We'll see how it goes. Over here, what do we need? Iron rods and screws. Let's just go ahead and straight up feed that straight in there. That's going to be going way faster. How are we doing on the screws over here? Oh, this one's out of screws because it's going way faster. So what do we need to upgrade? We need to upgrade the thing. Now, again, this is like a constant cycle, right? Constant cycle of, oh, I need more screws. I need more plates. I need more of this. I need more of that. That constantly is going on. But let's see how many smart plates we've got. We may be able to get our smart plates done today. I kind of feeling pretty good. We're at 44 of 50 already. Look at that. And I didn't have to add that much more production. I didn't have to add a whole bunch of separate line and all of that stuff. Plenty of power going right now. And so we're looking pretty good. And so what we'll do right now is we've already got our stuff going here. Now, to make it a little bit easier on our power consumption, we're going to go ahead and take this out like this. And we're going to retool this back to how we had it. There we go. And we're going to stop the awesome sink. The awesome sink is great when you need it, but if you don't need it and you need that little bit extra power, boom, flip that thing off or just stop feeding stuff into it. Also works. But I'm going to just turn it off. And what it's going to do is give us a little bit of a boost of power headroom so that we can not hit that top, especially when all of this starts to kick in. Because when it kicks in, all these assemblers over here are going to kick in. Both of these are going to kick in. There they go. That one's starting to go. We're getting our rotors coming down, and we'll get our plates coming down here in just a minute. Yeah, here they go. And then both of these are going to kick in, and then I would hit that top tier very, very quickly when we have all of that stuff running. So let's go ahead and let that run. It seems like it's going really slow, but it only needs to go really slow. And while we're waiting, by the way, we do have some plates over here that we can split into a stack. We can go ahead and feed those into there. We also have some rotors that we can cut in half and feed those into there. And then we could go over to this one, same thing. We can go ahead and put those extra plates and extra rotors in there. And now it's going to give it a little bit of time to just kind of kick butt and go maximum speed at 2 per. And this is going to be 4 per. And now this is going to just run while it's starting to back queue that other stuff, right? And really, we don't need to go that much more. We literally are like a minute or two away from doing this. And it took us about 30 minutes to do this. Not very hard. By using that offline production, instead of creating a whole nother assembly line, adding massive amount of more power, and so on, we're going to be able to unlock it here very soon. We got 5 more to go, actually. We got 5 more to go. And it's going to do 2 per minute. So in about 4 minutes or so, boom, we're going to get that all in there feeding. We got 2 going in there right now. We need 3 more. Going to fire that up. Just in the ones that I fed in there, by the way, that's already going to finish. Now, the reason why I do this temporarily is you don't need a lot of smart plating at the very beginning of the game. So this production is only going to be running while you're upgrading your space elevator. And by the way, when you get your space elevator all the way upgraded, take that sucker out. You no longer need it. You don't need a space elevator because there's nothing more to upgrade utilizing your space elevator, right? These are to unlock the different tiers of stuff you need to then unlock again, right? So it unlocks the tiers. And then you unlock the tiers. And then it unlocks the ability to unlock those different sub-levels of those. And that's what we're doing. Oh, man, 48. 2 more. Oh, I see them. I see them up there. Oh, wait, no, they're right there. All right, everybody, here we go. Here we go. I love, this is one of my favorite animations in the game. It is so awesome. Come on, we know you're going. Come on, let's do this. There it is, 50. Load it. Send it. Awesome. Awesome. All right. I mean, just to feel how industrial strength this game is, right? Super industrial strength when you're doing all that stuff. Now, this goes out to my buddy, my pal, Ansifer in the chat. Boom, tip of the hat. Thank you very much for coming in, hanging out in the stream. As always, Ansifer, I appreciate the backup, bro. I appreciate the backup. I hope you enjoy your tip of the hat. There we go. I know, it's so cool, right? Now, wait till we have a mega server of us all working together, doing all sorts of cool stuff. I can't wait for them to come out to servers. They've already confirmed that they're going to be working on it. Obviously, with the whole corona thing going on right now, we're waiting around for that vaccine to hurry up so we can stop losing all sorts of awesome people in the world. And we can go outside and be like normal again, right? I would not go outside and act like everything's just fine right now, everybody. It is still not fine. There's still people dying left and right. We are the worst here in the U.S., because we are fail all around, because we failed to listen to warnings, we failed to listen to all the peeps who told us, look out, we are going to have trouble, and now we are, of course, shooting ourselves in the foot like normal. Now, right over here, we're going to need 500 more of those, right? That's a whole lot, right? That's a whole lot, but that's okay, because it's going to be sweet, sweet, sweet here in just a moment. Let's go over here and check out these new tiers that we unlocked. Right over here. So we'll go ahead and we got our active milestone to our jump pad. But now we've unlocked tier number 3. And tier number 3 is my jam right here. We got coal power. That's perpetual power. We don't have to keep feeding biofuel in there. And that's why I rushed to get to this. And I build offline stuff and just minimum amount to get the power. So I'm just above the power, but just running just below it. Just enough so I could get to coal. Now, we need to get this one going on, bro. Bam! We need to turn that one on, and we need to immediately stop this over here. We need to immediately stop feeding that. We're going to say, no, 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 no. We want this to go back into a box, because we want a whole bunch of these plates in our pocket as quick as possible. Let's do it before we run out of biofuel again. Run that into there. Then immediately run over here and say, you know what? I don't need rotors right now. Let's turn this off. Boom, off you go. Over here, no, we don't need these smart platings right now. Off you go. Immediately do that because it's going to burn less power. Off you go. Boom, there we go. No more. Take that out. Give me those reinforced iron plates. Give me them rotors. Give me that right there. I could use that on something way better, which is, of course, our coal power. And we might be able to get our coal power up today. We'll see. We'll see how it works. See how it goes. So cut that stuff off quick. Then go over here and say, okay, is this working good? Where's our poles over here? How are we looking on our poles? Are they coming through? Oh, yeah, they're coming through nice. Now, I'm going to say, you know what? Screw it. Let's run them in there. How about our screws? You know what? Screw it. Spaghetti that sucker. Let's go ahead and do a little spaghetti this way. Oh, wait, we need some of them plates. We're going to spaghetti this baby. Let's do it. Who cares? It's your base. You build it however you want. Don't let nobody tell you you can't build your base however the heck you feel like building. You build it however. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to run some spaghetti right there, and that's how it's going to be. Because I don't have all my cool stuff that I'm unlocked later, so I don't need spaghetti. But there we go. So now we're gonna oh wait, oh hold on, I just fed the wrong thing in there. Woo! That was close. That was close. I wanted this, not that. What am I doing? What am I doing? Get too far ahead of myself. Look at this. Come on, come on. Come on, don't be messing me up, Gabe. Don't be trying to trip me up here. Get in there. There we go. So we're going to run it just directly in there. Why do we got to micromanage it? Run it in there, baby. Get that stuff fired up. Let's go ahead and feed it directly into here as well. This is going to go maximum speed now. Go, baby. Maximum speed. What you got over here? You got 8 of them. How many I got right now? 44. How many do I need to go to coal power? Now, I would switch from this milestone I got right now. The other one I had, which was this one right here, jump pads. I'd be like, I don't need to waste my rotors on jump pads. I'm not going to use it. I'm going to go right here. Coal power, that I definitely am going to use. So let's go ahead and set that, which we've already done up here. Put those in there, and then put a bit of our wire in there. Oh, we're going to need more wire. We're going to put our plates in there. Wow, we need 106 more of those plates. That's a lot of those plates, especially early game. But wire, that we got coming out of our ears over here. We got so much wire. We actually got that box. We got this box getting filled up. We are filling that up, no problem. Wire is easy peasy. Let's do it. Boom, boom, wire complete. Now we need some rotors. Let's go see if there was any extra rotors in here. Any extra rotors? No extra rotors. But guess what? Boom, turn that back on. Turn that back on. Feed them iron things in there. Get yourself some extra screws if you can. Oh, we're already out. Grab some of these extra screws. Right over here. Oh, that's feeding in and out at the perfect rate. Look at that. In, out, in, out, in, out. Perfect. Perfect rates right there. So we're going to take those extra ones. We're going to run them over here. That's going in nicely. All right. Right there. Boom. Put that over there. That'll feed it nice and quick. Now, we can create a whole nother production for screws and all that stuff. And we'll do that later. But right now, we only need to bring these screws in at 40. At 60, and it's going at 40. So that eventually is going to diminish. But our plates are going at 40, and they only need to come in at 30. So they're going to actually start to backlog up here in this upper part, right here, which we got 56, and eventually there'll be more. Right now it's pretty, there we go, 57, and so on. So those will start to backlog up there and start to fill there, and then backlog down there and start to fill all of those. And that's okay. We're going to let that run. And again, we need a bunch of rotors over here. Now it's going to go ahead and produce those. Oh, it's running down the line. I forgot to cut the line. Hold on, I got to cut the line. Cut the line. There we go. Now we got to go back over here and take them out of here. Hold on. Oh, I got these turned off, so it's not going to run in there. Let's turn it on. Then we can take it out. Take this out. Whatever was left on the line. Turn that back off. Turn this back on. Get whatever was left on the line to run in there. Take it back out. Take it back out. Before it makes anything. Oh, it's got nothing else in there. All right, it's on standby, but I don't want it on standby. I want to turn it off. Off. There we go. And get that rotor out of there. There we go. Okay, now we'll cut that production there, and it will backlog in here, or we can tell it to backlog into a thing storage container. There we go. There we go. Just in case that fills up, which is not going to, but just in case. We'll let it run in there. All right, how are we doing on our plates? Oh, another 16 done there. We got rotors over there. I think we got all of our rotors. And here we go. All right, rotors, get in there. Plates, okay, now we're at 64. We need about 90 more. Now, here's the thing. While you're waiting for that to do its thing, come over here and make more. The reason why is you can make these way faster than that thing can make. It's making 5 per minute. Or you can make way more than 5 per minute. Actually, I feel like I'm going to grab some of these rotors over here now. I'm going to turn this back off. I'm going to grab these screws out of there. Grab the screws from over here. And the reason why we're going to do that is we already have the rotors now. We don't need to worry about it. All we need is just enough rotors to get our coal going. Now, I'm going to sit over here and I'm just going to try to fire these up. Now, we're going to run out of something here in a second. Let's do it. Because you're always running out of something, everybody. You're always running out of something. Oh, what did I run out of? Plates, right? So again, that's why we upped our production over here, so we have excess plates. So let's go ahead and take all those plates. It's coming in at 40. It's being used at 30. But it's going out at 60, by the way. So you also want to double check this over here to see if you've got any extra plates, in which you do. And then that actually is going to run at speed over here and keep this working at maximum speed. Eventually when it gets up to thing. Or I've already got 100 in there. So it's got plenty of time to get in there and backlog and do all of that and run a bunch in there. But we're going to go ahead and do it way faster, like I was talking about earlier, to get to that next one very, very quickly, because we're going to run out of biofuel. And when we run out of that biofuel, we're going to be regretting that we didn't take the time right here. We didn't take the time to just do this ourselves. Now I can make 41. So let's see how many it makes in the time, and I'll give it a few extra too, in the time that I make 41. Right? We'll go see how much it's made versus me. Let's go check it out. Check it out. How are we doing on our battle? 15 more minutes on our battle. Plenty of time left in the stream. We're going to party on up in here. Get some more battles in. We're going to build our coal hole today. That'd be awesome. We get to coal today. That would be pretty amazing. We don't know where the coal is. We don't know where any of that stuff is. We'll find out. But I'll probably run the coal all the way here to my base, because I do have some pure nodes, which is going to be pretty nice. Pretty nice. But we're going to also have to worry about water and other things like that. We'll get in some fluids hopefully today. We'll see how it goes. All right. Almost done. 5 more to go. Okay. So I made 46 of them or so. Or I got 46 on me. How many did it make in the same amount of time? It made 15. See, I'm telling you, it's way faster sometimes just when you're trying to go up the tier, especially when you come to coal. is just to do it yourself, because otherwise you're going to be down there collecting more of them trees here in a minute. So let's go ahead and feed these in here and see where we're at. Bam! Oh, we're 25 away. We're so close. So close to getting that going on. So let's go ahead and get some more plates up here. We know it's going to backlog. And with it working and us working, I think we're going to get this done in no time. Lickety split. 4 more over here. Nice. Okay, now what do we need? We need more plates, right? That's what we need. We don't have enough plates going on up in here. But to get more plates, we need to use our iron plates to make more plates, to do the plates that we need to make, the plates. And you're like, what do you mean, Kismet? I'm talking about we got to use those iron plates that we're making, that we want to put into here. We have to use those to lift the thing up so that we can split it into double and double again, right? And to really split it so we're doing 4 things of iron plates instead of just 2. Right? That's what we want to do, but we'd have to use our iron plates to do that. So what's the smarter thing? Run down there and make that production double that amount? Or to just wait for the plates to finish and then use those plates to make more iron plates? I would say efficiency-wise, I would just wait for the plates, right? Because otherwise you're going to have to make more power and all of that stuff and rebalance all your power. And right now our power is pretty sweet. I mean, we've got a lot of overhead because we turned these other ones back off. In fact, we got so much overhead that what I would do is walk over here and turn this off. Off. Boom. Why you got so much overhead? Why you got so much extra power running? You're just wasting your fuel. Don't waste your fuel. Over here. You know what? Screw it. Off. Boom. Bring that power down. And you want to get really close as you can, because that means less of your time. Your time is your most valuable thing you got. Right? That's the thing that costs you the most. Now, I could go down a little bit more here if I really wanted to get crazy, but look at that peaking way up there. All right, it's peaking at 135. Right now, we've got it going at 160, so we could probably cut another one. Let's go and cut another one off. See what happens. Oh, that's real close. And there it went. It went off. All right, let's turn that one back on. I knew it was going to do that, by the way, everybody. And then let's go ahead and fire this back up. Because I knew that was 30, so when we're at 160, and this is saying 130.9, so it's literally just a little bit above where we need to be. I knew when it cut off that 30, I knew it would go down and eventually peak and hit that peak, and I knew I'd have to turn that one back on. But now we have 2 of them we don't have running, so that's less biofuel that we're using, and we're still producing the same amount of stuff that we need. There we go. We got 10 more. We're at 18. We need 25. So here's the perfect time. Also, a perfect time in my stream because I've been going for 3 hours. I actually remembered, mods. I remembered to take a break. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. And we'll be back here. We got about 10 more minutes on that battle. So I'm going to AFK for just a moment. And you guys can watch my factory run. Now, one of the funnest things to do, by the way, once you get your factory going, is to make a cool little lookout tower. I need some plates. That's too funny. To make a cool little lookout tower. So let's go over here. Get our lookout tower. Some of these plates for our lookout tower. And I like to put it in a place where you can kind of see a lot of stuff at the same time, which is a lot of fun. So I'm going to try it right here and see if I like it. Lookout tower right there. And you can also build from your lookout tower. We're going to go ahead and climb up here. We're going to take a little bird's eye view of what we got going on over here. Look at this. Ah, it's a thing of beauty. It is so beautiful. Make a grown man cry. Make a dragon cry. He's like, Kismet, we need some more love in this channel. We need some more love over here. Oh. Oh, there's not enough biddies in the cup. He's so sad. I love that. I love that animation. I think it's pretty funny. By the way, you wonder who does all those animations? It's me. If I wish I had more time, I do a lot more of those animations and all sorts of cool stuff here. I'm working on it. It just takes a really long time. That stuff is very time intensive. You got to, animate every part, and you got to let it render and all that stuff. But I'm going to go ahead and go on an AFK here, and that's just going to run. Right? And it's got plenty of fuel right now, so it's going to run for a little bit. That'll give me time to just get up, stretch my legs, and I'll be right back. All right? So feel free to talk amongst yourself in the chat or talk to my mod, Nushki. She's awesome. Feel free to show her some love. Be right back. Isn't that a thing of beauty, everybody? Isn't that a thing of beauty that you can just walk away and just let it run? You don't do nothing. I can just sit here and chill. Just chill out. Let it run. This is one of my favorite parts of the game. It's just literally letting it run. Look at all the resources on the right there just feeding in there. Isn't that awesome? Right over there. Let's go jump down and let's go take a look. Hold on. Let's get down the ladder. My hardest thing in this game is going down the ladders, but they added it now so you can do that. It makes it a lot better so I don't feel like I'm going to fall all the time. But let's get up here and take a look up on this one. Yeah. I love it when it's doing all the work for me. I just sit here, let all this fill up. Now, one of the things I suggest right at this point of the game, if you have enough biofuel and you have everything running, to literally just walk away from the game. Just let it run. Go get yourself a sandwich, take a break, go out, see your family, see your kids, look at the sun, not directly, but, you know, at the light outside. Walk around a little bit, go for a little 15-minute walk or a 30-minute walk or whatever, come back, and bam, you've got 3 boxes full of stuff. Now, what I'm going to do after the stream, after I get my coal power going, which is going to be perpetual power, is I'm going to let this run until all of these boxes are full. Right? I'm just going to let it run on its own, not going to play, not going to add any production, not going to do anything else other than letting this perpetually run. But we've got to get our coal done first. So we're going to get that going. We've got about an hour and a half to make that happen. So let's get lickety-split on it, all right? Let's do it. Let's let that continue to run. But we've got to unlock our coal power, so let's jump down over here. Let's hope that it's done at least a few of them that we didn't have to do. We did 32. All right, awesome. That was a bunch more than we already had a bunch, and we had a bunch more than what we need. So let's go over here and once again unlock our nice coal power. We need 1 rotor. Look at that. Look how it trolled me. I thought I put that rotor in there. I need 1 rotor. You bunch of troll. You troll game, you. It totally trolled me with that rotor. Come on, I know there's 1 rotor in here somewhere. Here, make that rotor for me. Make that rotor. This game loves to troll me like that. Missed it by that much. And I should have looked for the check mark. I obviously didn't look. Where'd it go? Oh, they're in the box. They're already in the box. I could have went and grabbed them out of the box. There we go. I thought I made a few extra, but I thought I made enough, but apparently not. Apparently I didn't remember that I made a box there. All right, there we go. All right, now we got our rotors. Up and off we go. This is my favorite part of the game, right here.
Coal is an improved alternative power source to biomass and can be fully automated if provided water with the new pipeline buildings and power throughout the initial setup. Coal has been added to the resource scanner. Note: ensure the close proximity of water to the coal production line. Note: pumps will aid in vertical transport of fluids through pipes. Note: throughput and volume indicators are added to each pipe section automatically.
Awesome. So now we unlocked a bunch of cool stuff right here in our coal power. So we unlocked the coal generator, the water extractor. Remember, water extractor is 3 water extractors to 6 coal power generators. Now, coal power generators generate a good amount of power. We'll get into that. We got pipelines unlocked. What are we going to need for pipelines? Well, guess what? We're going to need a bunch of resources. We're going to have to see how that goes. Particular transport, that's a waste of time. We're not even going to use that. That we're definitely going to use. But we're going to go ahead and get into coal power. What about steel power? What do we need? Oh my gosh, a bunch of rotors and a bunch of modular frames and stuff. And we're going to there's our versatile framework, which we're going to use for our next upgrade and so on. But we got to get our coal power firing up. Now, to get that coal power firing up, we need to go ahead and first start by finding, I know, it's super obvious, but not always. We got to find our coal power. Hey, GPU hoster, thank you so much for that, host. Appreciate it. Oh, that's not what we need. We need this one, coal power. Now, we got some coal off 400 in this direction. Wow, that's pretty lucky. That's pretty lucky. That's our close. Well, let's just do it again just to make sure. Coal power. Yep, 400 in that direction. Right over there. Where are you hiding, my wonderful, wonderful, wonderful coal? Wonderful, wonderful Copenhagen. You guys don't know that one. You guys don't know that one for sure. There's only us old fogies know that one. If you actually know what movie that's from, Put a 1 in the chat, everybody. Let me see if who knows that. If you know what that is, I'll give everybody 1,000 Kit Kats. I seriously doubt it. Name that movie in the chat. That's even better. Name that movie from that song. I love that song, by the way. I love that song. One of my favorite ones from Danny Kaye. Look, I gave you some hints. You can go try to find it on the internet. I gave you some hints there. All right, so we need to go that way. Ba-bing. And we need to find that coal. Let's do it. Wait, not that. No, coal. Bad monkey. We want the coal. There it is. All right, it's that way. You know how I do it? I just build myself a bridge. Let's go. Oh, we ran out of concrete. Look how far we are, by the way. Pretty far away. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to need a vehicle. That's the ultimate, the best vehicle in the game, in my opinion. Other than the Dune Buggy. The Dune Buggy is very fun, too. But we don't get that till a later game. But for right now, we're going to get the best vehicle, my favorite. We're going to go make that right now to help us in our long journey all the way over there to get that coal. And it's going to help us get back and forth while we set up our coal production. And we're going to run our coal production right here from these pure nodes. We got some iron down there. We can fire it up. But we're going to need that coal production. And we're going to need some water production, right, to make coal power plants. Now, the first thing I do is I find the nearest coal. Then I'm going to have to find the nearest water by the coal. So we're going to need both of those things. But it's going to be quite a journey. So we need some concrete so we can build our way out. And we need our awesome vehicle. So let's go ahead and make our vehicle right over here. Right up here. Oh, wrong one. This one. Right over here. What do we need? Oh, we got all the things we need. I never go anywhere without this vehicle. It is my favorites. We're going to go ahead and put that right in there. Don't really need the chainsaw right now. We're going to go ahead and put the chainsaw back in our little tent box over here. Chainsaw. Don't need you. Now, eventually, this power is going to go off, by the way. So before we go on any big adventure, we should also refill our power. So it's continuing to make us all sorts of cool stuff. Again, before you walk away, always make sure your power is maxed out at the level in which you need it. In this case, I want to make a bunch of reinforced iron plates so I can go ahead and make a bunch of stuff that is running at 120 speed. And I'm only going to feed it in the ones that are actually running right now because my power is working quite well. And there we go. And we're going to go ahead and get this one going. There we go. And then we don't need the last one. And then we have these off, but we'll go ahead and put them in there anyway. We'll have that one off. This one is off. Nice. This one is on. All the rest of those are running. All right, awesome. So that's going to just run and run and run. And it's going to backfill all of these things. It's going to run those plates up there. It's going to make me those iron plates and whatnot. I don't need that many rotors right now. I don't need all that stuff for right this second, though I'm going to need that stuff in a bit. But all I really need is for it to just be making these plates. And this is why I kind of do this offline production. And then as you can see, I converted it to an online production, right? I use my boxes to run it in there. And even if it runs in there at a slower rate, it's better than me doing it. Because I could be off looking for oil right now, right? And it's going to just keep running them in here. Did 37 of them right there. And we're just going to keep running them in there and whatnot. Now, as you saw, I put those screws in there just to let it go a little bit faster. Because that's definitely not coming out at 60. It's only coming out at 40. So eventually it will slow down. But we'll let that run. We got all that other production off that we don't need right now. We went and get some concrete over here, which we probably have a ton of it. Oh, look at this. We're going to take it all. Take it all with us. And it is time for our super elite, extra special, top of the line vehicle. Right here. Look at him in there. He's all crashed in there, everybody. He's all crashed in there. Hurry up, we need to do a battle. Turn on the battle alert. Turn on the battle alert, everybody. We got to do a battle. There we go. All right. Well, while we're doing this, let's go ahead and, while we're running this other side and filling out this thing, let's go ahead and do this battle. All right. Open the capture chest, slide you guys some love, grant some rewards. Let's see. Oh, Athras getting some extra love right here. Get some gold. Over here, Yangi and Nushki. Man, just taking all the extra loot today. Box Kicker coming in overall MVP. Very nice. Let's move on. Where are we going? Right here. Gonna go. And then there. Let's do it right there. Get that love going on. Where to go? Where to go? We got level 10 there. Level 1. I'm feeling the 10 over here. We're going to go ahead and fire up Wasteland Tycoon to back you guys up. Let's do it. We're trying to get as many battles as we can in today. All right. Now, as you can see, I brought my vehicle. Look, I built all that out while you guys weren't watching. And I got my vehicle. Now, whenever you go away from your vehicle, pick up your vehicle. That's what's pretty awesome about that vehicle. You can pick it up. And we want to keep binging our way here. I call it binging anyway. Toward that, it's 150 in that direction. Now, let's hope it's up high like this. Or down low, either way. Doesn't matter. As long as I'm getting close to it. Now, I'm going to have to zigzag that way eventually. Because it's literally right over there. Right? So I'm going to get to a point where I'm going to have to left turn this. Like that. I don't feel like I'm quite to that point yet. But we're going to go ahead and keep going this way until it literally is right next to the left of us. Look how nice it is to build, right? Nice to build out. All right, how are we looking? Oh, there we go. Okay, now we're going to go back this way a little bit. I'm going to try to center off whatever that is. That's pretty close right there. Maybe one more back. Yeah, let's do that right there. That looks pretty solid. And if we have to go a little bit to the right, we'll do that as well. No, that's definitely going to be a little bit more right. I can tell just by doing a few of them. Take those back out. Grab these. There we go. All right. I'd rather be a little bit too far than too close on there. Because it's going to go to the left. See? Like that. And the reason why it's going to the left is because it's right down below us. Down there somewhere. Down there. Maybe way down there for all we know. You're like, well, Kismet, how you going to get down there, bro? Well, that's a good question. See how it went left? See, it's right here. We've kind of triangulated its spot. There it is. Triangulated spot, so it's down there. Right below us, right there. Now, do we want to do it way up here and bring that coal up? Sure, if we had plenty of water. But that's probably not a great idea. Not a great idea to bring it up here because this whole area is more vertical. What we want to do is bring that coal to wherever the water is. And that means that less water, less pipes, less higher end resources we're going to need right down there. But once we have that power, we want that power to run up here and then run across over to there. So really being way up here is probably not the best idea. We want to get back down over to there. Now the fastest way to get back down over there is of course to use our super elite vehicle here. Not what I want. There we go. Our super elite. I wish that put it back in your hands, by the way. That would be a great addition. Let's get back in our super elite vehicle. And try not to fall. Now, by the way, I can fall off the side. Sometimes you'll make it, and sometimes you won't. There's our guy. Let's jump on his back. Go for a ride. Come back here. He's too fast. Now, instead of me walking up and down ramps all the time, I can very easily go ahead and use my vehicle. It's really good when you're in your base. But you're going to see that when we're not at the base, it's going to have a little bit of problem. See, I've got really skinny. These are skinny. I like to have them 3 wide normally. But I have really skinny ramps right now, and they have drop-offs to the side. So watch out for that. All right, we'll go this way. Again, eventually we'll have roads in here, so all of this will be a lot safer. And we'll know where our roads go. And then we'll have hyper tubes, and we don't have to do this all that much. If you slow down, by the way, when you get to the edges, it's not as wonky. I love this car. It's really, really fun. All right. And there we go. So now we're just very easily jump down here. And we'll just drive around down here. Easy. Watch this. It's just easy. You just, hold on, tree. Oh, what? Wait. I'm not going that way. Whoa, wait, what are you doing? Whoa, why are we spinning around? Whoa, why are we out of control? I'm not doing that, by the way. I'm just going straight. I'm just going straight. I'm just holding down W. And see, that's what happens when you're in the sand with this vehicle, is you literally just spin around everywhere. You just spin around everywhere. It's very hard to get where you're going. So I actually like to take this out and just pick it up at this point and do that. Now, here's the cool thing about that vehicle is the fact that it will not, it won't really, they won't attack you if you're in that vehicle. So that's a good thing. So this is 300 out here. So let's just go for a run. We'll go look around. Now, of course, we need to have our little zappy. Our little zappy zap, just in case. But we need to go for a little bit of a walkabout. And we also need to go down. We got to keep that in mind that we need to go down because it is on this lower level. And we're going to look for our platforms that we saw up above, too. We're going to head down, but not too far down where we might be at the wrong level. So we're going to go over here again. Going to keep pumping this scanner. Ah, darn it. Scared me. Ah, might be our first death. He'll be back. They always come back. It's dangerous out here, everybody. Dangerous. Do I got anything to help myself? No, maybe I can eat this. Know what else I can do? Just not fight him for a minute. See how my thing went back up to 3? So I stood up there and I just didn't fight him for a minute. And then I zapped him and now he's dead. Let's get some of this. I think this is the most of this I've ever seen. There we go. All right. Back on target. This way. Aha! Please be a pure node. Make my day. Oh, this map is awesome. Uh-oh, bad guy, bad guy. Run away, run away. Whoa. Yikes. And there we go. Kismet for the win. GG. Watch out for those guys. These guys are ranged guys. Now, again, if you just wait around, your health will go back up to 3. Now, 99% of the time where you're watching me play Satisfactory, that health is going to be 3. I typically leave my health like that, and it drives everybody crazy in the chat. It triggers everybody who comes in. Kismet, why don't you heal yourself up? Why? If I die, I'll just come back and grab my stuff. No big deal. Right? I'm not afraid to die in game. So that is a pure node, everybody. That is pretty sweet. But let's look around. I see nothing but fog right over here. I need some water. It doesn't help me if I don't have water around it. So let's bing this again. We've got, again, that one there, which is nice. But where the heck is our water at? Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey there, Mr. Shotgun guy. Oh, that's a big, big guy there, too. Look out for that guy. We're out of here. That's a big guy. I don't got the weaponry to take on the big guy. Whoop, whoop, get up the hill, run away. Yikes, he's after me. I'm gonna die. Line of sight, everybody, run away. He bravely ran away, brave Sir Kismet. What are you guarding over here? A little left. No Shaggy Dog. Don't do no Game of Thrones, bro. Left, right. That's what you do, right? You don't run in no straight line. Like that guy, that one guy got shot with the arrow. What a bonehead. Don't run in a straight line. Let's just take a moment to grab some more. Okay, there we go. We're good. Okay, now back to work. It's very unhappy. Ah, that's because it knew I was going to discover there's a ton of water right here. Ah ha ha. There's our water. There's our line right there. Looks like T for tycoons, by the way. Teamwork tycoons up in the sky. And so we're going to go ahead and utilize this water right down here. We're going to utilize that coal right over there. We're going to get this fired up. So Mr. Dude was over here trying to go, whoa, stop me from doing that. Now, there's one little problem. There's a bit of a cliff here. Right, that's a problem. Over here, I guess I could do it over here. But then we have Biggie coming over here, getting up in our face. And whatnot. Could do it over there. Where I want to do this at. Now, it doesn't really matter. I'm going to run the coal from up there, and I'm going to run it down here somehow. Do I want it to be closer to where it's flatter, or do I want it to be up there on that side, and then just do all the power at the bottom level? Oh, I need that thing right there. Oh, let's go get that thing. This is how you die, by the way. You go, oh, I want that thing, and then meanwhile, a whole bunch of mobs come out and kill you. Or not. Or not. Oh, look at this. We got a ledge here. Oh, see, that's why you look around. There's a ledge right there. Ah. Oh, there's Big Guy. There's Mr. Big Guy over there. We go take him on. I think we can get him. Take us a long time to kill him, though, with this weapon. Take us a long time. We have to do a lot of line sights. We have a little side to side. Get it going on. We'll have to kill that guy at some point. But right here, this has got a ledge, and this is saying, Kismet, build it right there. That's where you build. Right here. All right, let's get our building on up in here. Let's go ahead and go back to our number 1. Up in here, we'll get number 5 going on. All right, now we're going to bring this up to a level in which we can go ahead and just utilize this platform here. Let's just try a little bit of this first. Let's see. We like that? Yeah, maybe. Maybe a little bit more like this. Put one down there and put one like that. So we're a little bit lower. And then we don't have to, the water can run right across there. How do we know? Well, we're going to put our water extractor down. And that's going to tell us, right? So we're going to tell us at what level our pipe's coming out. And you want that pipe to be just right there. And look at that. Just nothing but perfect, baby. Nothing but beauty must right there. Or at least it's only going to be a little bit up. So I think that's much better thing right there. So we're going to take this out. Holding down control. And we'll go ahead and use this because it's beauty must. And it matches up perfectly to this over here. You're like, Kismet, how did you know that? I just tried it. That's how I knew it. I've never played this part before, ever. I had no idea it was going to do that. Now, I like my things... Oh, I'm going 1 too wide there. I like my things to be at least 3 wide. And the reason why is so I like a main road coming through there. Now, see that way up there? I'll eventually tie that up there all the way down to here. So I can come down here whenever I need to upgrade my water or my power. Now, I am going to need a large area for my power and for my water generation. And so we're going to need to do this. Now, where do we want to grab our water from? Well, our coal is going to come from that way. And so we can just grab our water on this side and then run it to our power, which we're going to use. Now, we don't necessarily need our power on this level, but to run the water up requires more pumps and more power. And so you're using some of the power that you're generating by running those pipes up. So there's no real reason to do that either. Now, I feel like the best thing to do is to put our power on this side and put our water on the outside, feeding that water in from this side, having our coal from this side, running it down and running along the back side here so we can always access and adjust however we want to do. Now, we're going to need a lot of stuff. So first, we're going to need 3 of these. So we're going to need a ton of these copper sheets, which we haven't even started yet. Then we're going to need some extractors for our coal. So we're going to definitely need one of those, but that's going to be 120, so pretty nice. Then we're going to need to run, we're going to split it into dual 60s for right now. So we're going to need a bunch of our conveyor level 1. So we'll just put a little bit of that in there just so we don't know exactly how many we're going to need. So we'll put, let's say 50 of those in there just to give us a rough idea about 60 plates, but I'll probably get like 300 plates just to make sure. Conveyor lifters, we might need some of those, so let's throw that in there, right? And we're going to need more iron plates for that. We're going to need some pipelines, that's for sure, so we're going to need to put that in there. We're going to need some more for that. We're going to definitely need a pump or 2, so we're going to put that in there. Maybe some splitters, let's throw that in there. You're like, oh God, Kismet, there's a lot of stuff. Oh yeah. And then we're going to need the ability to make power. So we're going to need to go here, and we're going to need 6 of these. So we're going to go ahead and say, okay, we're going to need 6 of those babies. Let's fire those up. And now we've got a to-do list of all the stuff that we're going to need to do that particular thing, right? And we're going to need some power poles. So let's put a bunch of power poles in there and definitely a bunch of power lines. And so we're going to need a bunch of all of that, right? Now, some of that stuff I've already got. Plenty of iron rods, plenty of wire, plenty of concrete, but lots of resources over there. Now, we got to go back this way, or we can try to run that way and run away from this guy. But let's go see what happens if we go the other way, because then, hey, then we're exploring, right? We already went that way. We got a big guy in the way. We got to wipe that guy out eventually. But we'll go this way. Maybe we'll run into something cool on our way up. Back to our base. And hopefully we can get back up this way. Otherwise, we'll be running back this way anyway. Because we know our base is this way because we can follow it. We can see our space elevator and whatnot. Let's go see if this leads us back to our base. Oh, and look what we found over here. We found a biggie, but we also found another one that has... Ooh, it's got frames there. Ooh, should we risk it for the frames? Should we risk it for the frames, everybody? Look how far down we are from our base. Our base is actually up here. This is the bottom of our base, so we're way down here. We'll have to build our way up there. But I see some frames, and you know what? I'm going to go for it. I'm going to go for it. Come on, biggie! What you got? You ain't got nothing. Get those frames. I'm taking your stuff. Later, bro. Shaggy dog. Shaggy dog. Run away. He bravely ran away. Away. I'm running away, everybody. We'll come back for that later. We'll come back for it. Oh, God. I got to get up there. It's so far up there. Well, actually, at this point, since you're going to come back for this anyway, I would definitely make a way up there from down here. Now, as long as that guy doesn't come and eat my face or shoot me with his little pew-pew, we should be okay. So what we can do is we can go ahead and start off, and I would start down here because you're going to have a higher lift, right, trying to get up to your base up there. So I'm going to go ahead and jump down. Hopefully we don't have any tons of baddies down here. We do have a little bit of baddies over there, but we're going to go ahead and make it way back here. Watch out for that guy. Watch out for those guys. Yeah, over there. Watch out for that. Watch out for this and that and the other thing. Okay, let's do it. I think we got enough concrete. We've got a good amount. We're going to fire it up. All right, let's do it. Now, we need to get up there from here. We're not even aiming the right direction. Let's try to get it going in the right direction first. Now, this is not going to match up to up there, and I'm only going to use it so I can build. Right? So I can go here, and then I go 6, and then we're just going to go back and forth and hope that we make it. I love to build. That's going to make it easier for when we come back down as well. We don't have to run all the way around. Oops. All the way around. And we can get this going. There's a lot of stuff to get done. We got about an hour. There's a potential that we could get it done in time and then let it run while we're offline. Now, we got a little bit of problem here. Could potentially run into that. And if we do, we can always adjust for it. That's okay. Like right about here, I would go up. Well, I'm not going to make it. This thing is in the way. So here's what you could do. You could either just kind of divert around. I like to build my stuff nice and straight. So when I run into that problem, I will literally just start again. It's okay. Be fine. We'll make a bunch of it. Hold down control. Right over here. Hit F. Hold down control. No problem. Boom. Just take it right back out again. And let's go ahead and move a little bit this way. And then try to make sure we're not too close to that guy. All right, let's do a little bit of this. All right, I feel like that's a bit better. Let's do that. And then off we go again. Let's hope we don't hit that again. I would love it if that thing turned the right direction. So when I get up here, it's not the right direction. See, it's always like that. A little awkward. But we'll do what we got to do. All right, I'm going to speed up a little bit. I hope you don't mind, because we got the gist of this. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Take it easy! Take it easy down there. And I'm dead. Good shot. That was a good shot. Now, see, he's going to try to run up there. This is why I don't build ramps at the ground level. And you're like, well, Kismet, how you going to get your stuff? Well, guess what? We know how to get there now, right? We know what's down there. That's the most powerful thing is your knowledge. Is your knowledge of what you got. By the way, while I was down there, guess what? I was making tons of stuff over here for me. Right over here. Tons of concrete. So we're going to grab that concrete. We're going to walk over here. And we know a bit about where we were trying to go. Actually, we'll walk down this way. We're going a bit of where we go. Now, don't be ever afraid to die in game. It's okay. You can just do some rips in the chat. I do die quite often in games. I don't ever think about it twice, so that's good. And all we have to do is to run back and grab our resources. And we need to make a ramp down there anyway. And it's much better to make a ramp from a pre-existing position like we have here, so it matches up to the rest of our stuff versus being from down there. Because we'll end up remaking it anyway. What are we encroaching on? Oh, that's already there. Okay, let's go this way. Or actually, we'll go down. And we'll do it like this. There we go. We'll do it off of here. Now, building downwards, back down to where we were. Look at our thing. Right? Building downwards is actually harder than building upwards. Right? And one of the things we could do is we could build downwards toward another tier and just kind of work your way down in those different tiers as well. So we could work our way to here or maybe over to there. But I feel like when you're building, it's best to build it from the side, like this, when you're building downward, is to build from the side. And so that's what we'll do. We'll go ahead and change our mind. We're going to do this. We're going to go that way. We're going to go down. We're going to go forward. We're going to go down. Forward. And so on. And then as we don't no longer need those, we can take those out. And then we can go ahead and add in our ramps. Like that. Notice I'm only going to put 2 ramps there. And then now we're starting to work our way down. Oh, I need to go forward. Now here's a little thing you want to do. Eventually you want to go sideways. And the reason why you want to go sideways is so you can, again, look underneath here this way. And then take this one out. Because it's going to step down. And then forward. Down. Out. And rinse and repeat. Now, why am I doing it this way? Well, I didn't mean to die down there, but there's actually a better way of doing this. Oops, didn't mean to put that there. There's a better way of doing this is to get to where the coal is. Right over there, right? Because that's where the coal is. So I can just run out of here and run right to my coal and work on my coal over there. And then also have a ramp that goes from there down to my base that I'm going to use there. And I can run back over and get my stuff. Now, the cool thing is, since I've already built this, I could actually take this all out from up here. Or at least a portion of it out. And then get some of my resources back so I can use it to build this. Right? So that's another little trick that you can use. But let's keep on going. I feel like it's right about there is that angle. So let's go ahead and check that out. Put in our ramps. Okay, or not. No longer need this. Sometimes it's a little finicky. There we go. See how we're doing. That looks pretty good. So let's go ahead and just build it straight. I like to build just up above like this. Now, I never like it where mobs can get onto this and make their way back to my base. I don't like to leave it where there is an actual ramp here that they can get on. And I'll have that floating just a little bit, but I will actually take this ramp out and only put this ramp in when I am here using it. Oh, God, here comes another one of these guys. See? Now he can't get up there. And they're going to start shooting at me. I got to watch out. I'm out! Bob and weave. Oh, ho, ho, quartz node. We're going to tap that too. That's nice. See, look, when something bad happens, something good always happens. You found that thing. Oh, my God. Is this quartz? I mean, sulfur? Yeah, it is, but I don't think it's a node. It's just random sulfur here just sitting here. That is not a node. Just a bunch of sulfur sitting there. All right. Oh, look at this. We got some more stuff. Oh, look at it. We got 2 of them? Was that the same one? I think that's 2 of them. 2 pure nodes? Oh, my God. 2 pure nodes there. We'll come back for that. So now, look, by dying, we found out something else about the area. Now we know there's 2 quartz nodes there, and we know there's a coal node right down that way. Oh, I got to turn my thing back on again. Oh. If it doesn't work, by the way, you haven't picked what it is you want to do. Yeah, right down that way is our coal node. Right over there. So we got 2 quartz nodes, 2 coal nodes. We could tap all that, run all that back. But we need to get our stuff, right? Our stuff is down there. We don't need to get it. I could remake all that stuff. I started with nothing. I could go ahead and continue to go. But we go ahead and make another way down there, right? Down to that other level. Now look at that. There's a whole bunch of stuff crashed there. There's a big guy down there. We got to go down there. We got to get our stuff. We got to have the ability to get back up. Now what I would do right here is, because we do have access to this and we got these guys attacking us, is I put this ramp back in. I'd run back over here, and hopefully they fell off. Nope, they didn't. They're right there. Hasta la later, brah. And then what we'll do is we'll build another one down here. Let's say, right here. Let's go ahead and start building it right here. Now I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing. I'm going to go ahead and just use a little bit of this to go like this. Get up on the side. Same thing. Take this out. And we're just going to rinse and repeat. And again, I hope you don't mind me speeding up. That's what we're going to do. Now, this is the most awkward way to do this, by the way. It's way easier, as you saw from coming up, than it is going down, but it is possible to make it happen. Now, I'm going to have a little fun here, too. Oh, that one didn't want to go in there. I'm going to have a little fun here, too, by doing this. Watch out for dude again. Now, he hits really hard, so watch out for that dude. And we're going to lean out. And we're going to keep it on here. I normally go, I go way faster off stream than I do on stream. Because people are watching what I'm doing, and if you go too fast, it kind of makes it annoying. Because you're like, whoa, what did you just do? I just missed it. All right, so I usually go a little bit slower on there. Now, I need that right over there, so I'm going to go ahead and just work my way back over there. This is a little bit of fun we're going to have. Oops, not out down there. I meant up here. Easy. Easy. To get all of our stuff back. We're not even going to have enough room, so we need to put this in our hands. And then we'll go ahead and grab this. Put that back in our hands. Right there. There we go. Now we got that going. Now I would go ahead and back this up. Take that out. Take all that out. Take that out. Now we got a problem. We got to get back up there. That's okay. We go forward by 1. Turn around. Boom. Easy. Now, eventually, again, we're going to have trouble with these peeps down here, right? Shooting at us. Whoa, look out. Now I'm dead again. That was a good shot. That was a single shot to kill me. That guy's going to kill us over and over again, especially if we only have 3 health. So we can bring our health up to try to survive more, or we could go ahead and use our vehicle. Now, again, if you die, it's okay. If you die. Because now, what happened, right? What happened now? I can go ahead and run over here, and I can run down there. And I can run right to where I died because I have my angle, right? And that's okay. Again, I don't worry about dying. I'm not going to act like a little 5-year-old and bang on my keyboard and go, no, I can't believe I died. Or I something happened to me in this, pretend game. I'm not that dude. I don't get upset about that kind of stuff. It doesn't bother me at all. Like, Kismet, I can't believe you died. You're just not super elite and everything. Ha, 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 ha. That's okay. It's okay if you die. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. You just run back, grab your stuff, keep going, right? It's going to happen a lot. And this game is not like an achievement game. It's not like you're playing PvP or you're trying to get high score or whatever. You're just running along doing your stuff. We'll grab our stuff again. No big deal. He's going to shoot at us again. You're like, well, Kismet, how can you stop that guy from killing you? Well, here's what you do. You just go take some walls. Put some walls up there. You're like, wait a minute, kids, we got a big hole there. Yeah, that's why you do this. And then you do this. Come on, you. There we go. Now he's not going to kill you. At least, maybe. Sometimes they can still kill you if you're too close to the wall. So there we go. We got all our stuff back. We got our Xenobauer back. No problem. Easy peasy. Now, again, we're going to keep on going. You're like, well, Kismet, you're going to go right down where that dude is. Oh, yeah. We're going to go right down there where he's at. And it's not going to be a problem. You're going to see. Watch this. We're going to take this, actually, put this down here. There we go. And then we're going to go over here. That's going to protect us just for a minute. We're going to take this out. Push that forward. And we're going to take this the rest of the way, everybody. No big deal. It's okay if you die. Just let it happen. Let it happen. Run back. Don't break your keyboard. I see some people break, like, you know, $200 keyboards and stuff. Like, what a big baby. What a big baby. It's just a game. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. You answer to no one. If you die, someone comes in and says, aha, you died. Ah, well, bye. Ban. I just ban them. Because people like that are a-holes. Just ban them. Get them out of your channel. You don't need peeps like that who think they're so good that they never made a mistake in their life. I can tell you they did. Humans are inherently flawed. All of them. Not just a few. All of them are flawed. Everyone that's ever lived is flawed. Everyone who's going to live is going to be flawed. That's just how humans are. And that's okay. All right, I feel like we can go ahead and just put an angle on that last one. All right, let's do it. Put that angle in. Put the angle in. And I'm going to show you something really cool. Now that this guy's killed me a few times, we're going to do something kind of fun. Now, watch out in the sand, because this thing's going to slide all over the place. What's up, my brother from another mother? How you doing? Let's go snuggle. Let's go snuggle with him. Hey, let's snuggle. Oh, you're my friend. Come here. Wait, come back here. I can't control this crazy thing. Wait, I want to be your friend. Let's snuggle up together. Oh, we're in love. Look at that. He's so cute. He killed me a bunch of times, but he's super cute. You're like, well, Kismet, why is he not shooting at you? That's because I'm in my vehicle, like I told you earlier. That is how you go next level, brain, and you use your vehicle so he's not shooting at you. Now, see, look at this loot over here, though. Look, this is tempting. This is tempting right here. This is motors that I don't have to make. If I could steer this thing to go that way. All right, you know, well, Kismet, why don't you get a vehicle that works down here? I will. I'll make one here in a minute. But right now, I'm going to go, whoop, whoop. Thank you. Bye-bye. And he didn't trigger because he didn't see me. He was hiding behind the thing. But had he seen me, he would have triggered and tried to come and get me. Now, here's the thing. We're going to go over here. We're going to slide all over the place. Now, watch what happens the second I get on these foundations. It sticks to the foundations. It's like magnetic or something. And we gone. That's it. We out. And now we have an awesome way to get down. We know there's some other stuff off to the right there. We know there's some quartz and all of that stuff. And, of course, you know, I have played the game all the way through to the end. We have played every single thing and whatnot. But there's a way of getting down to the animals without it doing. Now, I could have just got on my vehicle before, by the way. Could have got on my vehicle before when he was shooting at me and he would stop shooting at me, and I could have survived. But it's okay if you die. That's one of the most important things you need to learn in the game. It's okay if you die. It's okay if bad things happen to you. But at this point, I want to go ahead and run up here and just take a little moment. Now, maybe right here we could go ahead and make one. Let's go see. Let's go ahead and get... Where's it at? It's down here. Let's get our equipment workshop. Build one right there. Get over here. What do we got? We got factory cart. We got object scanner. Like, hey, Kismet, your vehicle's not in there. I thought you unlocked that. Oh, I did. But it's not in there. It's not in there. Let's go ahead and look elsewhere. Let's go ahead and look in our crafting bench. How about in here? Where's our vehicle at? How do I make that vehicle? Right? Oh, well, we got to go look in our main thing. Let's go look. I love this vehicle, by the way. It's my favorite. Not only is it just cool, it doesn't take any power. Doesn't take any fuel. You don't have to fuel it up with anything. It uses electric power. And you can just go ahead and drive around and have a great old time. And the mobs don't attack you when you're in your vehicle. So keep that in mind as well. But we are going to need a bigger vehicle if we're going to tool around in the wastelands. Later on, you get an awesome Doom Buggy, which is really fun. But right now, we're going to go ahead and go back up here. And you can see I've got all my stuff running up here. And running all my central supports. Now, we're about, how many hours into this now? 12 hours, 10 hours, 13 hours, 13 hours. A bit of hours. So, because we restarted over again. So, yeah, we're 13, almost 14 hours into this playthrough. And we've already got it on lock right now, bro. We got it on lock. We got so many pure nodes by us. It's insane. We're trying the third selection over, the forest, the kind of forest but advanced one. That's the third one over. Starting positions. My first time in the starting position, but not the first time I've played this game. I've played it all the way through, multiple times. Nuclear power, all of that stuff. I've built gigantic mega bases and whatnot. But I do like to try different starting points, and I do like to try different techniques each and every time. I don't need any backseat gaming or Kismet. You got to do this, or Kismet, you got to do that. I'll be fine. Thank you. I'll be fine. All right, so we don't need this right now. We don't need that right now. With this right here, we could actually utilize right over here in the MAM. Let's get it going. Where's our... do we get any of these? Oh, we did. All right, 3 seconds. Let's do it. All right, that's done. We need some biomass to get to the next stage. But we're going to go over here to our other stuff. Where's our flower petals? Here they are right here, our nutrients. All right, easy peasy. What do we got over here? We're going to need some whole bunch of steel production on that one. We'll come back to that one. Power slugs. Did we get any other power slugs? I do not think we got any other power slugs. I think we only got the green guys here. But you know what? We got resources. Let's go ahead and let it run. It's going to run for 2 minutes. Do we have any quartz? No, but we do have enough quartz. We could probably make some quartz crystal and put it in there. So let's go ahead and do a little bit of that. So we're going to get a little sidetracked from what we're doing here. We're going to make a little bit of stuff and upgrade our MAM. While we're doing that real quick, we're going to go ahead and start this battle, a little side thing we do called Stream Raider. It's very, very fun. Let's do it. All right. Open the capture chest, slide some love in there, grant some rewards. Whoa, look at all those gold. That's 50 gold for Nordy right here. And then Nushki gets 50 gold. And then Bo gets some extra scrolls. CW coming in overall MVP with that 17 kills. Look at that. Look at all that loot we're getting, everybody. Come on, let's keep it going. Let's keep these battles rocking. What we got? I feel like Norbert needs to lend a hand. Let's go. I'm going to put Norbert right down here in the bottom left-hand corner. You're like, Norbert? Who's Norbert? This is my dancing dragon. Right over here. If I press the right button. There we go. Look at him. He's so cute. He's got his little wand of love healing. He's going to throw that lawn down. He's going to heal each and every one of you guys. Come on, let's team up. Let's get it going. You're like, Kismet, I never played this game before. That's okay. Everybody's a vital part of the team. Whether you just started playing or you are an old vet. Go ahead and click that link. Go on up there and get it going on as well. Hey, I missed the memo on overclocking. Can you give the 1 minute summary, says Kana. Well, I haven't got to overclocking yet. And I will get into that in just a bit when I do unlock that. I don't have it unlocked, but we'll be using it. We'll be using it throughout our base as well. We'll be using it over here. We'll be using it on our offline production. We're going to be doing all of that, but not right now. We're not going to get into overclocking right now. Right now, we've walked our way back to our base. We need to pick up our vehicle for right now. And we're working a bit on our MAM. The reason why we're doing that is because we picked up a bit of the stuff that we need for it. So we got that one complete. Slug scanning. Awesome. So we can search for slugs if we want to. I run into them like crazy. Now we also need a bunch of biomass over here that we haven't taken and put in here. So we need to gather some more of that later on and feed that in there. Each of these are about 3 seconds. So they're not too long in there, which are pretty nice. And then we also need a bunch of flower petal production here, but we want to get this going on. Let's research that. And that's going to take about 5 minutes. Then over here, we're going to need a ton of petals to research that as well. Do we have those petals? Maybe. Let's go look. Yeah, we do. We got a bunch of petals over there. So we'll let that run. So we want to keep that going. I'm notoriously bad about not doing this. You should really do this in the very beginning as much as you can. Upgrade this as much as you can, especially when it comes to your quartz. Let's see how much quartz we have over here. Because your quartz is really going to help you out in the long run. We got about 9. So we can go back and collect a bunch back there. We could actually set up a whole node and start extracting it and bring it over, which we'll probably do next time. Because quartz is really, really helpful in a lot of stuff. Also, of course, you want to unlock all your other stuff down here. Sulfur and whatnot. Where's the other one? Marcelia here. You want to get this one going. We need a few pale berries there. It's only going to take 3 seconds there. We even got a parachute we could do. That's pretty cool. By the way, I didn't even unlock this in my previous playthrough. I got all the way to the highest level, and I forgot where you got mycelia from. And I'm like, dang, where does that come from? I can't remember. And everybody in the chat did not tell me. And I appreciate that. I appreciate when you don't tell me stuff. When you're like, Kismet, hey, go do this and go do that and go do this and whatnot. That's not fun for someone who's playing. You wouldn't want someone sitting behind you telling you what you should be doing every single second. And streamers don't like that as either because they want to go ahead and make those mistakes along the way. And as I go up further and further up these tech trees, I'm going to unlock more and more stuff. Now, I'm only about, 13, 14 hours in the game right now. And I'm in no hurry. I don't rush the game. I'm not trying to say, look at me, how awesome I am. Oh, everybody, hey, let me just show you how awesome I am by bringing everybody else down and telling them how much they suck. I feel like that is like a level 0 human being. I feel like the best thing to do is to have fun with other people, encourage them to learn and give them tips and stuff like that along the way, but not also spoil stuff for them as well. There's that overclocking, by the way. We're going to do that one next and unlock that overclocking so I can show you a bit of that as well. So we'll come back to that in just a moment, but while that is working away, we will work on other stuff. So what else do we need to work on? So we ran all the way down there. We had that stuff. We know where our coal is. We know all that is. We got about 30 minutes. This is going to take some time. But we need all of these resources that are over there on the right. So we got to get that fired up. So how can we get a ton of stuff built up, right? Well, how about we start with copper sheets? What do we need for copper sheets? We need a ton of our copper converted into ignits, right? Now, here's a great little trick. How much wire do I really, really need? I got a bunch in there. I got a bunch up there. How about cable? I got a bunch right there. And this is the one I usually have the most of. I got a second box full of it and probably a good portion of that third box up there. Let's go look. Let's go look at this third box of wire up here. Almost full. So do I really need that much wire and whatnot right now? Not really. And do I need to add more power and more power and more power so I can make a bunch of extra copper sheets? Not really. You know why? Because I can retool my plant. That's right. I can retool my plant toward the thing I really need right now. So let's go ahead and put our vehicle back down. This is going to be fun now, by the way, everybody. You get your vehicle. Then that's when it's getting going on. That's why I make at least 10 tickets right at the very beginning so I can get this vehicle, which is very, very fun. Now, slow down when you hit the edges, everybody. Slow down when you hit the edges or you're going to go flipping off the side. Now, here's what I'm going to do right now, though, since I do have a bunch of concrete that I could use, is I'm going to go ahead and make a little turnaround right here. So when I come down, I can turn around without having to go to the left every time. I can go that way, or I can go this way with this big turn area. You're like, well, Kismet, why didn't you fill that in? Well, I didn't fill this in because that goes down to my actual pure copper node down there. We'll deal with that later. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to retool this entire plant over here, which is going to be awesome. You're like, well, Kismet's going to feed into the wrong box. I don't care. I'll fix it later. So we're going to do copper ignits. We already got that going. Right back here with all these forges, but up here we can go ahead and switch this to straight up copper sheets. Boom. It takes 20 per minute in, and we're doing 15 per minute. So it's going to be less production, but guess what? We got so many of them that what do we care, right? If it's less production. You're like, well, Kismet, I like the numbers to be perfect. Well, hey, you go ahead and make them perfect if you want. Me, I like to do stuff the easy way, the way that is most efficient not only the most effective way of doing, I mean, the most effective, not just the most efficient. That's a better way of saying it. There we go. So we're just going to do a ton of copper sheets because that's what we need now. And so we're going to retool all of these like this, and it's going to come out at 10 per minute over here. Copper sheets, do your thing. Now that's it. Oop. I just dropped a bunch of stuff. Now what I have is a bunch of copper ingots on me here. Normally I would feed them in here, but they're not really going to fit in there. I'm going to end up feeding those into the awesome sink, I can tell you. Now let's go ahead and run. This now is going to switch over, and we're going to start to see it run out all of these. Eventually. So much copper wire still in there. Eventually it's going to start running out, instead of the copper wire, it's going to start running out copper sheets. There it goes. And it's going to be like every other one right there until it runs out of copper sheets, and then, copper wire. And then it's going to go ahead and just run copper sheets only. Now here's a little problem over here. Kismet. It's not going to work, bro. Not going to work. That's right, it's not going to work. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to take this out. And we're going to go ahead and say, you know what? YOLO. Can't do that, right? We can't put a lifter in there. It's too close. What can we do? Well, we just take this out. Like, hey, well, I don't need that much wire. Screw it. Take out the wire. Right? Take this out. I'm just making boxes everywhere. And you're like, Kismet, what are you going to do now? Well, see, these copper sheets eventually, once all of this stuff gets done running, and it's slowing down right now because, again, we need to fix our lifters up there, which I didn't do while I was up there. But all of this will speed up again. And this is only coming out at 10 pers, right? This is coming out at 10, and that's coming out at 10. So we add this up over on this side, that's 20. This is 20, that's 40, right? Going on separate rows. So we could recombine all of this and do all of that, but eventually, by the way, I'm going to switch this back. I'm going to switch it back the way it is, and I'm going to leave all this stuff here. I'm going to switch it back the way it was, so it's still making my wire, still making my cable. But temporarily, I'm going to have it do this. And so what I'm going to do is just, instead of going through all the effort of making a whole separate production line and doing all of that, I'm just going to literally take it out and run it up into there. There we go. I mean, you got a whole bunch of stuff on the ground, but I know. We'll deal with it later. Deal with it later on. All right, so we got a bunch of that stuff. So all this copper right here is laying on my stuff. So what I will do, just to make myself a little bit of extra room, I'll go ahead and put that down right there, and I'll put all this stuff I don't want to carry around, right? Like, I've got Cateria more there. I think that's pretty good. That's pretty good right there. Put that in there. Put that down. I can't handle these on the ground. I gotta pick these up. I hate these laying around because you forget about them and then you come back later and they're all laying on the ground. All right, so that's gonna make a ton of copper. So look how it's spreading out now. See that? Spreading out nicely up into there. And now we need to go fix our stuff up there. Now here's the thing. Do I have my vehicle on me? Oh, I forgot to pick up my vehicle. Why did I forget to pick up my vehicle? Because I forgot to pick it up. That's why. So what we want to do is look around for our vehicle. Oh my God, where'd my vehicle go? Oh, here it is, because it actually shows you up above in your radar. So I can go ahead and get back in my vehicle and say, okay, we got to fix this now. We got to fix our bottleneck now that we've increased the speed of that to 120. Ooh, look out. Look out. Look how awesome this vehicle is, man. Yeah, watch this. Whoop, whoop. Nailed it. Look out. Woo. Almost nailed it. Poor little vehicle. My poor little vehicle. Wait, turn on the alert. That's left mouse click. All right, enough of that. All right, we're out. All right, so we got that going. So we got to fix our wire up here and all this stuff that is feeding too slowly. So what we did is we fed up our wire, and we brought it up as an MK2, and we got our MK2 lines in, but we never fixed this line, and we didn't fix our lifters over here. And the reason why is we didn't have enough things. We didn't have enough plates to do that. But now we're making plenty of plates, so we're fine. So we can go in and we can just say, you know what, let's just get this tooled up to level 2. So we can just go and click on it. Bam! Now that side's ready to rock. And then we go back to this side. And we say, all right, just on this one right here. Boom! That one's ready to rock. And now this is going to be firing in here like nobody's business, man. It's going to be firing up much faster. It's going to be coming up here at full speed. Look, there comes our stuff already. We already got our wire through there. and it's good. Now our wire over here is stopped. Why is our wire stopped over here? Well, one, I'm not running on that line anymore. And two, my boxes are full. I don't need any more wire. If that's backlogged and stopped like that, that means your boxes are full. That means all three of those boxes are full of wire. And I can tell you, I do not need that much wire. That is a lot of wire. So why waste my power and my time on doing that? I would rather do copper sheets right now. Look, I got 65 already. Actually, I have 75 already. And do that instead. Now, speaking of this stuff, man, I got too much of this. I'm going to put that in there. It's like, nah, hold on. I don't want to do that because otherwise my copper sheets are going to end up over here. So I'm going to actually put this up here and grab it out of here, right? So I want to go ahead and move this up like this. But then you got a problem if you do that. Here's what happens. It starts to feed down the copper wire and not the thing that you actually want, your copper sheets. So what to do after that? Well, what I'm going to do is actually make a second one over here, which is just going to be kind of a backlog of some other resources. And this is just my temp resources, right? All this kind of random stuff that you use over there. And I'm going to go ahead and throw this up here. Oh, well, I forgot to get it out of the thing. Hold on. We're going to grab all this extra wire out of here now and just run it right up here. And we'll know where it's at, hopefully. Hopefully you'll remember. If not, you'll be bumming. We'll take all that out. We'll jump. We'll take all we can of that out. And back and forth. Now, we could empty our inventory and do it much faster. But this is going to fill pretty quickly. Notice I'm shift left clicking. And, you know, back and forth a little bit. And I'm jumping, by the way, to get to this top one. And trying to hit it right the right time. There we go. Now, what I'll do is actually put a couple of these down here. That's going to allow me to get this out of here. And that's going to start feeding that down to the lower level. Or I can take it out, and then it will just instantly go straight down and start to feed to that lower level, which is awesome because that's going to start filling up, and this whole entire thing is going to be full of those in no time at all. In no time at all. And we'll create a separate whole entire line and everything for those and whatnot. There we go. We got those done. Now what we're going to do is we're going to retool this thing here in the front. So we're going to go ahead and grab this, and we're going to grab this, and now it shows us that that's what's in that box, right? And that's what I'll do. I'll kind of offload this. Now later on in the game, I will maximize all of this. So that's in its own box, and this is in its own box, and so on and so forth. But for right now, we're going to go ahead and put that right there, and we're going to let that fill up for a while. All right, so we got plenty of those. We needed 100. We made 300. We need reinforced iron plates. Man, I sure wish it was just like automatically running over here. So when we ran over to this box, it would have a ton of reinforced iron plates in here. Oh, wait, it does. That's because we thought that far ahead, right? We thought that far ahead. Said, you know what, we're going to let that run while we're doing something else. So there we go. We got our plates done. Now, man, it should be nice if we had tons of rotors done over here. That's not going to be done. That's not going to be done because I did not set that up to run and run and run because we just don't have enough screws right now. But I can turn it back on again right there, and I can feed some stuff in there and let it run. Now, we don't have enough of a backlog of our screws, I don't think, over here. No, we're just running at the same or at a diminished rate. We got plenty of plates up here. That's nice. Lots and lots of plates. So, again, what do we need to make our rotors with over here? We need 94 rotors. That's a lot of rotors. Right down here. What do we need? A bunch of screws. So our screws now have become our limiting factor. And what do we need to make screws? Well, guess what? We just need iron rods, and we got a ton of those. So we can sit here and make our own screws for a little while, so we can make a ton of rotors. But how many screws do we need to make a ton of rotors? That's a good question, right? That's the question. How many of these screws do I need to make 92 more rotors? That's a lot. It's 25 per rotor. 25 times 92. Hey, Siri, what's 25 times 92?
25 times 92 is 2,300.
2,300. All right, everybody. We're going to sit here, and we're going to hold this button down until we've made 2,300 screws. Now, the cool thing is it actually makes 4 screws at a time. So I could sit here and do that. But I'm not going to do that. You know why? Because we're going to do it again, everybody. We're going to retool the plant. Instead of making more power and getting more thing and go collect more wood and all of that stuff, we're going to retool our plant again. And we need our vehicle again, which I have right over here. And we're going to go and we're going to get it retooled. Let's go, baby. Let's go. There's no reason to build more and more and more in the very beginning because you can just retool your plants for what you need at that moment. Now, right now, iron rods, I got crazy tons of iron rods. Do I need tons of iron rods? I do not. I do not need tons of iron rods. Now, right here, we've got our production of our screws. And here we are. We're going 40 per minute, and it only needs to come in at 10 per minute into here. Now, out of here, we got 15 coming out. And guess what? We got 15 and 15. There's 30. There's 60 right there. That means 6 of those we could be running. We're only running 1 right now, right? So let's go ahead and take away this spaghetti that we got going on over here. A little bit of spaghetti action. Right over here. We're going to take all this out. Look at that. We're making a big old mess. Making a big old mess over here. Let's go. Let's put these rods away in there. Maybe put them in here. Maybe do a little bit of sorting. Get a little bit of extra room. There we go. We got that rocking and we got it rolling. Now we need to go ahead and make a bunch more of these. So we're going to take this out. We're going to take all... Oh, God. I'm dropping stuff. I'm dropping stuff. I hate dropping stuff. I hates it. All right, don't need all that concrete right now. Let's go ahead and put that off over there. Don't need all of that right now. Sort that. All right, there we go. Now we'll stop dropping stuff everywhere. I can't handle it when it drops the stuff. I can't handle it. No. 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 All right, we're going to take this all out. We're going to redo our screw production. By the way, how do you get this? Just jump. Great way of doing that. All right, so what we need to do is we need to recombine these. And the reason why I want to recombine them is because we're going to split them into thirds instead of halves, because this is halves right here. And so what we're going to do is actually I'm going to just do something real easy. I'm going to go ahead and put a splitter. Just use my button. There we go. I'm going to put a splitter right down here, but we need to go forward by a couple. 1, 2, probably a third one, but we'll go ahead and say that. We'll try to line it up off of this one. Let's see how we do. Let's go in, bring it down. Come on. Nope. Bring it down. Oh, look at that. So it doesn't make it. All right. Like I said, we got to move it forward by a couple. So let's go ahead and get that splitter again. I don't know why I always go in there. Bad habit. And then forward again. Make sure we got our things set correctly. And let's try it again. Oh. There we go. All right. That's feeding down into there. Now we've got a splitter. This is totally going to be in the way. Right there. And then what we're going to do is do a little bit of a double-double. Watch this. We're going to put one here. And then we're going to put one right here. Now, why are we putting this one here? We're putting this one here so I can drop all my stuff in it. Then we can go and turn it this one. We can pick all the stuff up. There's nothing in there. Take that out. And then we don't need this one because there's nothing in there. And then take this one out. Right there, and we got all of our stuff back. I'm going to leave that one there because we're going to move that over there eventually. But right here, we're going to go ahead and bring that down, and we're going to three-way split this into some more constructors. Oops, not that. Constructors over here. We're going to line this up off the middle, and we're not going to bother to do any lifting and all of that other stuff we were doing earlier because we want to get these screws fired up and get them going on. Now notice I group them in threes, right? That's because that's going to go there. So this is recombining from 15 to 15 to 30. Then I'm taking 30 and splitting it into a third, which is 10, 10, and 10. This is going to make a lot of screws. This is going to be insane amount of screws. You watch this. We're going to fire up some serious screws up in here, everybody. Let's do it. Screws. So already, there we go. So we're adding like 2/3 more in just that one. But guess what? We got another one over here. We're going to go over here. How we looking? We got a whole bunch of concrete stuff in there. Let's pull that out of there. Let's run over here. Like this. Put that in there. Now we can just actually take that out from over here if we have enough room. And then we're going to use... Oh, we need some of that concrete back. All right, now we're looking sexy. We're going to have so many screws we won't even know what to do with them all. Now, every time you go to build something, you have to use the stuff that you want to build something else with. Right? So you're going to be using up all your concrete. You're going to be using up all your plates. You're going to be using up all your stuff as you go. There we go. Kez, whoa, how did you group move materials? I hold down shift and left click. Shift and left click. Boom. That's how you do. Awesome, thanks. Yeah. Shift left click, bro. Yeah, or yeah, control click. Sorry, control left click on PCs. Sometimes I forget. Yeah, control left click. Boom. That's how you move it all at the same time. Super easy. Like that. Or you can do store all and take all, but it's easier just to do the specific thing. It is very, very useful. Like that. Of course, you want to take a bunch of stuff out. You hit F and you hold down control. Look at that. Take all that out and I'd fall to my death. So we're not going to do that. Okay, so we got that going. We got 3 of those going over there. We need a little bit more room on this side. By the way, have you ever noticed that I'm not really hitting my quick keys down here too much? That's because I'm using my middle mouse button. I'm trying to train myself to not use those keys anymore. Because once you put one thing down, like this foundation, all I do is hit F like I'm going to take it out. I just hit F like you're going to take it out, and then middle mouse button, and boom, you go right into build mode. Way more convenient, for sure. All right, so these are a little close over here. See, look, these are kind of encroaching on this side over here. Let's see if we can get them all lined up. Now, I like to leave a little bit of a space, but let's just go ahead and do this and see if they all perfectly line up off the front of this. Nope, because that's the center one. So that doesn't perfectly line up off of there, though I could make it do that if I want. I can go ahead and just say, you know what? I want to go ahead and just put a splitter right here in this middle one. Or you can do it in line. You can do it all off the left side and let it run down. I'm more of an inline kind of person. I like to be right there like that. And like this. Again, I go through here and I can rework all this and make it beautiful and all of that. But you know what else I can do? I can just get it done. It's like, oh, wait, too steep. Too steep. So what can we do? Oh, easy. Grab this. Bring it down. Easy, right? And then just run that right over there. No problemo. Easy. And you split that. You got to go in here. You fire all these up into screws. And guess what? You're going to be up screws for days. Because I don't need iron rods right now. I don't need wire. I don't need cable. What I need is a whole bunch of screws. Now, these screws are going to be going way faster than I could possibly pump them in there right now. Because I can only go, fastest I can go is 120. Hey, Siri, what's 120 divided by 40?
120 divided by 40 is 3.
Ah, wait a minute. That math works out perfectly. If I take 3 of these and merge them together, it becomes 120. Ah, now you're knowing a bit of how this game works. We got a lot of math that's working out wonderfully right at the moment. So we're going to not only going to split them like that, but we're going to remerge them back together so they work together. So we're going to go ahead and put our mergers on this side like this. And again, we might run out of time, but we're going to try to get as much of this done as we can. We're going to get that power fired up as best we can, probably next time, but we'll try. Try to get as far as we can today. And then again, here in the middle. And going out from this side, belt into there. Again, these are coming out at 40, so all I need to do is use my slowest belts here. And there we go. That's 120. Now's when you need a lot of these reinforced iron plates, and I have 258 of them on me right now, but I'm going to use them up, and I need them later on. But I really need to make some screws so I can have the screws so I can make more reinforced iron plates and I can make rotors. So it's worth the investment to retool your plan a bit here so that it's making the thing that you need the most, which is in this case, screws. And right here, we can see that this was being used for running this up, across, and up into our screw area there. But right now it's an MK1. So we do definitely need to increase the speed of that. Now, there's also another problem of the fact that we're going to have 2 120 lines. So what are we going to do, right? What are we going to do? We got, we're taking up our screws there. What we're going to do is we're going to take over the iron rod line, too. So we're going to use 2 iron rods and the screws. We're going to use both boxes, run one box into one place and the other box into the other place. And let's get that done. Let's get that done. Are we going to have enough stuff to do that? Probably not. But we're going to try anyway. All right, so now what we're going to need is we're going to need some stackers. That's right, we're going to get our stackers going off. And we're going to do this, and then we're going to bring our faster 120 line now up into there. Over here, boom, 120 line up into there. Now we got two 120 lines going. Now, there's something we need to do, though, because right now it's doing a whole lot of nothing. Your whole entire base is doing nothing. Gotta get to this ladder. There we go. It's doing a whole lot of nothing. What we need to do is we need some power over here, right? We need to tap into the power. We're going to grab this. We're going to bring this forward, and we're going to utilize it right here. Right there. The second we get up there. Like this. And then over here. And then right here. Because what? Because that's awesome when you can put the pole right there. Now, sometimes it gets a little wonky. And we're going to see if it lets us do it today. Come on, I just did it earlier. Obviously, I got them back there. They're on those poles right there. All right, it's being feisty, everybody. Being feisty. Come on. Get on there, you silly pole, you. Nope, doesn't do it. All right, well, if it doesn't want to do it, I'm not going to play around with it all day. I'm going to put it down right there. Oh, wait, now I know how to do that. Hold on, that's why I didn't do it. I just thought of why I didn't do it. Hold on now. Let's go grab the wire and run a wire from way back there. Ah, it's when you're running a wire, not when you're running an actual pole. We just learned that. We or just remembered it, I guess. All right, so we're going to do that. We're going to run another pole here. Now, what I suggest to do, by the way... Oh, missed it. What I suggest to do is use your wire run instead of your pole run. And by that, what I mean is this. Right here, you're using this power line versus the pole line. But we're definitely going to need another one because this is going to burn up its entry pole line. And we're going to need 3 lines out from each of these. So this one right here, we need an in-between pole that we can run this to. Right, something in between both of these. And I would probably do this, take this out, and then grab whichever one we're grabbing from way back here. And I just run it down here at the bottom. And then you feed up to these separately and take this line out. And again, feed up to these separately. And then those are going to allow you to very cleanly run all of your poles individually like that. And the same thing from here. And this is definitely going to trip my power. This is definitely going to trip the power here in a minute. Wait till this gets fired up. All the power is going to go boom and go off. You'll see. All right, look at them screws going. We already got it fired up. Plenty of screws going right now. You're like, Kismet, how much screws are you producing now? I'm producing 240 screws now. Right, so I just retooled that to 240. And my power is going to be really, really close. But we're going to try to get it going on. Now, this line over here is our screws that we already have running. So let's go ahead and start with that line. We're going to take this out. This is not doing anything anymore, so we'll take that out. And we're going to go ahead and run this line right over there. Now, we're going to run out of this very, very quickly for sure. But we're going to go ahead and do our best. We're going to go ahead and bring the bottom line in, and we're going to bring it and match it up there. We're going to bring our top line in, which is already set up for us. And we're going to run it right to there. Now, the problem is all the rest of this stuff is level 1 belts. See, MK1 belts. So we're going to need to grab this one, middle mouse button. Grab that, or if you have a pressed down at bottom. And we're going to need to, everything along the rest of this line needs to be upgraded to MK2. So it's going at 120. And that's what I do right about this point. I'll go through and say, okay, upgrade that. Okay, upgrade that. And then I need to go up there. Look how fast it's going. Now I need to go up there, and I need to upgrade that top part up there as well. Now, it'd be really fun if you could jump on there and go up there, which you can, kind of, but you need your jetpack because you're going to fall and die, most likely. But we're going to go ahead and get on our little vehicle here. What do we got over here? And we'll bring some of this back and eventually throw that in the awesome sink. All right, so we need to go upstairs. Now, while I'm driving my little vehicle, and by the way, I love it where you've got it open. See how you got it lifted? You can drive in between there. Isn't that nice? It's very, very nice. You can drive behind there and whatnot. So what we're going to do is we're going to drive our way up there. And while I'm driving my way up there, we're going to get our battle on. Let's go, everybody. Battle time. Ah. Too much stuff on me. Get your stuff off of me. There we go. All right. Open Captain's chest. Slide that over there. Grant some rewards. Gordy and Buddy Run get some extra love there. Extra scrolls. CW coming in overall MVP. Come on. Let's keep it going. How are we looking on time? Ooh. We're going to run over a little bit if we do another battle. Do another battle? Wait till next time. Ooh, decisions. I think we're going to wait. We're going to wait till tonight. 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to be resetting our 7 Days to Die server, by the way. Come and join us. It's going to be epic. Going to be awesome. We're going to try to find ourselves that Spanish-style house. It's going to be pretty fun. All right, so we're going to stop there. We only got about 15 minutes left to make this happen. Look at those screws coming through. Look at them coming through. Got to be even nicer in a minute here when we really speed it up. Okay, so that's coming up here. We've got to upgrade these conveyor belts. Let's do it. Bam. All right. And all right over here. Boom. That's upgraded. Good to go. Now, again, if we upgrade those, guess what we got to do? We got to upgrade this here too. Boom. MK2. We've got to go in the front. Upgrade the front one. Right here. MK2. There we go. Now, what's going to happen right into here? We're going to start getting a ton of screws in there. Now, if I take some of these out, we're going to start to see these pipe down again. Now, here's the thing I'm going to do. I'm actually going to take the top of this one off. And the reason why is because this has already got a bunch of these. Now, I could have done the same thing over here on these copper sheets, but it wasn't really that backlogged. So I was like, I'll just do that and let these copper sheets start to fill. Look at those. Look at all those we made already, right? So what I'm going to do is from the top here, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to run it out of the top, and I'm going to use my vertical space here to run this across and actually run it over here into where we want the screws to run. Now, also, we've got poles over here that we're going to burn up. And so what we can do is we can move a lot of our poles over here. And I'm going to go ahead and actually stack this up a little bit. Like that. There we go. And then we're going to use a stacker like this. And we'll say, what's the speed at which this needs again? I think it only needs 60, right? 20. It only needs 20. So it doesn't need to be fast. No reason to use our better resources if we're just kind of feeding it down from the top one down to there. All right. Now we're going to do the same thing again. So what we're kind of doing is we're moving our storage of our poles over to here. And then we're going to just put a whole bunch of it in there and just let it run kind of offline. We're not going to actually physically run it. Now watch out. Look at that. See, if you put it too close to the thing, it won't let you bring that down. So that is pretty much where we can go. Or what we can do is just say, you know what? We're just going to take this out like this. Oh my God, we're dropping stuff here. Hold on. Let's just go ahead and make a random storage container over here. Go like this. Put that in the storage container. Go over here. Pick this up. Later on, by the way, you get bigger boxes so you don't have this problem all the time. We'll go ahead and do that. We'll take this out. We'll go ahead and move this back a little bit more. Like this. Oh, I need a bit more of these plates from over here. Plates out of there. Let me turn my sound back on as well. All right. Get those plates. Where are we at? Over this side. Middle mouse button to get that. Put this right this. Make this go in the right direction. Move it back a little bit so we can make it go back and forth and back and forth. Again, now all I'm doing is replacing all of that over there to over here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to automate it a little bit, but not so much that it's actually going to be running poles in there. But enough that we don't have to take the poles manually and run them over here. Because it's going to fill these up faster than it's going to be going out. Because it's going at 20 into there. So there's no real reason for it to do that. But we can go over and utilize like in between things like this if we want to. Or we can just say, you know what? We're going to go ahead and just put a storage container right there. We're going to aim it this direction. And then we're going to take that storage container and we're going to run it across here. And we're going to run it into the top of this one. I thought that out already, everybody. I thought this whole entire base is already built right here in my mind. It's already completely built. How exactly I'm going to run it, where I'm going to run it to, how I'm going to use it, and so on and so forth. Already in the mind. Now we're going to grab it from the bottom, and we're going to feed that up to there. Uh-oh, can't do it, right? Can't do it. It's blocked. But that's okay, because we're taking the front of this off. And so what we're going to do is we can go ahead and use our lifter now. Kind of lift it up. where we want it to go. Now, we don't want to block the top one because we're going to use the top one too, so we're going to lift it up just a little bit. You're like, well, Kismet, why don't you use the middle one? Because the middle one's going to feed down to the bottom one, right? That you got to watch out because on the back it feeds to the bottom one, and we want it to come out of the bottom one so it uses both boxes, and then we'll take it and then run it up to the top one. And that top one now, because even without power, by the way, is going to take the things, run it up to there, run it across this here, run it into these boxes. Now, this is some spaghetti we're starting here. Run it into those boxes. Now, by the way, all this is going to get rid of after I got my coal power going. All this temporary stuff, right? And this is just so I can make the resources without having to make the resources, if you know what I mean. And that's going to run over there. And what we want to see is we want to see some poles coming through, eventually coming across and ending back up over here. If we did it right, we should go up to the top here without falling off, hopefully. And we should see the poles coming through. There we go. Poles coming through. And then they should go into this one, down to the next one, so on and so forth. You get the idea. And eventually, they will feed directly into there, right? Now, guess what we need to do? That's right, same thing on the other side, except for we don't necessarily have to triple stack it. And the reason why is because this is going at a much faster rate at 100 per. And so what we need to do is we need to get it over here as fast as possible using the most minimal amount of resources that we can. To get it into here and running over there. So we need to use a bit of our stacker here, right? So we're going to go ahead and utilize what we already got. A little bit of this stacker here. We're going to go ahead and use our faster conveyor, which apparently of all the things that it grabbed, that's the one thing it didn't want to pick up. It always picks up the thing I don't want. I don't know what it is. The one thing that I want out of that box it didn't pick up. I could have picked it out manually, I guess. And we got a bunch of poles on us here. Let's just go ahead and feed those into there. We don't need that many on us. There we go. And we can pick all this stuff back up. There we go. Then this we can just take back out. All right, there we go. So there we go. So we're running low on poles, though, but that's okay because you know what's happening over here? This is getting it going on, all right? We got a bunch of stuff there. Right? What are we waiting on right now? What are we waiting on? Hold on. Why is this not running? Why is it not running? Oh, okay, it is running. It's just the screws are not going in there. Why are the screws not going in there? Why is the rum gone? We don't know. We don't know. What's going on? Oh, no. Oh, no. Let's go. Whoa. Why is that red? Hold on. What's going on? What's going on? Oh, our power went out. Why did our power went out? Because something ran out of fuel. Something ran out of fuel. So I knew that was going to happen because eventually it's going to run out of fuel or it's going to run out of power. And so that's why we got it. Now look at this. We're getting low on that again, right? Now while we're doing this, by the way, we can put that in there temporarily. Take this out and go restack all of our power. Now this is going to be the one with the most power. I can tell you that because it's not really using as much of the biofuel. And then over here, more biofuel. There we go. That ran out. This one ran out. They're all going to run out at about the same time because I feed them about the same time. This one over here, lots of biofuel. Oh, hold on. No biofuel there. No, oh, that one's got some biofuel, but we're not even using this one, so we can take that out of there. We take this out of here. And we can take it, we can feed it over here. There we go. All right, we got 200 biofuel in each. Let's fire it up. We'll see if we have enough power. Kismet, you are the man. What can I say? Yep, still on biomass, transitioning to coal right now. And there we go. So again, we're only 12 hours in on this particular playthrough. I do not rush. And now that's why that wasn't producing any more of our plates over here because it didn't have any power. And I knew that power was going to run out eventually. And that's why I turn off the ones that I don't need. And so I'm using minimum amount of power to progress through the game. Very, very cool. But we need all of that stuff over there so we can get our perpetual power going. But we got literally 1 more minute to make it happen. So let's at least make our screws happen over here. We've already got our screw line going over here. This is going to feed some screws in over there. We already got that to 2. Wow, we got to wait for our screw production to fire back up again. That's why we don't see it. By the way, like, Kismet, where's all your screws at? They are still running through here. Now, again, we did MK2 there, 2 there, 2 there. This is good. This is good. Again, remember, these in the back are still all connected. So it's going to run the rest of our poles over there. We don't need them in that box. Well, you know where we need them? We need them over there. Now, there is one thing we need to do up at the top here. We need to kind of fix that up. So let's go up to the top. Look at the guy flying over. So right here, we're retooling this one right here, not to be poles, but to be screws. All right, so we'll take that out. I'm always full of something. I'm full of it, everybody. I'm full of it. So we'll jump over here and say, you know what? Hey, put those poles in there. Right? There we go. Get those out of our way. And then we're going to take this out because we don't want to accidentally run poles down this line. If we do, we're going to get screwed later on. Right? And then we'll do the same thing, right? We'll use a storage container right up there. We'll go ahead and take this and we'll go ahead and belt level 2. I'm in the way. Right there. Run that up there. Jump back down. And yada, yada, yada. You get the idea. We're going to run it from over there to over here. God, I hope we have enough plates. I hope it's going to be a miracle that it happens. Let's see. Boom. And right over here. Nice. And then if we're really good, we got enough plates to go from here into here. And GG! Kismet for the win again. We already upgraded this one over here, by the way. This one's already an MK2. So there we go. Turn it back on, baby. Let's get them screws in there. Now, a faster way to do this, by the way, is just to literally take the screws that you got on you. Bam! Pop them in there. Get that fired up. Let that start doing some stuff. I was going to go ahead and make us a ton of rotors. Right now, we got 11. We need 70. We need 94. We got 13 now. We need 94 of those. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to let this run when I'm not around. Right? When I'm not around, I'm going to be AFK, and I'm going to go ahead and get this going. I have to move to coal tonight. Excited having to not manually fill them up. Yeah, ZBAB. I've already played through the game multiple times, by the way. Got nuclear power multiple times. I've played through all, the fluids and all the other stuff. This is not my first time playing. But I do like to work very, very efficiently. It's only been 12 hours or 14 hours now, and I have gotten to the point now where I've already unlocked my space elevator. I've already unlocked all of my stuff. I've already got all my stuff stored and being lifted from down below. You can see I've got it retooled now, so it's running heavy screws, and it's also running copper sheets instead of running the other stuff that I don't need. Like, I don't need a bunch of wire right now, and I don't need a bunch of copper wire because I got a whole box full of it right there. I'm fine. I'm fine for right now. If I need it, I can retool it back the other way. But what I do need is a bunch of copper sheets, right? That I'm going to need a lot of because we're going to use that a bit here when we start getting into our power and all of that. But I also need a bunch of rotors. I need a bunch of concrete. I got tons of that. Cable, I got that. Let's just grab the cable right now. Look at it's going to start feeding from up above down into this one. There we go. Cable, we got that on the lock. Let's see. Concrete, I bet you got a smidge of that in there. Yes, I do. Actually, got a bunch of that other box over there. So I need reinforced iron plates. I need 150 of those. And I've already got those running over here as well. Those are running out and will eventually end up over here. And I have way more than 150, that's for sure, over there. And so let's go to this extra one that I have. Did I take that one out? Oh, I actually think I took it out. I did take it out. Look at me go. Look at me all ahead of myself and stuff. All right. Well, where'd that concrete go, though? Did I use up all that concrete? No, that concrete is sitting somewhere. That concrete... Oh, I put it back in my box, in my fuel box. Now, again, I don't rush the game. I'm not trying to hurry up to get to nuclear power on day one. I don't feel like that's a fun way to play any game. It's just to suck all the fun out of it by going, hey, look how super lead I am. I went so incredibly fast that I got this brand new content and I burned it in 10 hours. I don't feel like that's a fun way to play. I like to squeeze every bit out of my dollar bills that I put in this game. And believe me, I'm playing in early access here and I've already got my money's worth 100-fold for sure. Very, very fun game. I absolutely love the game. I could sit here and play it all day long, but you know what? I got IRL stuff I got to get done here. I got to check on my kids and all of that stuff. Oh, man, we're not going to use any of that, but we're going to use this steel production eventually. We need a ton of rotors for that. We got to get our rotor production up. But before we do any of that, we got to get this coal power going on. Now, we already know exactly what we need to get all of our coal power going because we've already set it up on the right side there. We've already told it we need this many coal plants. We need 6 coal plants. We need 3 water extractors. We need those, right? We need to get those going. We need a bunch of pipe. We need a bunch of stuff. We need some junctions. We need the pipeline pumps as well. And that's what all of that to-do list is way over on the side there is so we can build an entire coal plant that is going to be perpetually running. And we even build a ramp down to where the water and the coal is, and some quartz, by the way, which we'll get next time. Right down here. Look at this. We got this running. Nice. And look at this beautiful area up here. Now, this is a triple-sized base, or triple-level base, right down there. Look at that. We got our lowest level. Look at those. These are pure nodes I haven't even tapped yet. I've tapped that one. It's not even at full strength right now. There's another one over there. It's not even full strength. And then we got these two pure nodes. And then down there, see, look, I built a ramp. Down over there, there's some quartz over there. And then right down here is our water. And also over on that side is our coal. We're going to tie that all together. And we're going to put it right down here. And we're going to turn on our perpetual power where we never have to feed that biomass again. Unless our coal goes out and you need a little bit of biomass power to get your coal fired back up again. Now, when I run this power, by the way, I will run this power on a separate line. I will not connect it to the rest of my production. It will actually make its way all the way up here and run into our central line first. And that means that you run it into your central line first, and I'll probably run it off of that over there, right? So I'll have it over here, and I'll bring it up, or I'll run it along this walk up here, and then run it all the way up without touching any of my other production. And the reason why is I like to have one cable, and one cable alone that I can go to and hit it. It's right there. And hit that cable and cut all the rest of the power of the production in case I need to use my transport, right? All of a sudden, boom, my production cuts off all my power, right? Take that off, boom. Now all my transport and all my offline stuff, which is all the stuff that's up here, can run without having to go and figure out what the power problem is and whatnot. I can just turn that off, say, okay, I got a power problem. Oh, what do I need? I need this stuff. I can retool all of this stuff up here, my offline production that's around my hub, and then make whatever I need to make, go over there, fix the thing, turn it back on, everything back up and running. That's the way I set up my base. And when I start doing my hypertubes and all of that stuff, you'll see that I run all my hypertubes on a separate line. Very important. Because if you run out of power, you're going to want to have that separate line so it's not using as much power. You don't have to collect as much biofuel and all that stuff. By the way, I've only collected biofuel twice. Twice in this whole entire time, in 14 hours. You're like, whoa, Kismet, how did that possible? Well, I collected a whole bunch in the very beginning. At the very beginning, I made a little offline production. I put it in there, and I had it made me a bunch of fuel. Just right at the very beginning, with just using the two things in the back. And then that's run my base most of this time. Then I went another time, and I went and collected a whole bunch more, and used this to create biomass. And then that put a whole bunch in here, which we still got a little bit here somewhere. There we go. That made a whole bunch in there, and that's lasted all the rest of this time. So that's it, only twice. And I used a chainsaw, of course, to collect stuff. And so we converted the leaves into wood, and that's what's been running my base. In fact, we got one of these turned off right now because we don't even need it. Because we've got our power perfectly optimized to run both our iron plates and our reinforced iron plates, and now over here are rotors, which is awesome. Now I'm going to let this run until it runs out of fuel, and it's going to run out of fuel for sure. And I'm going to see how many of these rotors it gets done. I'm going to see how much of this other stuff it gets done and backlogs all of our concrete and all of our stuff we've got over here. Now, obviously, it's not going to be making any more pipes. So those are, I'm going to run out, or rods. I'm going to run out of rods for sure. But we're not going to have to worry about it eventually because we're going to just use up those rods because there's no reason to make more of them. If we got 2 boxes full of them, we can just run them over there, convert them into rotors. That's what we need. And then once we get our rotors, we get all of our stuff, guess what? Then we can go back, power up all of our power with our coal, and then redo rods and redo all of those, put those back to the way they were, put all of our other stuff back the way it is, all of our copper back the way it was, and then build separate lines that are for those particular things, right? And then also we're going to be combining it with steel eventually, all sorts of cool stuff coming up. But coal is going to be number 1. All right, so I'm going to let this run. I'm going to let this run for a while. First, I'm going to say, save it right here. Let it run. Now, when you get to this point, everybody, it's really fun to just let it run and let it use up the rest of your biofuel. Because guess what? When I get those iron plates and I get those rotors, that's it. That's it. I don't have to do any more biofuel. Only to kind of prime that power down there. And I'll run all the power lines first. And then I'll prime it up here with these biofuel reactors. And I'll actually leave some. I'll leave some here to prime the water. Because you got to prime the water to bring the water in first. And get your water into your coal plants. And then once you have that water in there, especially if you build some backup tanks, you got a bunch of water, then you can, if you run out again, if it goes off with power, you can always run the water gravity fed into the coal. I'm going to show you all that stuff next time. But for right now, we're going to let this run until it literally runs out of fuel. So, before we go, let's go and do this. And I think I'm just going to peace out. Mods, by the way, because you're like, Kismet, keep doing that. I keep finding raid targets and keep piecing out. Well, hey, I'm running behind. Whenever I'm running behind, I gotta go check on my kids. All right, we're gonna go ahead and really feed the rest of this in here. We're going to let this run as long as it can. While I'm not even at the computer. I could be 3 states over and just let this run. Which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. Oh, and we're out. Okay, that's out there. That's going to be the first one that runs out. Right there. This is going to be the first one that runs out because it has 150. But that one's got 132. Oh, okay. This one's got 199. You know what? Let's cut this in half. And then cut that in half. Put that back in there. That'll be 148 there. What's this one at? 158. This one needs the extra. Alright, so that's 181. And then this one here, we'll take it out real quick. Oh, well, you gotta wait for this to go, otherwise it'll kick off. Wait for that to go. There you go. Then try to take that out. Cut it in half. Put it back in. Cut that in half. Put that back in. 148. Let's actually cut that in half again and put that in. That'll be 172. This is 147. Cut that in half. That's going to be 158. That's 180. This one's 156. 162. So what I'm doing is load balancing. Load balancing what I've got left. 165 and 171. All right, there we go. So that's going to last just a little bit longer if I load balance how all those fuels are. Now, these aren't doing anything over here, but I can actually turn these on and use a little bit more of this fuel before it runs out. So I'm just going to turn that on. I might as well burn up that fuel in there for no reason other than it's just going to run out of fuel in a second anyway. Turn itself off. See, and then both of them go off. Fine. It's fine. All right, so that's good. That's going to run for a little bit. Now, my favorite thing to do is to log out in the tower. Let's do it. Climb up here in our tower. Look at our hard work we've been doing today. Holy moly, look at this. Beautiful. So beautiful. Beautiful, everybody. Oh, now this is beautiful right here. This is beautiful over here. We're talking about production beautiful. Look at this. Running into different places, doing our offline production over here. Rotors going. We got our reinforced iron plates going. And all we need to do is have this run long enough for 90 rotors and another 60 plates. And I can tell you those plates are going to be done within 10 minutes. Those plates are going to be totally done. Actually, it'd be more like 15 minutes. 15 minutes, those plates will be done, and this is definitely going to run for at least 15 minutes. The rotors are going to be the biggest thing. Are they thing? Now, I can go figure out the math of how many it makes per minute and all of that, but I like to just let it be a mystery, right? So all of this, we're going to let it run and come back next time, and we're just going to save over our other game. Let it run right there, just to make sure we got it all squared away. Confirmed. Looks good. All right. Now, let's go to my office, and let's head on out of here. Had fun watching you play this and how you do things. Gave me a lot of insight on how to run my production better. Well, there we go. Hey, if I inspire you to play games and be a little bit better, then hey, that I'm doing it right? Now, if you do enjoy the stream, everybody, you're like, Kismet, that was fun, bro. Hit that follow button. Hit that subscribe button if you can afford it. It's okay if you can. It's okay you hang out the stream. I appreciate it. I'm going to show some love big time to some peeps in the chat right now. We got Pentecost, we got Kevin Hunter, and Stardust Cluster coming in, dropping that Dragon Hammer, crushing that follow button, becoming part of the Teamwork Tycoons here in the stream. Now, we're going to have lots of fun tonight. 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to have a reset of our server for 7 Days to Die. We learned an amazing thing last night where we all were doing quests together. We made 100,000 Dukes in just a few hours. It was insane. We made so much money that we could literally start buying out all the stuff in the vendors. It was amazing. So definitely come and join us for the reset tonight. I'm going to go work on that because I got all this technical stuff I got to solve. Why my retweet thing's not working and all sorts of technical stuff, including checking on my kids. So what I'm going to do is just give you a bunch of love right here. I'm going to give you 5,000 cash for being awesome. How we do on those retweets? Oh, we're one retweet away. You know what? I'm going to give you 5,000 there and an extra 1,000. You know what? An extra 1,000 to grow on. Extra 1,000 for getting close on those retweets and an extra 1,000 for being awesome. All right, everybody. That's it for me. I'm going to press the button and head out for tonight. And again, I'll be back 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Appreciate each and every one of you. Make sure to come back for Satisfactory next week, by the way. Check that schedule down below the stream, my offline message, my Twitter, all of that stuff. Hold on. Let me give you all of that stuff, too. In case you want to really help out the stream, it is for free. Let me go ahead and throw all my social information right there in the stream. You can go ahead and go on my Discord. You can follow my Twitter. You can subscribe to my YouTube or explore my awesome website. I've worked very hard on that sucker for all of you, including all of my stuff I have in my studio, including unboxings and all that other stuff on there as well. So thank you so much for being here, everybody, and I will see you tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Bye, everybody. Hey everybody, Kismet here. Thank you so much for watching this video. Make sure to hit that subscribe button right in the center of the screen. Also check me out live on twitch.tv/Kismet. I'll see you all next time.